guided it out. 3 swirls about the inside of the ring, arcing past the rest of the strings, then 3 more, attaching to the replica. He breathed out. 1 down, a dozen more to go. He did the 2nd without issue, then the 3rd. The 4th was faster, and the 6th and the 7th went easily. Not half an hour later, he'd rerouted every chi string. 2nd barrier passed. His heart leapt. Almost there. The last defense was the pressure plate. It was keyed near the exact weight of the ring, no doubt, and this would be the most precarious step of all. Dorian had eyeballed the ring's weight, and he'd eyeballed the alloys he used to mimic it. Those he was fairly confident of. The only thing he was unsure of was the weight of the pearl. He'd spliced together reasonable guesses of density based off other serpent body parts, but it could throw off the weight by up to 10%. How precise was the pressure plate? How precise was his guess? He held his breath, then in one quick motion swapped the 2 out. And for the 3rd time that day, waited for death. And for the 3rd time that day, death didn't come. His heartbeats thundered in his ears. He swallowed, a thick grin splitting his face. He'd done it. He'd fucking done it. In his hand was the essence of a god. It was time, at last, to take it in and ascend to the profound realm. To the gods, the profound realm was the true first step of cultivation. At this realm, you stopped borrowing chi from the multiverse. You made your own. How much more powerful would his chi be, nourished with this big ol' hunk of godly essence? He licked his lips. I suppose I'm about to find out. 102. New Horizons 8. Dorian would have never dreamed he'd get a bloodline piece this early. As he sprinted into the chamber proper, heartbeat thundering in his ears, he thought of his original plan. Get to Profound, establish a base of strength via artificery and alchemy, win whatever resources the tournament offered, then screw off before Nijo and his gang got here, at which point he'd go hunt for bloodline relics to further his powers. Away with all that chaff! Now it was like he'd skipped straight to the last step. At Vigor, the body could only store about 1% bloodline capacity. That teensy percent was nestled in the Dantian. Absorbing more bloodline at this stage was useless to him. But at Profound, where the Spirit Sea opened, things got intriguing. The Spirit Sea would be his very own store of chi. It'd let him fire off techniques powered by vastly more chi than Vigor, true, but it would also be a space where he'd store another 9% bloodline capacity, which meant at peak Profound, he'd wield up to 10 times the bloodline power as he had in Vigor. If he could snag up enough bloodline relics to fill that capacity, he would be a monster untouchable in the Oasis. He squeezed the ring, felt its comforting heft nestled in the grooves of his palm, and his grin turned feral. How much bloodline was the pearl on this ring worth? 1? 1.5? 2, even? He was looking at the very least, a doubling of his bloodline powers. On top of the obvious benefits of ascending to Profound, of course. Oh my. He skidded to a stop before the doors to the cultivation chambers, still hanging ajar, tufts of watery purplish smoke billowing from the entrance. Then, without pausing, strolled in. He was greeted with what seemed to be the main chamber, but in miniature, a foyer of clean-cut stone with carved doors along its sides, but made for men rather than giants. A thick layer of that purplish smoke nuzzled the floor, winding and flowing like a lazy river. It was a smoke of smokes, made of wispy vapors of sky blue and rose pink and midnight black and forest fire orange streaming out from each of the doors, all mingled together. The sky blue smoke streamed from a door with a feather symbol. Rose pink came from a flower door, and so on. Each of these doors led to a cultivation chamber with its own aspect. But Dorian already knew which one he'd choose. One door taller than all the rest stood at the very center, marked with a curious symbol, a lonely moon in a twilight sky. More chi gushed from it than any other. Of course the Haylongs build the best of the rooms for their cultivation aspect. He smirked. This little coincidence of bloodlines is paying dividends 10 times over. He stepped up to the door and sank his thumb into the indent. With a grumble of gears, it slid open. It was as though he'd opened a portal into a midnight forest in some eerie fairy realm. There was no ceiling, just a starscape canopy, white pinpricks against a satin gloom. Before him stood a grove of crooked trees with bone-white trunks, slender as a man's thighs. Their boughs bore strange fruit. Leafless, shiny orbs colored a purple so dark it verged on black. From these fruits flowed vast torrents of that purplish smoke chi which settled over Dorian like a thick summer wind. A pebbled path wound through this grove, ending at a shrine at its center. The shrine was simple white wood, and a single bamboo mat lay at its center. There was an array carved on this mat. Its job was simple: to marshal all the billowing, soupy fog of chi in this room and pour it on a single point, and it sat there, idle, just waiting for someone to use it. As Dorian stood there at the threshold of the shrine, he felt himself, too, standing at the threshold of the profound. It was right there, within reach, but such an endeavor was not to be taken lightly. There was a gravity to a bottleneck as monumental as this. This threshold would not admit a dilettante. It demanded full-hearted conviction, a single-minded focus. So he took one last inventory of his status. All the preparations were made, all the materials were there. What of the state of his mind? He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then another, in, out, until his heartbeat had slowed to the steady beat of a war drum, until each muscle in his body unwound its tensions in turn, until he was cool as a crystal-clear freshwater lake atop a wintry mountain's peak. There was not a ripple on the surface of his mind. Then he opened his eyes, and they shone with frigid, bright light. He knew what had to be done. He knew he had the power to do it. He entered. A boy in a shrine, legs crossed, eyes closed, breathing heavy. The air was heavy with quiet. And then the ground underneath him erupted with light, brilliant light which drilled into the sky, cutting pale holes in the stark black. One by one, the stars went out. There was a rumbling, like an earthquake, but in reverse, for this didn't begin deep within the earth. It came from up there, in the heavens, streaming down, a pulse, a wave, a surge, and then it was like every little particle of air was vibrating, hissing with energy. Then the mist moved. As though blown by heady winds, they drifted in, coiling around the shrine. Dorian felt them seeping into his body, coursing down his meridians the way thawed glacier water rushes down dry riverbeds. Still they kept coming, drenching him, running faster and faster until he sat cross-legged, eyes scrunched at the center of this gathering storm, struggling to carry its weight. Sweat beaded his temple as he tried to rein it all in, but it was like trying to hold down a stable of bucking stallions. Excess chi was thrown out from his body, then swept back into the storm again. He felt like the weight of a universe was crashing upon his shoulders all at once, and he felt himself compressing, folding in, hunching over, every muscle in his body crying out, veins straining against his skin. He screamed, and a blast of excess chi rushed out his open lips. Dorian sat on a standard gathering array in a cultivation chamber. The only thing was, such an array was meant for Earth-level cultivators. Dorian took it on at vigor, and it was crushing him like a tinfoil can. All this chi had no outlet, and so it chose his body. Dorian had to give it new direction. He locked his mind on a single point, a little dot right above the dantian, the dormant node of the spirit sea, and he formed one thought: open. Tan Halong hummed merrily as he clacked down the corridors of the Halong estate. The day was going splendidly. Soon his new dear friend Io would be at Profound, and they'd go out shopping and spearfishing, whatever it was friends did. Tan frowned. He wasn't really sure. He didn't have very many friends. Really, just the one, now that he thought of it. The other times were just his older brother's friends pretending to be his friends, then shoving him into mud pits and pointing and laughing, which wasn't really the same thing as having a friend at all. Smiley, happy men simply didn't approach wayfish dwarves like him, he guessed. He sniffled. Speaking of his brother and his friends, those horrible cretins were still out there in the front yard doing their brutish dueling practice. He curled a dainty lip. Uncouth things, and not the least bit aesthetic. Tan never got the appeal of muscles. Veiny, lumpy things bulging out of male bodies. Ugh! He much preferred the slender, agile forms of the girls on the field. There was that girl, Lynn, that gorgeous sprite of the air, weaving across the skies like a ribbon of light, loosing bolts of crackling chi. His eyes glittered. Oh, how Tan wished he were like that! Then Tan frowned. A great ugly shadow had fallen across the field. What the heck? It was thick and misshapen, and had an unpleasant sense of familiarity to it. He looked up, and his blood ran cold. A battleship, a hulking, blocky monstrosity of bolted metal streaming with red flags, disgorging thick plumes of smoke. But it was not an enemy ship, come to attack. That would have made Tan less nervous. This ship was the Halong's own. He recognized this ship. It belonged to his uncle, the one and only Great Elder Bin Halong, Major General of all of the Oasis's aerial forces, a man who could put the fear of the Dweller in Tan with but a twitch of his arrow-straight brow. A man who was not supposed to be here. He should have been in the far reaches, putting down those bothersome Ugok savages. Not good. Not good at all. Very not good. Tan swallowed. He'd been under the impression all the adults had gone out, and he could let his little friend play around in the manor. But if any senior knew he'd let a foreigner into the Halong family's most restricted zone... A droplet of sweat dribbled down Tan's nose. Very, 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 very not good. Not only for him, but for Io. Tan didn't even want to think about the things Bin Halong would do to his friend if he found out. That man had a gaping hole where his heart should be. He'd killed for far, far less. There they were, a swarm of black dots in the sky exiting the hull of the ship, and at their head, dressed in flaming silks, was Bin Halong himself, a clean-shaven, gray-haired man whose thin physique belied monstrous strength. Tan had seen the man drop an Earthrealm drake with a flicker of his fist, and now he was not 30 feet away, frowning severely. His default expression, but it chilled Tan to his bones nonetheless. Tan dashed out onto the field. His brother and his friends were already there. Most were bowing their heads in deference. "Welcome home, Uncle," said Yu Halong, chin held high, looking the very definition of a young master. "I must apologize for the sordid reception. We were not expecting you for weeks." "No need for an apology, or a reception," snapped Bin with a flourish of his sleeve. "The business in the north is more dire than we'd thought. By far. I've come back for reinforcements." "Those savages, the Ugok," Yu frowned. "I'd surmise that with you and Father's combined might, one campaign would be enough." "You've surmised wrong." Bin swept past him without a second word. "Attendance!" he roared. Silence. He cursed. "Does no one in this household possess a smidge of competence?" A servant burst out a nearby door like a headless chicken. "Sir!" he yelped. "Prepare the cultivation chambers," Bin growled. "Load them with 100 high-grade spirit stones. Before I return, I shall break through to late Earthrealm." "Yes, sir." The servant dashed off. Tan felt faint. Or rather, he was about to faint. He was sure of it. His heart had sank to his stomach. There was a voice coming from his dry-as-desert throat, but it didn't sound like a hiss. It was quivering and shrill and squeaky, the type of voice a death row inmate might have before his execution. Uncle," he yelped, nearly tripping over himself as he ran over to the man. "Uncle, wait!" Bin stopped like a stuck gear. Then he turned his head and fixed Tan with a gaze so black and so forceful, Tan's mind went utterly blank. For a second, he was certain he was already dead. "What?" One hard syllable hissed out of thin gray lips. Tan swallowed again. "I may have let my foreigner friend borrow the chambers?" There was a pause which seemed to hold within it an eternity. Then Bin Hailong's Earth Realm aura erupted out of him, flattening the field like a heat wave, and it contained a rage so pure it knocked Tan clean off his feet. "You did what?" 103. New Horizons, 9. Dorian, of course, had no clue about the hubbub above him. Even if he did, he couldn't afford to think about it. Gales of chi scythed in and out of him, intent on carving his body from the inside out. There was so much chi flowing through him that his skin had taken on a translucent, glistening tenor. His hair, drifting upward, was no longer bound by so puny a force as gravity. Open! All the great forces of the universe bore down on one point deep within him, shrieking their eagerness. There was a click. Rank up. Peak vigor to early profound. Spirit C opened. Grade low. It was done. He felt the space within him open, expanding like a third lung, but much smaller. It was the size of a pea. It might not have seemed much, but such a space could store enough chi for him to toss low-grade techniques for hours without ceasing. It was more precious to a cultivator than his heart. Most who tried to break through the bottleneck to profound failed. Of those who succeeded, about 3/4 got the default Spirit C grade low. Once the breakthrough was complete, the size of the Spirit C could not be changed. If Dorian stopped now, he'd be stuck with a low-grade C for the rest of this life. But Dorian had no intention of stopping, not by a long shot. There was blood in his mouth, warm and salty. Somewhere in all the gnashing and screaming, he'd bitten his tongue. Now he bared his teeth, a crimson crescent shining in a violet storm. I want to go higher. So he pushed. "I will gut him like a fucking eel!" yelled Bin Hailong, eyes flashing. "Uncle, please!" wailed Tan, dragging at the hems of his uncle's robes. But he was sent flying with a vicious backhand. He tumbled head over heels, then landed in a heap at the feet of the other young masters. He lay there, groaning and whimpering. "Lock down the house!" roared Bin. "Seal the gates!" And all around them, walls of studded metal fell, blocking off the doors, damming the gates. "No, no, no," sniffled Tan. He clambered to his knees and whirled around, helpless. The first young master laughed. "I knew you a stupid brother," Yu Hailong sneered. "But even I didn't see this coming." He leaned in, leering. "How do you think Uncle will deal with your little savage friend? A beheading? A spear through the heart, perhaps?" Tan's eyes shot up, wide and watery. He wouldn't." But it was a lie, and they both knew it. "Please." Yu crossed his arms. His grin had gotten so wide it threatened to slip off the sides of his face. "I've seen him kill passers-by on the street for merely a disrespectful glance. An intruder in the heart of the family's most closely guarded chambers." He barked a laugh, and still managed to look heroic doing it. "His death is as inevitable as the sunset. It'll be a miracle if Uncle doesn't descend into the afterworld just to kill him again." Yu was taking a special pleasure in this, Tan could tell. His brother had always been a cruel one. Clearly the first young master was still smarting over the humiliation Io had given him a few hours before. Lin, for her part, was beside herself. Tan saw her struggling to get past a barricade of guards. "Senior!" she screamed. "As first young mistress of the Zhang family, I bid you cease this tomfoolery immediately. Hello? Are you even listening to me? Excuse me?" Plainly, General Hailong was not listening. He was almost at the main doors now. Lin tried to corkscrew around the guards, but they were wise to it and grabbed her by the arms. "You can't do this!" she screamed. Ben didn't even look at her as he stepped into the house and slammed the door shut. The sound cracked across the field like thunder. There was a sense of finality to it, like a clock striking midnight. Gah! Lynn sank to her knees, pale and trembling. Tan wasn't much better. It would take a miracle to save Io now, he thought. But that, too, was a lie. He swallowed, tears brimming at his eyes. For what miracle could possibly forestall the wrath of the Butcher of the West, in his own house, no less? Dorian could see his sea. When he closed his eyes and sent his senses scurrying down his body into his core, he felt it like a chamber in his body, a soft, pliable chamber, a chamber forced wider and wider by a thunderous rush of chi. It poured in like a flood, blasting at the walls of the space, and his sea expanded. And soon, just when it had reached about a third larger, "Level up! Spirit sea, grade, low to mid." Dorian smirked. Only a rare few got to this tier, 1 in 10 cultivators or so. It was here that even most young masters were halted, the impetus of their breakthroughs sputtering out. To achieve a mid-grade spirit sea was an impressive feat by any standard. It was the minimum to achieve godhood. But it wasn't enough for Dorian. More. The walls of his sea were growing strained. The flows of the chi were growing chaotic, erupting in seething whirlpools and leaking out in all directions, taxing his mind. At this point, most cultivators could no more direct the chi than they could direct the flow of a raging river with their bare hands. Even for a god king like Dorian, who'd been here 100 times over, things were getting dicey. He gnashed his teeth. He was slipping, and he knew it. He could feel the flows wrenching at him. Each second was a trial, and still that flood within was rising, howling, bucking. It took all of his mind to hold it back. His hold would not last forever. This could only end in a blow-up of epic proportions. But for the wisps of time he could hold it down, trapped in his sea, its fury was his to harvest. And harvest he did. He fell into a trance, a singular flow. In this state he didn't feel the seconds pass. Time was immaterial. There was no past or future. There was simply the now, the task at present, and he was utterly devoted to it. He became one with this grueling, messy, agonizing moment, and his devotion was rewarded. Level up, Spirit Sea, grade mid to high. The notification nearly broke him. Relief flooded him so strongly he nearly let it all slip. It took a staggering effort of will to rein himself in, heaving and rattling. Yes! Yes! Less than 1% of profound cultivators ever climbed to this peak. Within this oasis, maybe only the highest of the highest had high-grade seas. Clan leaders, ancestors, generals, a scant handful. At this grade, a sea's store of chi was double that of a low-grade spirit sea. A high-grade spirit sea might as well have been an entry in the history books. This was the highest grade there was. Well, almost. That was what most everyone here thought, since it was all anyone here had seen in their sordid little lives. Little frogs, staring up from the bottoms of little wells. There was one more grade, a grade that was the stuff of whispered legend in the Izod Desert, a grade which most took to be mere myth. It was said the founder of the Azcan Oasis had achieved this grade. It was said that the founder of the Heilong family had done the same, lo, those centuries ago. But no one since, here or anywhere else, had heard tell of it. It was a grade which neither skill nor preparation could conquer. One also needed a great deal of luck, even if one was a god king. Dorian grinned despite it all. This run, I seem to have all 3 in spades. He was hanging on to his hold by a thread. The chi within him had grown to a monstrous, ravenous thing. If his mind were a dam, stress fractures were crackling down its length. White-hot stars of pain drilled into his skull, and his vision had taken on a blurry, faint, far-away quality. He'd crack any second. He could feel it. But not before he played his last trump card. The Halong ring slid down into his palm. The scale stood proud atop it, its polished surface reflecting the ghostly, warbled streams of chi swirling about it. With 2 fingers, Dorian popped out the scale and swallowed it. "Impossible! Try it again!" "I assure you, General, the door is locked." The Halong servant yanked at the door to the cultivation chamber with a full-body effort before collapsing to his knees, panting. It remained stubbornly shut. "How can that be?" snarled one of Bin's lieutenants. "Only those who possess the Halong bloodline can lock a cultivation chamber from the inside." He dashed up himself, and with all his Earth Realm powers, ripped at the handle. Locked. The lieutenant blinked at his hand, disbelieving, before trying it again. Same result. "It's true," he said numbly. "I shall call for the gatekeeper. He'll procure a master key." Then his words were cut off by his own yelp. He ducked and barely missed having his head blasted clean off by a blast of hellishly hot chi. The chi drilled into the door, dispersing against it with an earth-rattling crash. The gold sizzled there, drooping off the doorframe. This gold was of the highest caliber, mined from the boiling depths of the realm, gold which would have repelled profound-tier dragon's breath with ease. Now it melted like common steel. The lieutenant swallowed. The general's chi was as potent as ever, clearly. "There is an intruder in the heart of our family!" screeched Ben, red-faced, spittle spraying out of gnashed teeth. "We are the defenders of the oasis. We are the men who hold the gates. And now a trespasser has not only snuck by our own front door and is gorging on our most sacred resources in the shrine of the fucking serpent, no less. And you want me to wait for a master key?" Another bolt of chi had Bin's men ducking for cover. When the shaking stopped, another inch of gold had melted off the door. "Tear it down!" The general's men glanced at each other. One by one, they rushed to obey. Thousands upon thousands of leagues away, a prince was enjoying the sunset atop a high plateau. Nijo Ugok lay atop a nest of plush pillows. The flaps to his tent were wide open so that the waning sun nuzzled his face, bathing the whole of his body in a soft orange glow. "Nijo?" A smooth, deep, yet still womanly voice. His consort, Yila, and one of his highest-ranking commanders. She drew up beside him. He felt one gentle hand grace his shoulder. "There you are. What are you doing up here this late? Should we not be reviewing our battle plans?" "No need. The battle is as good as won," said Nijo, taking a sip of wine. "As is the war, with the Azcan oasis and with the rest of this plain." "So your mind has turned to idle pleasures before the task is done." There was a note of admonishment in her voice. "No, dear," he said, and smiled sadly. "I have come here because I expect a message, I suppose you might call it, from an old friend. A friend I had not known was here until very recently." He turned his eyes once more to the waning light. "What message could possibly matter in a time like this?" Yila was growing cross. Nijo sighed. He supposed he'd better explain. "There is a curious property of this realm," he said softly, his eyes still fixed on the horizon. "This place is drenched in fate, you see. It is the graveyard of the gods, after all. We ought to expect strange things. Every so often, when an extraordinary cultivator makes an extraordinary sort of breakthrough, a breakthrough which catches the attention of fate and of the heavens, the realm responds in kind. It is a rare sight. I'll not miss it." He patted the cushions beside him, smiling. "Come, sit with me. We'll watch it together." She frowned at him, but took her place beside him nonetheless. He crisscrossed, her on her knees, back ramrod straight, and they sat there, still and waiting, and waiting, and waiting still. The sky grew darker. The sun was a watery orange sliver on the horizon. Heavy slate clouds were slowly creeping over them, sagging with coming rain like great blankets of the evening. Finally, Yila turned to him, her gaze flat as a board. "What am I meant to be seeing?" A pause. "It has not yet appeared." A faint flush tinged Nijo's cheeks. Yila frowned. "Are you certain it will appear?" Another pause. Then, "I have faith in him," Nijo said slowly. Yila opened her mouth to spit a barb, but Nijo raised a hand. A soft smile was creeping back on his face. "Ha! Look." His finger traced a point on the horizon. There was a mote of bright purple there, staining the orange. Yila's breath caught. It was growing. Now it was a brilliant fingernail of light in the distance. Still it climbed higher, broaching a cloud layer, brightening like a second sun. It spread up, 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 until it was a thin, dazzling, swirling line which split the sunset in two, a beam which dared the heavens, a beam which could be seen for thousands upon thousands of miles, proud and mighty. Up close it might have covered half a city. "Incredible," breathed Yila, eyes wide. "That," murmured Nijo, "is one massive cloud of chi, roused to the skies by a chance disturbance of fate. It is known as purple air comes from the east. It is only the second time in all my life I have had the privilege of witnessing such a thing." Yila glanced at him, frowning. "Are you crying?" Nijo blinked, then dabbed a hand at his face, feeling the tear making a slow journey down his cheek. "So I am," he said, and his lips quirked at the edges. "Well, it is beautiful, is it not?" Yila snorted, then squinted. "Wait." Nijo saw the dots connect in her mind in real time. "Is that from the Azcan Oasis?" "It is indeed," Nijo winked. "And soon, fate permitting, we shall meet the man who caused it." 104. New Horizons, 10. The scale sank within him, down his throat, and nestled into his spirit sea, right in the eye of the storm. Dorian felt the shock wave of chi from his bones to his skin. His whole body vibrated, top to bottom, like a string plucked by the hand of an angry god. He lost it. His grip slipped. He yielded easily, relieved, and let the storm of chi detonate within him. It lashed out like the death throes of a writhing beast. It stormed his spirit sea, snarling and thrashing against the walls of the space as it dashed from his body, and the sea, stubborn and stretched as it was, had no choice but to give. And a status screen Dorian had long craved flashed before his eyes. Level up, spirit sea, grade high to perfect. He'd done it. Dorian felt a rush of fierce joy. He was burning up with it. He couldn't keep the grin from his face. He basked in the feeling. This was what gave existence color. Compared to all those other petty pleasures, this was a delight of a different kind. It stood alone. He lived for moments like this. The perfect grade C held triple the chi of low grade. It was a heaven and earth difference, one which made a perfect grade profound cultivator worth 10 of his lesser counterparts. But Dorian's breakthroughs were not yet done. The sea was a perfect sphere lodged within, a pearl where most every other cultivator possessed but a grain. It was a glorious orb of shining light within him, fiery and lovely. At its center lay the source of the heat, the bloodline scale of the great serpent, dissolving into the sea, tinging it, melding with his body. Level up, bloodline density, 1% to 3%. And at last, it was complete. He felt reborn, every ounce of him tingling with newfound power. His own chi trickling over him from out of his newfound spirit sea, dense as the deep sea, black as a starless sky, slick as pitch oil, and just as smothering. a chi which exuded an aura of effortless majesty. "Kneel," it seemed to say, "for you stand in the presence of a king." His chi was but a stream now, but soon his sea would fill. Soon he would be awash with his own bloodline chi. Soon he would be invincible in the profound realm. He'd barely begun to fantasize about his impending glory before it happened. A wrenching in his gut, a nauseous feeling. Dorian started, eyes wide. What? The air around him twisted, smearing the colors about him as though caught in a massive heat wave. But this was no heat. This was a kind of reality distortion, a kind with which Dorian was all too familiar. Fate! But how? He whirled around, but there was no one there. As the tug grew stronger, the air seemed to pull apart, making his vision a grotesque watercolor. He felt for the source of the disturbance. Was there some foul magic at play? Had Old Man Fate broached the realm? Then he stopped, for he'd found the disturbance's source. All this warping stemmed from himself. What the fuck? It was like some divine gong had been struck in an unseen dimension, and now its waves spread out endlessly, rippling reality. Where the waves spread, the chi grew agitated, flaring, sizzling, which was a hell of an issue, since Dorian stood in the middle of a storm cloud of chi that had, in the blink of an eye, turned vicious. Then, as one, it moved. The door to the cultivation chamber was taking a pounding. A dozen Earthrealm and Peak Profound elites, among the best soldiers of the Oasis, threw the full heft of their cultivation bases at the door. Thick gobs of chi sailed through the air. Gauntleted fists pummeled dents into the door. The door clung on, gritty in its old age, but it was sagging under the assault, its golden facade burned to a crusty black. Bin Hailong gave an impatient humph. "Pathetic," he snarled. "My finest men cannot bring down one measly door. Can the Hailong name be shamed any further on this blasted day? Step aside!" He flung out his arms as he stalked between them, and his men scattered, yelping. "I'll do it myself." A fizz of crimson-white sparked to existence before him. It swirled into a fireball the size of a finger, then a heart, then a boulder, building on itself mid-air the way a snowball grows as it crashes down an avalanche. Bin's men glanced at each other, their faces white, and plastered themselves against the walls. This was the Cry of the Dragon. It was the general's signature move, and it was so named because he'd shoved it down the throat of a peak Earthrealm flood dragon, and it cooked the beast alive from the inside. The dragon's agonized cries could be heard for miles. This would not merely melt the door. This would reduce whichever unfortunate soul stood beyond it to slag. There would be collateral damage. He might scald one of the shrine's sacred trees, an act which would get a lesser man hung. But no one dared say a thing, since the general was far beyond caring. Suddenly, just as the cry was cresting its apex, the door started to tremble. The general blinked. The men blinked. No, that wasn't quite accurate. It wasn't merely the door. It was the whole of the chamber. Bits of debris bounced up and down, and the ceiling let out a labored gasp. "Whoever is doing that, cease!" snarled the general, whirling on his men, his technique held high above his head like an executioner's blade. But his men simply looked to one another, baffled, for none of them had done a thing. Then the door blew open. The flood of chi which erupted out snuffed out the general's attack like a candle. None of them had so much as the time to scream. The room was blasted apart, the men within flung out like leaves in a whirlwind. All there was this shrill, endless rush of blinding purple-pink chi which streaked with animal desperation for the heavens. Kaya Rust was jolted awake. Warm, salty tang on the side of her face, a hot throbbing at the base of her skull. She scrambled to her feet, spitting sand, whirling around. It was like a whip had cracked across her soul. Where was she? She froze as she soaked in her surroundings. Blood, So much blood, and not her own. The mangled bodies of foreign men lay about her, their limbs bent at stomach-turning angles. Then the memories assaulted her. She'd been the one to bend them. She'd laughed while doing it, too. A spike of white-hot pain lanced her between the brows, and she doubled over, coughing. She was going to be ill. In the moment it had felt so good, somehow, so right. Her thoughts evaporated. One moment the sky was blue, the next it was violet. She was thrown off her feet, tumbling across the ground. There was nothing but a hollow ringing in her ears for a few seconds, then sound gushed in, a long, cavernous roar unlike anything she'd ever heard. If the earth grew a mouth and could bellow, she imagined this was the sound it would make. Wiping the soot from her eyes, spitting out a mouthful of sand, she glanced up, ears ringing, eyes streaming with tears, head throbbing something awful, and gasped. She'd been trapped in a raging sandstorm before. It was like that, except each grain of sand was a mote of chi, streaming upward, blanketing the world. An ocean of chi, more chi than she'd ever seen by so many orders of magnitude. Her brain felt like a dried-out fruit, just trying to comprehend its scope. It was unlike anything she'd seen. She sank knee-deep in the blood of her enemies, and for the second time that day, blacked out. They'd all felt it, the chosen on the field of the Halong Manor, that sharp twang deep in their souls, even before the ground in front of them erupted and a universe of chi broke out. Now they'd picked themselves up off the ground, dusted themselves off. At first they'd assumed enemy action. There were a few moments of hot-headed panic. Then they all, as one, saw their folly. This could not be the work of man nor beast. This was the work of a higher power. The chi was fast-flowing, sure, but it didn't seek to harm them. It didn't disturb them. It simply went up, returning to the skies, a phenomenon of nature, a sign. "Remarkable," spluttered Tan, twirling, taking in the frothy haze all about them. Lin could barely hear him over the roar. For a while they all stood there, transfixed. "Remarkable," Tan said again, dumbly. It's like that poem, isn't it? The Rhyme of the Ages." It was a poem taught to them all, a nursery rhyme, a myth made up of hot air and fantasy, or so Lin had thought. A myth about the founding of the Azcan oasis. It was said that when the founder broke through to profound... "Fate plucks a string," breathed Lin, eyes wide. "A legend rises, and purple air comes from the east." She'd heard other legends about this, but she'd never believed them. Her grandfather had told her the tale of the Moon Dragon Knight, founder of the Halong clan, how he'd carved a bloody trail across the desert, unified it under one banner, and ascended to the heavens. How when he broke through to Profound, the very earth and skies had trembled in recognition. And now it had happened again, right beneath her feet. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Just what sort of monster had been born down in that chamber? All across the oasis, eyes turned to the sky, eyes of the lowly and the powerful alike. In the governor's palace, a wizened, dwarf-like old man squinted at the skies and scratched at his mustache and frowned his bushy brows. For this unassuming man's name was Zhang, and his title was Oasis Lord, a title he'd held for decades, ever since he'd ascended from his role as head of the Artificers Guild. He was true to his roots. He liked to keep his little city running as smoothly as polished clockwork, and he didn't like unforeseen disturbances. The Rat King, Fei Yang Shen, hung by 2 fingers on a skyscraper's ledge and watched the air rise in stony, narrow-eyed silence. Master artificers, master alchemists, the heads of each major guild, family leaders, gangsters, tournament rankers, young masters, all stared at the skies in awe, for they had all heard the myths, the legends, but few had believed them until now. All dust, no matter how violent, must settle. Air rises and is gone, even purple air. In the aftermath, amidst the ruins of once great chambers, stood two bedraggled parties. One was the Halong forces. They'd been battered, thrown about, and splattered against the walls of the chamber by gales of irresistible chi. Now they'd gathered in a jagged line, red-faced and huffing. The other party was Dorian, who had just gotten out of being trapped in this cage of fast-flowing chi, and now was confronted with a row of furious-looking Earth-realm elites, all bearing the Halong insignia. They stared at each other, equally speechless. Thought Dorian, swallowing. I appear to be screwed. Silence. More silence. It was growing awkward. They stared at each other, neither side willing to break the stalemate. Nobody seemed to know quite what to do. Then a man stepped forward, stern-looking, a once slick mustache plastered up his face. Judging by the obscene number of stars on his uniform, he seemed to be the leader. "What?" he croaked, pointing a thin, trembling finger. "Is your name?" 105. The highest bidder won. Dorian and the Halong elites stood in a crater, a blackened ruin of the great chamber, its sizzling grounds sloshed with half-melted gold and iron. Smoke wafted like incense over heaps of fractured treasures. The last of their chi leaked out in sparking spurts. "What?" croaked Bin Halong. "Is your name?" There was a deathly silence. Dorian wasn't sure what to say. I suppose there's no point in lying now. What difference will it make? "Io Rust," he said with a smile. "Pleasure to meet you. And you are?" "I am Grand General Bin Halong." Bin's eyes were narrowed, his brows drawn in, his lips hardly moving as he gritted out the words. "Today, Io Rust, you have humiliated the Halong family." His aura grew fiercer with every hissed word. "You have infiltrated our sacred chambers. You have destroyed our treasures. You have brought ruin to our treasuries. You have cost us untold fortunes in the span of a fucking hour." This was the sort of man who got quieter the madder he got, who let his rage wind him smaller and tighter until it all burst out in one huge blast. The man's eyeballs had started trembling in their sockets, red veins creeping across the shivering white like cracks on a frozen lake. His aura was starting to tremble. Yikes. "Your life is forfeit," snarled Bin Halong, eyes bulging. Dorian opened his mouth, then, at the sight of streams of piping hot chi literally leaking from Bin's ears, promptly shut the hell up. "You know what? I don't need to grovel just yet. The man's talking, which means he's decided not to kill me yet. I've got some wiggle room here, I think." "By all rights," said Bin, quiet as a grave. "I should smite you where you stand." Dorian's ears perked up. He could sense a butt coming. Excellent. Taking advantage of butts was a specialty of his. "But," Bin took a long, deep breath, "fate has proven unexpectedly fickle. Perhaps there is an opportunity to make use of this disaster." Fate. Yes, that whole purple air business. Dorian would have to figure out just what that had all been about. If he made it through this little jam, that was. Very, very big if. "That purple air of the East," hissed Bin, eyes flashing. "That was you." Dorian nodded slowly. "Very good. Then I will give you two options." Bin's nostrils flared. "The first, I kill you, here and now where you stand." "Ah, so you're really giving me one option." "The second," Bin thrust out a finger straight at Dorian. "You atone for what you have done here today. You swear a soul bond to the venerable Halong clan. You join the backbone of the Oasis." Dorian blinked. Wait, what? He'd been expecting something like, "I will tie you up, spit roast you, and feast upon your liver." "Make no mistake," growled Bin. You would not be an official member. You would be granted none of the privileges of a chosen, or, heavens forbid, a young master. But because you appear to have some potential, I am offering you the chance to become a servant of the clan. I am offering you the chance to be a weapon bred for our use. A tool. Said Dorian, perking up, mind whirling. But to make an effective tool, to take advantage of my, potential, you would need to invest resources in me, no? Bin frowned. Yes, but only to improve your capacity to serve the family. Nothing more. Externally, Dorian let his face droop, as though distraught. Internally, he beamed. Out of all the things Bin could have said, this must have been in the top 3 in terms of outcomes for him. Well, other than the servant and the soul bond thing. Soul bonds were notoriously hard to wriggle out of, even for him. But the whole not dying and being given the clan's resources bit, that Dorian was a very big fan of indeed. Really, any outcome that had him leaving here with all his limbs intact was well above his expectations. Then Bin puffed out his chest. You would fight for us, represent us in the tournament, and in the war. He cleared his throat. If necessary, to the death. It was like Dorian had been doused with cold water. Oh, right. This is the military clan of the Oasis. A vision flashed before Dorian's eyes. Nijo and his flood of horrible beasts descending from the north, sweeping through the Oasis walls like flypaper and laying waste to its insides. The implications struck Dorian like a slap on the face. A soul bond would tie me to the clan, which means I'd be tied to the defense of this little shithole, which means I would, by compulsion of soul contract, be forced to fight to the death for it. Dorian's head spun. Hells no! This changed everything. His stint at this oasis was supposed to be short and sweet. Snatch its resources, hightail it out before the Ugok arrived. An in-and-out affair, 2 months, tops. The kinds of magic that Nijo bastard was playing with far outstripped the stuff this place could muster. Of that he was certain. He wasn't sticking around for this place's certain destruction. In truth, Bin Hailong offered him a choice of 2 death warrants. Of course, he didn't give any hint of his thoughts on his face. Instead, he threw up an easygoing grin. A tempting offer, sir. How about this? Give me a day, then I shall give you my answer. He ducked as a bolt of chi scalded the air where his head had been. You have 5 seconds! Bin stepped up, aura raging to the heavens, and so did his 10 lieutenants, a line of furious chi blazing like a wildfire. That was a warning shot. My next bolt fries you on the spot. Decide now. Dorian got the distinct impression the man was not bluffing. All right, I'll do it, he cried, throwing up his hands. Goodness, you can put your life and death techniques away. Good. Bin Hailong harumphed. He caressed a ring on his finger and drew out a shimmering sheet of gold foil parchment, then held it out to Dorian, stone-faced. Dorian felt an eye twitch. Who kept soul contracts in their interspatial ring ready at a moment's notice? He scanned the contents, and his eye twitched. The more he read, the more incredulous he got. Oh, come now. You can't be serious. No frills, no addendums, the simplest form of contract there was, which was horrid news for him, because it was too simple to have any loopholes. It bound him by force of soul to identify the Hailong's well-being with his own, to serve the clan and to protect it, to obey its every order until his last breath, to give his life to it, to devote to its welfare his every thought, indeed never to think of the clan in negative terms. His eye twitched again. Did they take him for some illiterate savage? They probably did, come to think of it. There appears to have been a mistake, Dorian started pleasantly. I ought to be a retainer of the clan. At the very least, a servant. You seem to have handed me a slave contract. Then he heard a blood-chilling fizzing and looked up. Not an arm's length from his face was what looked like a 100-mile lightning storm, trapped in a space the size of a lantern. It was attached to Bin Hailong's gnarled fist, right next to Bin Hailong's snarling face. "What did you expect?" Bin Hailong stepped in, close enough that his specks of angry spittle misted Dorian's face. "From the moment you stepped foot in our chambers, your life has been forfeit. No more dallying. Sign." Dorian's smile grew awkward. There was no way he would have signed, simply on the basis that he'd be forced to contend with Nizho's northern hordes. Now that he'd seen the terms, it'd take all 9 hells freezing over for him to stamp this soul contract. There was, however, also the very immediate-looking matter of the ball of instant lightning death staring him in the face. Quite the convincing argument. Dorian sighed. Is this how the run ends? Really? He'd envisioned going up in some awesome plume of dragon smoke, but then again, runs seldom ended in epic fashion. It was usually these small, mundane things, these pan-cosmic potholes littered across all space-time. They really were everywhere. It was a miracle of probability for anyone to make it to godhood. It was a miracle of probability for Io Rust to get this far at all. Dorian's eyes steeled. His spirit sea, newly christened, flared to life. It might not be a fiery plume of dragon smoke, but it would do. There was no realistic plan of escape, but common sense was for common men, and such boring bounds as the realm of possibility had never meant much to him. The general must have sensed Dorian's resolve, for that sphere of electric death flared, suddenly unstable, taut like an arrow on a drawn bowstring. At the same time, a bloodline ancient as the plane itself uncoiled in Dorian's body, baring its fangs, bracing to meet the threat. Bin's eyes met Dorian's. For a second, they stared at each other, teetering on the edge of the point of no return. Then, just as the tension grew unbearable, just as Dorian was sure one of them would break, "What have we here?" The voice warbled softly, leisurely from a spot far behind Bin. A tiny shadow, hidden in a cloud of dust, crouched on the far lip of the crater. Even so, Bin's head whipped around, his snarl deepening, and the moment eased. But was that a pale tint coloring his face? Was that a hint of panic in his eyes? "This is an army matter. Stay out of it." "You forget your place, General." A chuckle, soft yet hard. Out from the smoke came a dwarf who seemed to be made of plumes of fluffy gray hairs peeking out from his bright red sleeves, hairs which made fuzzy slippers of his bare feet, hairs which made puffy drapes over his eyes. He was a comical sight, and yet Bin Hailong didn't seem in the mood for laughing. He looked rather sick. The dwarf pattered up beside both of them, squinted at the charged-up attack in Bin's hand, frowned at it, and gave a little puff. For the second time that day, it blew out as easily as a birthday candle. Bin's face was a cauldron of horror and disgust. He stood there, a choked sound leaking from his lips. There, isn't that so much better?" said the dwarf happily. "Now we can all speak like civilized men." Then the dwarf turned to Dorian, and his eyes lit up. "So here's what has caused all this commotion. What is your name, child?" Dorian had been a little baffled at first, but he could guess at what was happening. Had guessed. Who else could snuff out the attack of a general of the Oasis? Who else could make such a man halt in deference? For the second time that day, Dorian gave his name. Io Rust. Io Rust. Rust. The dwarf hummed as he thought, scritching at his beard with his foot like a dog. "You must be one of our tribesmen friends. It is very nice to meet you." He looked Dorian in the eyes, 2 black river stones, as he held out a hand. "Greetings! Do you know who I am?" Dorian smiled as he took the man's hand. It felt like shaking hands with a tumbleweed. "It's a pleasure, Oasis Lord Zhang." 106. The Highest Bidder, 2. The smoke was thinning, and Dorian could see the impression of a crowd at the crater's edges, a smattering of damp wraiths staining the gray air. There was a warble of shouts and screams. "I must admit," said the Oasis Lord, lips pursed, "that your sudden appearance has been a great surprise." "A good one, I hope," said Dorian with a smile. The Lord sized Dorian up with flat eyes. He looked at Dorian as though he were a cut of fish, and he was trying to guess the freshness of its meat. Dorian didn't like that look. Not at all. Then the Oasis Lord broke into a toothy grin. "For your sake, I hope so too." Well, that's hardly reassuring. Bin Hailong, meanwhile, was still steaming. "I must insist, Governor," he snarled, "that you leave the premises post-haste. An intruder has broken into Hailong grounds and stolen Hailong goods. His fate belongs to the Hailong family, and no one else. Not even you have the right to interfere." The Oasis Lord frowned. "Maybe, if this were any ordinary matter, but the birth of a hero of the age concerns all of us, don't you think?" "Hero of the what now?" Dorian perked up. It was dawning on him just what the hells was happening. My breakthrough seems to have triggered a reaction from the plane. That purple air. Usually this sort of thing only happened in the celestial realm, but triggering one this early was still possible. Unlikely, perhaps, but possible. And now it's got two of the most powerful men in the Oasis thinking I'm a hotshot? Because of colored air? Dorian stifled a snort. Oh, mortals, you come up with the silliest superstitions. As though he could hear Dorian's thoughts, Bin barked a laugh. "Hero of the age? Nonsense! A children's tale. Bait set for knaves and fools." The general's face was pale. His lips trembled as he spoke. He protests, but he believes in it. Why? Dorian was baffled. Couldn't this all be due to a huge underground gas leak? Or perhaps some flatulent sinkhole whale? Surely there were more plausible explanations than "a hero is born" for Big Poof of Chi. But both old men seemed weirdly sure of themselves. "The signs are there, are they not? The stir of fate, purple air from the east. It's precisely as the records describe, precisely as I recall seeing with mine own eyes, lo, those centuries ago, when your ancestor, the Moon-Dragon Knight, crossed the edge of Profound. Long as I live, and it has been very, very long indeed, I'll never forget the sight. Why, it's one of a kind." The Lord chuckled. Bin stiffened. His breaths came in shallow gasps. "Let us drop the act, Bin. Would the child still be breathing if you didn't know what he is? What he has the potential to become? It's quite the windfall." The Oasis Lord grinned, scanning the wrecked estate. "Windfall. A little wordplay to lighten the mood, eh?" "Don't you test me, Nala," Bin growled. He looked one taunt away from attacking the Lord outright. "Not now." "Very well, then let me be straightforward." The Oasis Lord met the General's eyes, unflinching. Then he glanced to Dorian. There was that appraiser's gaze raking over him once more. He looked satisfied. Far too satisfied. A pit dropped in Dorian's stomach. "You wish to claim him for your own," said the Oasis Lord happily. "But your scheme, I fear, neglects the common good." There was that fish market look again, except this time it had a certain hunger to it, a hunger which gave Dorian pause. "Such a useful asset is to be requisitioned by the state for the welfare of us all." Fuck. "You!" The General was in fits. Dorian frowned. So the jolly dwarf is not here to save me after all. Or rather, he was here to save Dorian for himself. Either way, it made little difference. Was there a way he didn't end up as some old man's property? "Look, sirs," said Dorian with a weak laugh. "Surely there's been a mistake. I'm no hero." Both men promptly ignored him. He sighed. "As expected, I'm too weak for my opinion to matter, apparently." There was something darkly amusing about watching, helpless, as your fate is decided by two ornery old men stuck in a catfight, though Dorian was more used to seeing it happen to countries than people. The air had cleared enough that Dorian could make out the outlines of people, big and small, huddled around the crater. Bin opened his mouth to splutter a reply, but the Oasis Lord was already turning to face the crowd, a smile lighting his face. "Rejoice, citizens of the Oasis!" he crowed, and his voice took on a booming quality.
Today, for merely the 4th time in the history of Azcan, we stand in the presence of a hero of the age."
Murmurs of confusion, of disbelief, wide, staring eyes, hundreds of them, all fixed on the Lord's smiling face. In the half-light, what little of his skin peeked out beneath his tangle of hair was too smooth and shiny. As he spoke, he seemed a doll come to life.
"The hero brings fortune wherever he goes. He has a supreme talent at whatever he chooses. Each time such a man has arrived, the fate of the oasis itself changed. The first was the Azcan Emperor, who drove out the Beast Kings and founded our oasis with his 2 bare hands. The second was venerable Johnny Zhang, the mother of artificing, who bequeathed us the steels which undergird our way of life. And last is the Moondragon Knight, a man who I am honored to have called a mentor and friend, a man who would leave us to ascend to godhood, but not before leaving behind the most fearsome military the desert has ever known."
The Lord's eyes swiveled to Dorian. The eyes of the crowd, hundreds, wild, swiveled to him too, and Dorian felt them like a swarm of insects crawling up his skin. Just what is he playing at?
"And now we have Io Rust, our 4th hero of the age. What will this young man do for us? Fight back the Ugok scourge, deliver us a new era of artificing, of alchemy, or something more? Something new entirely, which will raise the oasis to greater heights than ever before?"
The crowd's murmurs rose. Dorian saw silk-laden citizens, hair blown wild by the winds, looking to one another, nodding, pointing, whispering.
"Can it really be? Is it true? A hero, like in the myths?"
The Lord turned to Dorian, a twinkle in his gaze, but it was no longer a starry-eyed twinkle. Instead, it reminded Dorian of the glint of a polished knife.
"Whatever it is, I can assure you, my friends, that the governor's palace shall not let such a man go to waste. I have served the oasis all my life. I have been your lord for the past quarter-century. And before that I served as the head of our crown jewel, the Artificers' Guild, for a century beyond that. Suffice it to say, I know how to make best use of raw metals. Rest easy, citizens of the oasis, for the light-soaked days are coming. I shall make sure of it."
"3 cheers for the Lord!" cried a voice.
"3 cheers for the hero!" said another.
A throng of uneven shouts rippled down the crowd.
"Hear, hear!"
They sounded weakly optimistic, mostly baffled. Dorian felt the same way. If I'm not mistaken, Dorian thought, bemused, I just got publicly claimed. Curious. He wasn't sure how to feel about it. If it was a choice between being taken by the military or the governor, he supposed he preferred the latter. There were worse fates than joining the most powerful man in the oasis. Better than being thrust out on the front lines, at least.
"Objection!"
Finn had spoken up, screeching to make his voice heard over the din. Compared to the general's deep boom, his voice was but a shrill squawk.
"When we face our fiercest threat, the military should have first pick over all resources. These are dire times. We are at war, gentlemen, war!"
Resources, really. I do have a name, you know, Dorian sighed. And shouldn't I have some say in this? I am, after all, the resource in question. His words were like a hot breeze flying straight over their heads. They didn't even look at him. Dorian rolled his eyes.
"What are you saying, General?" snapped the Oasis Lord. "That you do not trust your own clan patriarch to stamp out a few unruly savages from the north? That you truly need a hero at your disposal?"
He shook his head slowly, like a parent addressing a petulant child.
"No, I think not. It seems to me, my old friend, that you are caught in a fit of passion. Such a transparent power grab is beneath you."
But before Ben could bite off a response, a chortle wafted through the air. Both men's faces snapped up. Dorian's did too, and he had to stop from snorting aloud at the sight. Don't tell me a third cat is entering the fray. The sound had come from a plump old man with slicked-back hair who could have strolled straight out of a dinner party. He wore a sleek, silky suit and held a thick cane drowning in golden stylings.
He sauntered down to them from the skies, head held high, the single button on his collar struggling mightily against the flopping of his double chin.
"I dare say, Governor, isn't that a mite hypocritical?"
His voice was a reedy drawl. Behind him was a bald, squat, bespectacled man, bulging out of a tight white suit. The man cleared his throat.
"Presenting His Eminence, Finance Minister Ouyang, Keeper of the Gold Bullions, Head of the Right Honourable Merchants Guild, and of the Right Honourable Royal Bank of Azcan."
"Thank you, Renford. You may withdraw," the finance minister sniffed. Now Ben looked even more displeased, if that were possible.
"What nonsense is this? You have no business here, Ouyang."
"I run the bank, Sir Haylong," said the minister, a brow cocked. "Please, I have business anywhere commerce flows, which is to say everywhere in this oasis. What sort of banker would I be if I didn't attend to the creation of new capital?" His beady eyes locked on Dorian. "It is the opinion of the bankers and merchants' guilds, for whom I represent a unitary voice, that the boy ought to come to us. We shall make of him a titan of industry unlike any this oasis has seen." Ben stared.
"What?"
he spluttered.
"You greedy rat! What the hells would a horde of snivelling cheats do with a hero?"
"Though I would not phrase it as harshly as my colleague, I must agree," said the oasis lord, crossing his arms, eyes narrowed. "Back off, Yin. This matter is none of your concern."
"Damned right!"
piped up a voice from behind them all. Dorian whirled around. Another one? Really? How many of these assholes are there? It was a gruff voice from a gruff-looking man, stomping across the ground, sending up big poofs of dust with each step. He was shaped like one huge, hairy block of cement, twice as tall as anyone here and thrice as wide. Dorian recognized the gilded badge on his thick artificer's leathers. Behind him trailed Marshal Elder Cal, looking harried. Dorian frowned. If he's a Grand Elder and he's trailing behind, then this man must be... Cal cleared his throat.
"Introducing His Eminence, Ton Wang, head of the Honorable Artificers Guild." "That boy came to us first,"
bellowed Ton. His fists were clenched so tight his veins stood out like steel pipes on his arms.
"He's an artificer, through and through. Blood runs hot with molten metal."
He thumped his chest, burping.
"He belongs to us, you hear? Us, with a hero in the guild, forging us great new weapons. This oasis can conquer this whole blasted desert. Nay, the world."
Dorian's head was starting to pound. This is getting absurd. Then, as though on cue, yet another voice spoke up.
"Truly?"
From a far side of the crater, a troop of men and women descended upon the crater. They were dressed in moss-green robes etched with curling silver, the robes of the Alchemists' Guild. At its front was a little old lady with a cane, hair tied back in a tight bun, looking cross as all hells. She drew her gaze across the awkward gathering, her lip curling.
"What a banal aim! An alchemist hero would advance us to a new era of medicine and save countless lives. Who among you dares deny us that? The Alchemists' Guild is late to the negotiations, it appears. Humph! If any of you think this is an excuse to cut us out of our rightful share of the prize, you are sorely mistaken."
"Your rightful share?"
Ton snarled, rounding on her.
"Your rightful share, Mala, is 0. Fuck off."
"Truly,"
said the alchemist's head, cocking a brow.
"Who supplies the oasis its healing elixirs? Who gifts its citizens the pills they require to fast, fly, and cultivate? We of the Alchemists' Guild have long been the unsung heroes of our state. Refuse us, face, and you shall not like the consequences."
"Unsung heroes?"
screeched Ben. His hair, once neatly combed, was now a frazzled thicket.
"The Oasis shovels thousands of lira to fund your silly experiments, and you pompous asses think yourselves martyrs. Despicable! Wanton! Inconceivable! The true unsung heroes in Azcan are the military. We who brave the dangers so you can live your ingrate lives."
Gentlemen, gentlemen, at ease, cried the Oasis Lord, waving for silence. By the frown on his face, he was well aware things had slipped away from him. Surely we can come to some amicable solution. He halted, frowning, and squinted at the sky. Dorian did the same, and his eyes widened. This time he couldn't keep from snorting. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The patchwork of pink and black smoke had given way to a blue sky blotched with drooping, leaden clouds, and in that sky, spearing through the clouds, were the prows of airships, blimp-like ships built of huge sheets of bolted steel, trailing rivers of smoke. They were fitted with billowing white masts painted with emblems. There were over a dozen in total, and Dorian saw that each was of a different noble family of the Oasis, and on each ship, standing at the prow, was a pissed-looking old man or woman in needlessly posh garb. A dozen heads of a dozen families, and Dorian had a sneaking suspicion he knew why they'd come. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this rate, the only way this ends is if they cut me up into ribbons. Only then can all of these fuckers get a slice of me.
107. The highest bidder, 3. Dorian stared, speechless, as the ships rolled in. The earliest to arrive was a chunky steamer studded with masts of all sizes. It plunked to a stop mid-air, blotting out the sun and drenching the crowd in shadow. There was a terse silence. Then a tiny man with a waxed mustache leapt up on the prow. He cleared his throat, then cleared it again for good measure.
"Announcing the arrival of the venerable Fang family,"
he cried, rolling the R's, sticking his nose up to the high heavens. His voice quivered as though struggling under the weight of its own pompousness. The patriarch wobbled up, a fine-looking old man in fine-looking robes.
"Warmest greetings. The Fang family has heard of the birth of a hero,"
he said in a half-whisper, his dewy eyes drifting across the crowd. They came to a rest on Dorian, and he smiled, baring startlingly white teeth.
"We have come to pay respects."
Dorian blinked. Really?
"And to put forth a humble request."
The Fang Patriarch's eyes drifted over to the Oasis Lord, then to the General, then the Alchemist head, then the Artificer head.
"I see there are others who would claim the hero for themselves. We, too, would like to submit our bid for consideration."
Ah, there it is. The Lord bristled. Dorian could see his patience fraying in real time. The madder he got, the more the man's hair stood up. He looked like a tumbleweed slowly transforming into a porcupine.
"Patriarch Fang, I regret to inform you that this is not an auction, nor a market, nor a wishing well," he said, his voice tight. "You cannot simply—" "Announcing the arrival of the venerable Psy family!"
shrieked a voice, drowning him out. It was so shrill and loud Dorian swore he heard a few windows shattering in the distance. Another airship had come. Another herald stood at its prow, looking quite pleased with himself. Then another old man stepped up and stared down at them. The Psy Patriarch. This one was very old. Half his teeth were gone, the other half set at odd angles, ridged with black mold. His eyes were dim, dull pools which seemed unable to focus on anything.
"What was that, Sire Zhang?"
croaked Patriarch Psy, waggling a spindly cane.
"I regret I am a smidge hard of hearing. You'll need to speak up. There's a market here, is there? Well, we Psys have been loyal subjects of the Oasis for generations. None more loyal. None. Whatever there is for sale, we shall have it."
The Lord groaned.
"Sir Psy,"
he said, struggling to keep his voice even. He tried on another warm smile, but this time it wore oddly on his face, like an ill-fitting mask.
"This is a matter of the state. It would be best for you and the rest of the nobles to leave us to—" "Announcing the arrival of the Honorable Shun family," cried a voice to their side. A squat old lady in wolf's furs leapt up on the prow of yet another ship.
"That old coot Sai dares speak of loyalty in the presence of the Shun," she roared. "We Shun are the most loyal of all. It is we who built the roads. It is we who lifted the aqueducts. We, the industrious Shun, deserve to get the hero."
The Lord threw up his hands, desperate.
"Please, friends, this is all a great misunderstanding," he cried. "The hero is not for sale. The hero will not go to any one family. Let us all calm ourselves." "Then who will he go to?" snapped the Shun matriarch.
The Lord opened his mouth, but General Heilong beat him to the punch.
"The Oasis Lord means to keep him all to himself,"
sneered Bin. A nasty grin was creeping up his face.
"He means to cut the rest of us out of the deal."
"Surely not," whispered Patriarch Fang, eyes narrowing.
"Outrageous!"
cried Matriarch Shun.
"Partridges?"
spluttered Patriarch Sai, eyes wide.
"Where?" "Enough!"
roared the Oasis Lord, eyes flaring.
"In times like these, it is imperative that we keep our heads. We must not quarrel over announcing the arrival of the Honorable Ouyang family."
The Lord whirled around.
"Heavens! What now?"
An enormously fat man waddled to the prow of a tiny, pretty all-gold ship which rocked under each of his thumping steps. His hair was drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy. Only his embroidered silk robes gave him away as the Ouyang Patriarch.
"Stop!"
he cried, brandishing a sausage finger.
"Cease at once, you villains! We Ouyangs claim the hero. None of you've got a right to him. He licked my son's feet. That's a sign from the heavens if I've ever seen one. He's ours. Ours, I say."
4 patriarchs and 2 guild heads screamed, "Objection!" all at once. They all looked at one another, furious. And all hells broke loose. A storm of bickering and screeching and insulting and general tomfoolery swept the scene, upending any good intentions, tearing up compromise by its roots. The Lord screamed something, waving his hands, a plea for order, perhaps, but it was lost in the cacophony. Dorian shrugged. He tapped his interspatial ring, brought out a beach chair and a fruit drink, sat down, and started to sip. They would be here for a while, he could tell. The shouting only got louder, more blustery, more confused. Lots of hot air blowing in all directions, and it wasn't from the desert winds. One of the patriarchs chucked a wine glass at another. A herald ran around screaming, his hair inexplicably on fire. Blind old Patriarch Sai challenged fat old Patriarch Ouyang to a gentleman's fisticuffs, a duel he promptly lost when Patriarch Ouyang simply opted to sit on him. The old man vanished, shrieking, under enough rolls of fat to sustain a small village. Dorian snorted. This farce was made only slightly less amusing by the fact that they were arguing over who would decide his fate. But by now he'd mostly resigned himself to the fact. He wasn't getting out of this one without someone laying claim to him. It was simply a matter of who. He took another sip of his drink, settled into his seat, and let out an ah. He smiled. Maybe no one will claim me. Maybe they'll keep arguing forever. He brightened at the thought. Then, as always seemed to happen when he was pleased by a twist of fate, fate promptly twisted the other way. Somewhere in the chaos there was a turgid thrum of chi, and Dorian sat up, frowning. A great suction roared to life, clawing at the chi in the air, dragging it inward. The hairs on Dorian's skin stood up. He felt in that moment a sharp stab of vertigo. It was as though he were standing at the edge of a cliff he knew was there but could not see. There was a pop. It was soft, softer than a bubble's popping, but somehow it made itself heard over the clattering din. Then a streak of blinding silver carved through the air, punching a hole through a sagging cloud. The cloud was blasted to scattered tufts. There was a terrible whooshing, smothering the cries of the crowd, popping Dorian's ears. Then a surge of mist blasted him clean in the face.
He choked, his eyes plastered with mist, and was tossed out of his chair head over heels. He barely managed to land, wide-eyed and gagging on unsteady feet. The bewildered masses picked themselves up, blinking, and looked up. The Oasis Lord stood at the center of the mess, a simple wooden staff in hand. It looked like it could have been carved by an amateur out of any common tree, but its aura said otherwise. It was strikingly dense, denser than nearly any weapon Dorian had seen in this realm, second only to the Haylong javelin. Bin Haylong leapt to his feet, spitting a cough. His face burned with rage.
"What is the meaning of this? You dare draw your weapon on us, Zhang! Here! You go too far!"
Cries of agreement rippled through the crowd. A dozen angry stares descended on the Oasis Lord.
"I'm sorry. I had no other way to draw your attention," sighed the Lord. "And it is clear this was going nowhere."
He sighed again, like a disappointed father.
"Look at us, squabbling like children. We must remember that we are one oasis, united. Only together can we resist the beasts of the desert. Only together can we vanquish the Ugok threat."
He got a few nods from that. Most still looked at him side-eyed, especially the patriarchs and matriarchs.
"There must be some objective way to decide who gets the hero. We must come up with a solution that satisfies us all," said the Lord.
His smile was tired but warm.
"A nice speech," sneered Ben. "And yet why do I have the feeling that any solution you suggest will only satisfy you?" The Lord frowned. "Very well, then I shall petition all of you. Any suggestions?"
The old folk looked to one another, frowning. For a few breaths, no one spoke.
"If I may," said the finance minister,
a glint in his shrewd eyes.
"Why not let the market decide? Whoever values the hero the highest in lira obtains him."
"And who does that favor, I wonder?" snarled Bin. "Bin's right," sighed the Lord. "That criterion is biased toward the bank. The terms must be objective.
"I, for one, think the hero should go wherever he can save the most lives," said the alchemist head primly.
The finance minister hissed a laugh, his face a hard mask. The man was still smarting over being denied.
"And I suppose you'll say he can save the most lives with elixirs, your chosen specialty. How curious."
The alchemist head shrugged.
"A happy coincidence."
The Oasis Lord groaned.
"Bah! This is all nonsense. Nonsense of the most heinous order," cried Bin. "We should have gotten him from the start. But if we insist on playing this game, he should go to whichever faction is most valuable to the Oasis. Obviously, that is the military."
"Oh, truly?"
said the alchemist head, eyes narrowed.
"That don't sound right at all," said Artificer Head Wang darkly.
"I reject your terms," said the minister coolly. "Though even if I accepted them, the military is far from the Oasis's best asset. That would be its businesses."
"And who owns those businesses?" piped up Matriarch Shun. "The nobles, that's who."
All right, that's enough. We are not doing this again."
The Oasis Lord's gaze was flat and cold as a sheared glacier. He looked totally, utterly, immensely done with this shit.
"It appears," he said,
kneading his brows,
"we are at an impasse."
The old men and women glared at each other, unyielding. There was a terse silence. And then Dorian had a thought. A dangerous, stupid thought. But it was also a very happy thought, a thought that had him licking his lips. Maybe, just maybe, there was a way for him to turn this mess on its head. A plan popped to mind.
Ahem.
The Oasis Lord blinked. The old men and women blinked. And slowly, with immense incredulity, their gazes all came to a rest on Dorian. He stood, wiping the wet off his sleeves, and smiled.
"You all want me to yourselves, right?" he said. "But you're deadlocked. Well, I have a fair way to decide who gets me.
a way that isn't biased toward any of you." A silence stretched between them, a long, befuddled silence. Then, "What, pray tell, do you have in mind?" said the Lord softly, eyes narrowed. "Simple," Dorian stood, rubbing his hands. "I will go to whoever makes me the best offer." They stared at him like he was a worm that had somehow learned to talk like a human. Quite a few gaped openly, like they couldn't believe he had the audacity to suggest such a thing. The Lord frowned. But before he or anyone else could object, the finance minister butted in.
"Very good. I agree to your terms," said the finance minister with an oily grin. "My offer to you is 1,000,000 lira."
"No, no, no," Dorian wagged a finger. "Not merely money. You misunderstand me. I want things I deem of value to me. Now for the really dangerous part. Saints, this plan had better work. If not, it was impossible to understate how badly he was screwed." Dorian cleared his throat and named the single most valuable thing in this oasis. "My starting price is 1 bloodline scale of the Evernight Basilisk." Thereafter followed the deadest silence Dorian had heard in this lifetime. "Let the bidding begin," he said with a smile. As Dorian surveyed the oasis's most powerful men and women, he saw one thought written across all their lined faces. Who the hells does he think he is? 108. The Highest Bidder, 4. Silence choked the air. Jaws sagged open, eyes popped, cheeks twitched. One patriarch let out a reedy wheeze, which reminded Dorian of a tiny critter being slowly run over. I do believe I've gone too far. Which was part of the plan, of course, but it was still unsettling to go through with it. It meant pissing off essentially every powerful faction in the oasis at once. Pissing people off was Dorian's specialty, but demanding the sacred treasures at the heart of the oasis, which shifted its aqueducts and heated its forges and infused its forests and powered its artifacts, which even the wealthiest families hoarded jealously, the uproar was ear-splitting.
"Preposterous!"
cried Patriarch Fang.
"Impudent!" screeched Matriarch Shun. "How dare you suggest such a thing?" hissed the Alchemist Guild head.
"Your demand is unthinkable!"
roared Patriarch Ouyang.
"Who gave you the idea that you have any choice in the matter? You can't be trusted to make a decision of such import, child! The Oasis Lord would never allow it!"
He turned to the Lord, bristling.
"Tell him!"
But the Lord wore a thoughtful expression. He said nothing. Oh? A grin played at Dorian's lips. Could it be?
My lord,"
Ouyang said, wavering.
"You won't allow it, surely."
The Oasis Lord scratched his chin. "Actually, I find the child's suggestion intriguing." Dorian smirked. I knew it. This was Dorian's gamble, that the Oasis Lord would allow Dorian's plan. Sure, it meant paying a hefty price, but the man was rich as all hells. The Zhang family was the biggest in the Oasis. It had ruled for hundreds of years. Who could outbid them? If Oasis Lord Zhang agreed to a bidding war, he'd likely get Dorian all to himself. Buying a once-in-a-generation super talent for the price of a few scales? For other families, it might mean sacrificing a treasured heirloom. For him, it merely meant giving up a small chunk of the Zhang family's vast resources. It was an easy trade. The other old coots, meanwhile, looked aghast.
"What?"
By the look on her face, Matriarch Shun could hardly believe her ears.
"My lord, you would have us cater to the whims of this insect? Have you gone senile?"
The Lord smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes.
"May I suggest you watch your tongue, Cousin Shun? The construction contracts the government awards your families suit both of us.
I'd hate for our relationship to sour over petty insults." Instantly the color drained from the matriarch's face. Of course, my lord. Of course. My humblest apologies. My tongue, it has a habit of running away from me."
"Yet here you speak the truth," said General Bin. He glared at Dorian. "Why should we listen to you?"
"Because every other method suggested so far is biased," Dorian said. "You're all biased toward yourselves. This way isn't biased toward any of you. It's the only fair way to go about it, really."
"But this is biased toward you." One of Patriarch Fang's eyes had gotten a size bigger and a great deal redder than the other. It twitched madly. Dorian cocked his head. "I'm not the one bidding, am I? My criteria are impartial with regards to all of you. Isn't that all that matters?"
"You have to admit he's got a point," drawled the finance minister, inspecting a painted fingernail. He had an air of indifference, but his sly smile gave him away. Yes, the finance minister was the only other man who might support Dorian's plan. He was likely the only man in the Oasis who rivaled the Lord in wealth. Supporting Dorian's plan meant that he only needed to defeat one real threat to snag Dorian, and if the minister was like any other banker Dorian knew, he sat atop a hoard of not only scales, but also elixirs, manuals, and money. In any bidding war, he'd bet on himself to win. Now Dorian had the support of two of the coots. Those were the easy ones. The rest of them still looked at him like he was a slab of rotted meat. Now for the hard part, beating them down with a verbal stick. But first, let's dangle a carrot. "Look, you'll give me resources, but by signing a contract of servitude, I'll become an asset of your family too, right? You're really investing in yourself here," said Dorian easily. "Upgrade me, and I'll better serve you. It's a win-win." That got a lot of those old brows furrowing. Suddenly the prospect seemed much more palatable. Dorian snickered. It's all about how you frame it. With the right angle, you can make turd look like gold. But a few, the ones who knew they had no real shot at him, still looked disgruntled. "Oh, come now. We can't seriously be entertaining this idea," cried Matriarch Shun. "You want us to make offers for you? This blatantly favors the wealthy. It's unfair." "On the contrary, it's totally fair," said Dorian, shaking his head. "You've mistaken equality for fairness. In a fair world, those with more resources, whether it's power or smarts or wealth, should come out on top. Such is the way of the multiverse." He shrugged. "Would you have me change the natural order to suit you? That, to me, is what seems unfair."
That isn't. But," spluttered Matriarch Shun. "What?"
Clearly she hadn't expected him to snap back so fast. She thought Dorian was spewing nonsense coated in a veneer of sense, and she was right. But in the heat of the moment, caught off guard, all she could do was fume and gape. Dorian looked around, still smiling. "Any other objections?"
"Yeah, you little dung heap. I have a goddamned objection."
It was General Haylong, red-faced. He had been piping mad for 30 straight minutes and didn't look to be letting up any time soon.
"You destroyed my fucking house. Are you not indebted to me? The fair thing would be for you to sign my soul contract and be done with it."
"Hold on," Dorian raised a finger. "Let's make this clear. I didn't destroy your house, did I? The purple wind did. Your quarrel is with fate, not me. I do confess to borrowing your resources, with the permission of a Haylong family member. I can reimburse you the spirit stones if you wish. I'm responsible for nothing more than that." Ben was so spitting mad he couldn't even talk. He made a grunting, hacking sound, like an engine about to catch fire. 2 down. "Anything else?" said Dorian mildly. A clamor of voices cried out. Patriarchs and matriarchs alike raised fists, spluttered spittle, spoke over each other.
"Objection! Your method is far too blunt."
The alchemists would prefer a more structured solution.
The Fang family considers this plan frivolous.
It's crude.
It's unfair.
Dorian held up a hand. All right, new rule. If you raise an objection, you must come up with a fairer alternative solution. Otherwise, we're right where we started and worse for it. That shut them all up. The looks on their faces ranged from ticked off to outright pissed, and yet for a few tense seconds, nobody spoke. And Dorian let himself hope. Then Patriarch Fang opened his mouth. Bollocks.
You want a fairer method,
said Patriarch Fang, snorting.
I can easily propose one. Split your time among all of us. We shall each get a share.
Dorian rolled his eyes. Okay, time to make an example of this idiot. A smoother strategist than Dorian might spew honeyed words. He might ensnare everyone, nobles to guild leaders, to his plan. He might win without making a single enemy. But Dorian was not such a strategist. He was more of a kill the chicken to scare the monkey type of guy. You've run into the same problem as Matriarch Shun, snapped Dorian. You've proposed a solution which is equal, but very unfair. Would you feed a giant the same meals as an infant? The Patriarch opened his mouth to protest, but Dorian cut him off with a sigh. He pinched the bridge of his nose. How about this? I'm a gentleman, so I'll concede that point to you. I don't need it to refute your silly idea. What would you have me do? Be split among all the guilds and families? Sign a dozen soul contracts? Be beholden to all of you? Spend a mere hour a day rushing from one faction to the next? Dorian snorted. Ridiculous. Here's a wild guess. Johnny Zhang didn't found alchemy by spreading herself thin. The Moon Dragon Knight didn't conquer half the desert by juggling a dozen different tasks, did he? You, in your greed, propose that each of you tears off a fin of the fish. You fail to see that this kills it. Watch your tone, Junior, growled Patriarch Fang, flushing. Dorian held his gaze. You insist on wasting all of our time with inane suggestions. What tone do you think you deserve? And Patriarch Fang choked on his own spit. Truthfully, Patriarch Fang's plan wasn't a bad suggestion. It was simply inconvenient for Dorian. He still had grand plans to get his wizard staff and brewing industry off the ground. He didn't have the time for it. But shutting him down wasn't Dorian's true goal. He'd embarrassed the man so badly that the rest of the patriarchs and matriarchs, and even a few guild heads who'd been chewing on half-baked ideas to throw out, now shut up. Dorian took inventory of the coots again, and they each looked to be biting their tongues. They wore sour looks, but none of them said a word. Dorian cracked a wry grin. Excellent. I've browbeaten them into submission. It was a strange sight. One profound realm newbie staring down nearly a dozen peak Earth realm experts, and yet somehow he was the one who had them all in knots. One last time, then. Any objections? Said Dorian, and this time his smile was outright smug. He knew there wouldn't be any. This was the awesome power of bullshitting. Any one of his arguments was nonsense, of course, but they took some thinking to refute. Strung together in quick succession and delivered with Dorian's trademark self-assurance, they were surprisingly hard to shut down. Dorian operated by a simple principle. He really ought to coin it. Call it Dorian's first law. Bullshit, spoken with enough confidence, becomes truth. It came with a corollary. If nobody calls you on your bullshit, then you've spoken the truth. Simple as that. The coots didn't like it. They still looked like Dorian was serving them plates of dung and forcing them to swallow. Look, said Dorian gently, there is no such thing as a plan which will satisfy all of us. We needn't all agree. We simply need to agree to the fairest plan, even if it's not ideal for you personally. Such is the nature of compromise. Thon, the artificing head, stamped on the ground. He groaned. Fuck it. Do it. All this talking is making my head hurt. Just be done with it already, damn you. The wife's making crab soup tonight. Shit's probably already cold. Fuck!
The Alchemist Guild head sniffed. The old lady was leveling an icy glare at him, but she seemed to Dorian like a pragmatic type. She knew she wasn't winning this one. "Fine, have it your way, child," she said coolly. "But there is no need to rub it in. I chafe at your condescension."
"I'm in favor," said the finance minister. "So am I," said the Lord.
"It's happening." Dorian's breath quickened. "It's happening."
"I certainly don't agree to it," said Ben darkly. "It's utter worm shit, but I can see the tide's against me. You'll go through with it anyway." He glared at the group. "The military will remember this." The last major holdout fell, and that was that. And one by one, looking constipated, the family heads muttered their grudging assent.
"Saints!"
Dorian was tingling. "Then we are decided," said the Lord. "Excellent."
The twinkle was returning to his eyes as he nodded to Dorian. "It appears I've underestimated you," he said softly. He chuckled. "Formidable, young Io, formidable. But you may be too clever for your own good. It is a common trait of the young. Too much cleverness, too little wisdom."
"Young?" Dorian blinked. "I've outlived you 100 times to 1, bud. I've been wise before, countless times across countless lives. Let me tell you, it's dreary as hells. You'll figure it out eventually. Maturity is at best a leash which holds back interesting men, and at worst the chosen fetish of boring men. Life's more fun when you let yourself fart around." But what he said aloud was, "Then might I suggest you bid, Sir Lord? With your wisdom and my cleverness, we could go far." The Lord chuckled. "All right, a compelling argument. I bid 1 scale." Dorian's smile couldn't get wider.
"Counteroffer," snapped the finance minister instantly. 1 scale, 3 high-grade technique manuals, and 200,000 lira.
"Never mind. Yes, it can." The Lord squinted.
1 scale, 400,000 lira, and access to the Zhang family's distribution network. 1 scale and a bottle of Dragon King's tears." The finance minister looked up from his nails. "That is an elixir which can boost you directly to mid-profound, by the way."
Dorian was giddy. In one fell swoop, he was about to gain orders of magnitude more resources than he'd gotten this whole lifetime. He'd ascend from the earth to the heavens in a single step. 109. The highest bidder, 5. The bidding was heating up.
"A bottle of dragon's tears," Mala scoffed. "Please, I'll give you 1 scale and 3 drops of moon's essence. Each drop is thrice as potent as the meager elixir my colleague offers."
She looked flatly at the finance minister, then Dorian.
"The cauldron is our domain. In this, no one is our equal. If it is cultivation you seek, the Alchemists' Guild is the obvious choice."
Dorian drew a sharp breath. Then he nodded. "Thank you. A strong offer." Even now he was bullshitting. He kept his expression cool and thoughtful. Inside, he was hopping with joy. This thing would shoot me straight to peak profound. Dorian almost said yes on the spot.
"I'll give you a scale and free rein to do whatever the fuck you want. Take all the guild's shit. It's yours," roared the artificing head.
Dorian perked up. "Oh?"
"My nephew here tells me you've got big plans."
Chortling, the artificing head gave Marshal Elder Cal a friendly slap on the back. Cal looked like he'd been struck by a sledgehammer. His eyes popped, mouth gaping, face a white sheet of horror. There was a great boom, and Dorian saw the force literally ripple up his back, his chest thrust sharply forward, arms thrown back in panic. He was sent face-planting into a dune. When the dust plumes settled, only 2 tree-trunk legs were left above ground. Cal's furious bellows were choked by the sands. "Oops," said the artificing head. He squinted at his nephew's thrashing legs.
Then he turned back to Dorian, shrugging.
Anyhow, where was I? Don't tell me. I've got it. Ah, yes. He smiled. You've got big plans, don't you? You want to make a big old business. You want to sell your fancy little sticks. Come with us, and you get to use all our steel, free of charge. Any forge you want. It's yours. Whatever idea you've got, we'll eat the costs.
Now Dorian was straight up salivating, but he had to hold himself back. If things have jumped this far, this fast, how much higher can they go? He licked his lips. Maybe I can push this. Ooh, intriguing. I'm almost sold on it. I'm a fan of the support, but I wonder, can you go just a little higher on the resources? I'm really quite partial to scales, you see.
2 scales!
The cry came from Patriarch Ouyang. By the look on his face, he might have torn out his own heart and offered it to Dorian.
2 scales, said the finance minister, plus 1 million lira.
He cleared his throat, cool as can be.
Enough to fund any venture you'd like, artificing or otherwise.
A strange sensation shivered Dorian then, like he stood atop a very high mountain and the air was getting thin and his blood was pumping fast, a tingly lightheadedness.
2 scales plus 1 grand elixir,
countered the alchemist head instantly.
Each year, the topmost alchemists of our guild gather to brew 1 elixir of the highest grade for 30 days and 30 nights. This is the grand elixir. Should you take one, you shall leap to the earth realm.
She snapped her fingers.
Like that!
Dorian hardly had time to process her offer before another voice butted in.
2 scales, plus we fund your sticks, plus you get a super-powerful artifact, said the artificing head. The Spear of Yaksha? We still have that fucking thing, don't we?
He said it to Cal, who'd only just gotten his head out of the sands. Cal glared at him, coughing.
Of course we have that thing, he snapped. That thing is our family's heirloom treasure. It's passed down for fucking generations. My grandpa, your uncle, died protecting that thing. It's priceless. You can't just... Great, the artificing head grinned. Then you can have that too.
Cal choked on his own spit. Then the Oasis Lord cleared his throat.
2 scales, and the governor's palace will provide the resources to raise you to the Earth Realm, and you gain full access to the Zhang family's martial library, the most extensive in all the Oasis, perhaps all the desert. It is a privilege only our grand elders have. Piss on that! Who gives 2 shits about books when you could rule an empire of steel?
The hotter the artificing head got, the more spittle he sprayed, misting the air. He'd gotten so heated that each roar left a tiny rainbow around his mouth.
I should think my offer is the still obvious choice, said the alchemist head primly. The journey to Earth is an arduous one, undertaken over decades. Take my offer, and the time you'd save is invaluable. I can think of a value, and it is less than the sum I offered the child.
The finance minister would not be left out. He shot Dorian a pointed look.
Everything my colleagues offer can be bought. Do not be taken by their bait. In this world, money is still king.
The 4 bosses glared at one another. It had become a matter of pride. Dorian was positively giggling. We're here. We're at the last part of the plan. He hadn't expected to get half this far, to be honest. Now that he was here, he wasn't sure what to do. The offers had all gotten monstrous. Was he really about to jeopardize this by opening his big fat mouth? He thought for a moment. Yeah, I think I am. Because while this was all very nice, Dorian liked getting free stuff as much as anyone. What he liked more was being free to use that free stuff. For his own ends, that was. Not beholden to the plans of another. It was rather hard to build his own artificing and alchemical empire as a slave. This whole slave business was unsavory. Dorian had always chafed at collars. His runs were always bound by unspoken rules. that they had to be fun, and that they had to be done his way. Fun was the whole point, and beating his record in some boring, horrid slog as someone else's bitch was no fun at all, which was all to say that, even though it was only temporary, he'd really prefer to be rid of that slave clause. Now, after things had gotten this far, maybe he finally had the leverage to say something about it. This might not go over well, but today's been my lucky day. Why not try one last gamble? "Thank you all, truly," said Dorian with a smile. "These are all very generous offers, but what I'd really like is a slight variant on my terms of service. I'm imagining something closer to, say, a retainer than a slave. I'd be tied to your faction, sure, and happy to further your interests, but still free to do my own thing, too. I'd value this as much as a scale." He eyed the group. "So, any takers?" He knew instantly it was the wrong thing to say. It was like a frigid gale had swept over the crater. Everywhere he looked were stone faces. Their silence was even stonier. "Uh-oh." "I said you were cleverer," said the Oasis Lord, a soft edge to his voice, a serrated softness. "Perhaps I was mistaken. Are you trying to alter our agreement now?" Oops. Time to backtrack just a bit. "Not at all. It's not a demand. It's not a requirement. Think of it as merely an option to offer me." Dorian gave what he hoped was a winning smile. "I'm simply telling you a preference of mine. That's all. Should no one take me up on it, very well. But if there are any interested parties—" Dorian turned his gaze to the nobles. "Take the hint. I'll give such an offer special consideration." The silence stretched on. Thump, thump, thump went the beatings of Dorian's heart. Thump, thump, thump. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead with horrid slowness. Nobody was biting. Most of them were carving him up with glares. A few, mostly the nobles who had the most to gain, in theory, looked to be mulling it over. They were who Dorian had hoped to rope in with the offer. But no one said anything. Oh, come on. Pretty please? If he was enslaved, his plans went up in smoke. No wizard stick revolution, no mass-produced elixirs. He'd be not more than an old man's pawn. Someone! Anyone! "I shall do it," came a rasping wheeze. Yes, Dorian sagged with relief. But where had it come from? The nobles looked to one another, confused. So did the guild heads. There had been a sound, that much was undeniable. But who? It seemed to have come from Patriarch Ouyang, but the voice was much shriller, reedier. Even Ouyang seemed baffled. He glanced around him. Then he realized, horrified, that he was looking in the wrong place. He looked down. One withered old arm was wriggling out from under his plump behind. Beside that arm, gasping wetly for air, was a withered old head. Dorian blinked. Patriarch Sai! I totally forgot he existed. Dorian hadn't seen the man since he tried picking a fist fight with Patriarch Ouyang in the ruckus earlier, and promptly got sat on. He vanished like a mountaineer caught in an avalanche. Dorian sort of assumed that had been the end of him. But against all odds, he'd dug his way out. "One scale," wheezed the Patriarch, eyes veined with red. It took everything out of him just to say the words. "And you shall be given the same rights as a chosen of our clan, our best elixirs, manuals, treasures." Dorian breathed out. "Ooh, I like the sound of that." Patriarch Ouyang frowned. "Shut up!" He shifted his weight. Patriarch Sai's eyes bulged. For an instant his mouth curved into a valiant, defiant snarl, the sort one would find on a statue of a hero of myth. His expression seemed to say, "No, this is not how I go out. Not today, villain. I will not go quietly into the night. I shall fight with all I've got. Today shall be my Independence Day. That was all it managed before it, too, vanished from view once more. A beat, then Patriarch Fang sighed. "Ah, damn it all. So be it. I offer what our erstwhile friend Sai offered. I shall also tend to your lodging and to the lodging of whoever else you wish to bring along." Patriarch Ouyang kneaded his head, groaning. "Bah! Ugh! If this is the price of a hero, fine. I offer what Fang said, plus 100,000 lira, but that's as far as I can go."
I'll give you what he said, too," piped up Matriarch Shun. "And bridges, all the bridges you want, and my daughter's hand in marriage. She's got a face like a brick left out in the sun too long, true, but she's real good with her hands." It didn't seem like she knew what she was saying. She just didn't want to be left out. The Oasis Lord looked quite miffed at this sudden burst of competition. "Perhaps Matriarch Shun was right," growled the Lord. "You have grown far too bold, Io Rust. It was an act of extreme generosity to agree to your terms. Is this how you reward me? Do you call this fair?" A gruff voice cut in. "Ha!" It was the artificing head. He grinned craggy tombstone teeth at the Oasis Lord. "I see how it is. You agreed to his plan because you thought you already won. It was between you and Money Grubber over there from the start. The boy throws the rest of us a stick, and now you cry unfair. Get the fuck out of here." Dorian could have kissed the man. The artificing head rounded on Dorian. "You know what? I like your spirit, you little rascal. I'll throw you back a stick. Scratch the slave shit. New offer. We'll fund your wizard stick. You get 2 scales. Plus, you'll work under me as my apprentice. Directly. And you get all the rights this—" Wait. Dorian froze. Did I hear right? Did he say the word apprentice? The head, meanwhile, was busy grimacing at Cal. "What's the word? Give me a word. Something big. Important sounding." Cal frowned back. "Distinguished?" "That's right." He pointed a meaty finger to the heavens. "You get all the rights of this distinguished title. Our best metals, our best elixirs, our best spirit stones. We'll raise you like the guild's own fucking son. During the day, you're by my side. The rest, you go do your shit." Dorian felt faint. Not even in his wildest hopes had he expected to get this kind of deal. It didn't feel at all real. The Oasis Lord would never have given it. Neither would the finance minister nor the alchemist head. They were too shrewd for that. It took a simple man with simple whims to throw him something as stupidly generous as this. His mouth was dry. His tongue felt like a thick wad of cotton. Would he really go from nearly a slave to one of the most favored sons of the Oasis in one stroke? It seemed too good to be true. Most of today felt that way. The last time he had this feeling, he nearly died to a burst of hot pink air, and then nearly died again at the hands of Bin Hailong and his ornery lieutenants. His fortunes had reversed and unreversed and reversed again so many times in the span of a few hours that he was almost apprehensive. Is there some kind of cosmic catch? Some twist of fate? Surely not, right? The artificing head looked him square in the eyes. "Don't get greedy now. No negotiations. This is as good as it gets. My final offer, take it or leave it. What do you say, kid?" Interlude 3, 1. Northern Izod Desert. The battle was all but won. The Hailong Patriarch stood with his lieutenants around a hide-bound round table. One grimy lantern hung above them, swaying gently in the humid air. It threw sickly yellow light on a mess of maps, all littered with flags marking out the battlefield ahead. Outside there were 3 divisions of archers. There were 2 fleets of Azkan's most fearsome airships, monstrosities of plates and smoke which dwarfed the clouds in the sky.
There were thousands of men bearing Azcan steels, which gleamed like slicked blood in the ruddy dusk sun, all waiting at the ready, waiting for the Patriarch's orders. The Patriarch squinted out the tent flaps. In the far distance, a curl of pale smoke rose above the camps of his enemy. Even from here, the Patriarch made out torn-up tents and burnt-down stables, courtesy of the last Azcan artillery shelling. This Ugog army had less than half their number left. Their air forces, little more than a ragtag bunch of Vordor riders, were crushed by the Azcan fleet. Their foot soldiers rode on beasts, worms, and sand wolves, which broke against the well-oiled machine of the Azcan army. This horde of loose tribes, banded together, had wiped out 2 oases. The Patriarch could scarcely believe it. Theirs was a savage way of combat and an inferior one, a relic of a cruder time. No match for modern weaponry. First he'd beaten them back with fire and steel, then chased them hundreds of miles, picking off their squadrons, butchering their beasts in a grueling, moons-long campaign. Now he had them pressed up against a high plateau. He'd run them down at last, and they knew it, too. They'd halted their flight and formed up. It could mean only one thing. They were preparing for one last stand. The Patriarch had to admit he was pleased. He dared not let down his guard. This was only the Ugog 4th Army, after all, but first blood in any war was critical, and first blood was about to go decisively, brutally to the Azcan. The true test of the Azcan defenses would be the 1st Army. They were busy carving a bloody trail across the other oases. When they come, thought the Patriarch, mouth twisting in a grim shadow of a smile, we shall be ready for them. We know how to fight them, and more, we know how to destroy them. "First Lieutenant," he said, his voice a deep rumble, "are the preparations done?" "Aye, sire," said the lieutenant. He was bald, and a thick scar cutting across his mouth lent him a perpetual frown. But right now he was smiling as much as he ever did. "We're ready. Let us at this, savages." Patriarch Hailong nodded. "Then sound the first horn. We march when the sun meets the horizon." "Aye." The man gave a salute. He made his way to the entrance in military march, but as he loosened the strings and threw open the leather flaps, a blur barreled past him, collapsing to the sands. They all froze. The Patriarch frowned. It was a messenger, young, grimy, wild-eyed. This was most unusual. He should have announced his presence before entering. And how had he gotten past the guards?
"Sir,"
the boy cried, looking up.
"you need to see this."
"Now," said the Patriarch. "You've chosen a most inopportune time, courier."
We think they've chosen to surrender."
That gave them all pause.
"They've sent a man, a boy, not sure. Very strange,"
gasped the messenger.
"He's in between our camps. He came alone, and he's, well, we're not sure what it is he's doing. We think they've sent him to negotiate the terms."
The Patriarch blinked. "Very well. Take me to him." The messenger had spoken truly. There, smack dab between 2 war camps, was a lone boy. He was not their general, that much was obvious, but he was not even in emissary's robes. He was dressed in rags. The Patriarch scratched at his beard. What was this child doing in an army? The army didn't admit orphans or urchins or stragglers. There were no civilians here. Was this some local, somehow stumbled into conflict? But as far as he knew, this zone was uninhabited. Strange. Very strange. "To me, my honor guard," he called. 8 grizzled Earthrealm warriors decked in full gem-studded artifice armors answered his call. They marched out, silent except for the ringing clanking of metal. From out here, the Patriarch couldn't quite make out what it was the boy was up to. But as he got close, as he crested a dune, he saw. and it only perturbed him more. The boy knelt at a grave. He must have been at it for a while. It was almost complete, a loose ditch small enough to fit a child. At its head stood a single flower, its stem vibrant green, its silvery petals brushed with snow-white flecks. The patriarch had never seen such a thing in his life. To his side, the first lieutenant's brow squinted. "Don't," grunted the man. "Could be a trap." But the patriarch couldn't tear his eyes from the scene. There was something so arresting, so immediate, so peculiar. It called to him. He took another step, almost trance-like. "My lord," said this first lieutenant. "Your paranoia clouds your reason, Etho," muttered Patriarch Haylong. "Do you think a child on his knees can threaten me? Truly?" The man jerked his head. "Just a precaution. Why even bother with this? Can't we just wipe them out? A few well-placed airstrikes should do it." "Because we need not be savages," sighed the patriarch. "Perhaps they do intend to surrender. Let us hear what the boy has to say." The boy was small, thin, plain-faced, with short black hair like trimmed grass. There was not a single memorable feature on him except his eyes. They were big and round and full of tears, and under them were circles so dark they nearly seemed to be bands of rotted skin. He was kneeling by the grave, racked with gasping sobs, tears trickling down his cheeks. He must have been here a while. Hours, maybe. And the patriarch didn't know what to do. His lieutenants looked to one another, baffled. Here they were, decked in full plate, but where was the battle? Where were the negotiators? Where was the trap? The patriarch had half expected the ground to erupt under his feet, or perhaps a volley of hidden archers might pepper them with bolts. Nothing of the sort happened. They were alone, 9 of the desert's finest warriors, and 1 sobbing boy. Not an Ugok warrior, not a shaman, not a negotiator, just, inexplicably, a boy in the middle of nowhere. It made no sense, and yet there it was.
"Ho! Ugok warrior, what have you got for us?" roared the first lieutenant.
The patriarch almost yanked the man's hair out.
"What are you doing?" he hissed. "Were you recently struck on the head with a blunt object?"
The boy's head jerked up. Tears still stained his eyes. He looked slowly about him, soaking in the sight of the 8 armored men.
What?"
he croaked, swallowing. It was clear he hadn't a clue what was happening. The first lieutenant grimaced. His hand drifted to the hilt of his battle-axe. It never got there. The patriarch's grip held it firmly in place. A back and forth shot between them in a glance.
"Have you gone mad? Put that thing away. Ugok warrior, my behind. It's a child, for saint's sake. A confused, grieving child."
The lieutenant wrinkled his nose.
"It's a distraction, is what it is. I don't trust it. I say chop him down and be done with it."
"Absolutely not. Stand down. I will handle this." His lieutenant rolled his eyes, but backed off.
"Floor is yours."
Feeling silly, the patriarch knelt down by the boy. Their eyes met.
"I've felt it too, you know," said the patriarch softly.
"Huh?"
croaked the boy. "My first was my father, a champion duelist. Chozu of steel, they said, for his enemies could not so much as scratch him." The patriarch was happy to see he'd snagged the boy's attention. At least the child had stopped crying. For now. He stared up with those big, watery, curious eyes. "He was a big man, laughed big, lived big, loved big. Then one duel he got caught clean." The patriarch shook his head. "Spear through the eye. Gone. Like that. Probably didn't even feel it. I still remember his face, frozen in that moment, the look of utter shock to him. And I remember feeling that way too, as I knelt by his grave." He felt a lump in his throat. "He was the first of many. What I'm saying is, child, I know. Truly, I know. And I'm sorry." The boy sniffled.
Did it get any easier?"
The patriarch thought about lying. Then he sighed. "No, but you do become better at bearing it." The boy went back to crying. The rest of them stood there, awkward, baffled, waiting. The first lieutenant threw up his hands. "So, what now?" The patriarch held up a hand. 1 minute," he mouthed his next words. "The Ugok are trapped. We've got time to spare." The lieutenant rolled his eyes, but he still went back to his place. The rest of the honor guard glanced at one another, shrugging. "The patriarch's off on one of his whims again," said their looks. But Haylong didn't care. They were army men, but they could still have a damned heart, couldn't they? It took another few minutes for the boys' sobbing to stop.
"You know, it isn't the first time for me either," the boy said at last, looking up at the patriarch. His laugh was shaky, choked up. "But each time seems as hard as the first." The patriarch shook his head. He didn't know what to say. He settled on, "Yes, but there is nothing for it, I fear." He sighed. "Why did you come here, child?" If he didn't ask it, the first lieutenant might strangle him. He could feel the man's gaze boring a hole in his back. The boy blinked. He seemed befuddled. "I came to mourn." The patriarch looked back to his exasperated lieutenants and shrugged. The first lieutenant pinched his nose. "We're done here. It's smoke and nothing. Just some dumb lost kid. Saints, and to think we'd geared up for a Ugok surrender." He barked a laugh. Then he squinted. "Hey, kid, if you want to live, you have less than an hour to get the hells out of here. Can't you see this is a battlefield?" "What my friend means is," said the patriarch, shooting the lieutenant a glare, "this is no place to grieve. Let's get you back to your family. From where do you hail? A nomadic tribe, or do you dwell on the plateau?" The child's gaze met the sands. "My family's all dead," he said in a whisper. The patriarch stilled. "Hells. All?" "Yes," sniffed the boy. "Ma, Pa, little Maya, I miss them." Somehow the boy still hadn't seemed to grasp the severity of the situation. His lips trembled as he spoke. "I see them. I see Pa's big smile drawn in the stars. I see Ma's face in the crags of the moon. Sis loved to splash about in mountain springs. Sometimes I pretend every sinkhole is a spring pond. If I close my eyes and wish hard enough, maybe she'll come out and throw water in my face and laugh that tinkling laugh of hers and—" He swallowed. "Well, it doesn't help any, does it?" "By Johnny's ashes!" The first lieutenant threw up his hands. "Must we put up with this worm shit sob story any longer? We ought to be prepping for war." "Etho," said the patriarch, rounding on his lieutenant. "Shut the fuck up." Something in his face must have gotten through to the man. Etho shut the fuck up. Sighing, the patriarch turned back to the boy. He laid a hand on the boy's bony shoulder. "No, child," he said in as tender a voice as he could muster. "Don't scratch at the wound. Let the passing of time bind it up. It is the only way to stop the bleeding. It hurts, true enough, but it is the only way forward. We do what we must." A silence. Then the boy sniveled. Yes, I suppose so." With the back of his hand, he wiped at his cheek. It left a smudge of thick grime where the tears had been. I think I'm okay now. Thank you." "Good." The patriarch stood. He held out his hand, smiling. "What is your name, child?" And the boy smiled back. It was a sad smile, true, but it was also lighter, somehow. There was a hint of whimsy in it. It was the sort of smile you give when you're asked about a secret. "I go by many names," he said softly. "Which would you prefer?" Interlude 3, 2. The dying day bled out in furious reds and stark yellows. At the horizon, the sunset melted to a mournful violet as night crept up the sky. Assembled on a battlefield was a most curious scene. A patriarch, 8 warriors, and a child. A very peculiar child. Perhaps a little too peculiar.
sobbing, stranded in the desert, kneeling beside a grave. But the patriarch was touched, and so he reached out. He held out a hand. "What is your name, child?" he said. The boy smiled, blinking tears from his eyes.
"I have many names. Which would you prefer?"
"Whichever you would like to give," said the patriarch, smiling back.
The boy touched a finger to his lip, his brows scrunched. "My first name was Jez," he said. "It meant sunrise in my tongue. Here they call me Nijo. I think I like Jez better."
"All right, then," chuckled the patriarch. "Well, Jez, he of many names, whoever you've lost is with the Dweller. I'm sure they're proud of you."
Then the boy glanced up at him blankly. "Whoever I've lost?"
The patriarch shook his head.
"Must you make me say it?"
"The deceased," he sighed. "The one you bury." He gestured to the grave and frowned. He'd been focused on the boy, but now that he craned his head in for a closer look at the grave, he saw it all the way to its bottom. It was filled with naught but shadow. There was no body. Why dig an empty grave? A rush of nausea churned his stomach. The boy must have seen the look on his face.
"Ah,"
he said, blinking.
"I see. You misunderstand, I fear."
The boy stood, brushing the sand off his patchy cloth robes, and the feeling grew stronger. What was wrong with him? Perhaps he'd had bad oysters. The patriarch tried on a smile, tried to brush it off. "Oh, how so?" Then something else came to the patriarch. It was like he'd been viewing a scene through darkness all this time, and suddenly the lights flickered on. Things stood out to him, things he'd somehow missed all this time. This child had been out here, digging in the scorching heat. He must have been here for hours. Why was there not a single speck of sweat on him? The feeling knifed at his gut. Come to think of it, the boy's demeanor had changed now that he stood up. His chest straightened, his tears dried up. Something about his aura had gone from enfeebled, trembling, to nothing. Vanished. The boy didn't feel like anything or anyone at all. There was a shift in him, something subtle yet utterly drastic, and the patriarch could not quite put his finger on it. Then he took a step back, gasping. He saw what gave him pause. It was the face, the expression. It was no longer that of a child's. In those placid, watery eyes, in that soft, wistful smile, was an ageless serenity. All of the emotion had drained from him. This child looked at peace with himself, but not as children do. He looked how certain wise crones look when they have made peace with death, a very old look on a very young face. It felt deeply wrong. The patriarch was struck by a terrible instinct. It came from somewhere primal, deeper than bone, and he felt it in the same way an infant knows to flee from the serpent, despite never having seen one before. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to run. Preposterous. He shook his head, struggling to clear his mind. He, second only to the Lord himself in strength among all the oasis, spooked by a child of all things, a child who had shown no malice. Madness, utter madness. But he couldn't unsee the strangeness of it all. A boy kneeling alone, hundreds of li from the nearest plateau settlement. A flower the color of ice, sprouting lively from dead sands. An empty, shallow grave. "You see," said the boy softly, slowly, letting the syllables sway like hanged men in the hot air. "I do not weep for the past. I weep for what I am about to do." "Excuse me?" croaked the patriarch. There was that smile again. This time the patriarch was struck by the boy's eyes. So innocent, yet they held within them that ancient aura, that timeless grandeur he'd seen only in fossils of the old gods. His question came back to him, unbidden. Why dig an empty grave? Because you expect to fill it. An icy fist closed around the patriarch's heart.
"Please believe me when I say I take no pleasure in this," said the creature that called himself Jez. Those big watery eyes were still as the depths of the night sky. He smiled, and the worst thing about it was its innocence. He really meant that smile. He really was sorry, and yet his eyes were also as hard as cast iron. "It is as you say. We do what we must." The air was very still. Jez's finger touched the air, drawing a line. Where his finger passed, a weapon was unsheathed, like he'd drawn it from nothing at all. A blade whiter than white, older than time, incandescent in the light of the dusk. Azcan Oasis. The artificing head made an offer no one could beat, and everyone knew it. Or so they all thought. The finance minister bit his tongue. The alchemist had her head shunted to his side, eyes closed, arms crossed. She wasn't stepping in. Dorian brightened. Is this it? Apprenticeship, funding, and the full backing of the most powerful guild in the Oasis? The silence stretched on. Dorian had a feeling this was it. It was a hell of an offer, certainly better than he deserved. Then a grave voice cut in. "All right." Dorian's head snapped up. It was the governor who spoke. He stood there, arms clasped behind his back. He sighed. "I grow tired of this. Very well, child. You've forced my hand." Dorian tensed. Is he reneging on the agreement? Now? Surely. "I refuse to alter the slave clause," said the Lord. "I simply give you this as my final offer." He swept a stern gaze around the ring, as though daring anyone to challenge him. Then he spoke. 4 bloodline scales of the Evernight Basilisk." The man might as well have detonated a bomb in the center of the crater. No one said a word. Eyes popped, jaws hung from slack faces. It took everyone a second to register just what precisely the man had said. Even Dorian wasn't sure he heard right. 4 scales. 4? Just the chi alone from 4 scales would be enough to boost me to at least the early Earth realm. But that was nothing compared to the true benefit. 4 scales would grant me over 10% bloodline purity. Forget the Earth realm. That would meet the requirements to ascend to God's damned Sky realm. That was the highest realm in the lower planes, which meant that if Dorian said yes right here, right now, all he would need was chi. It would be a huge amount of chi, true, but as long as he chomped enough treasures, there would be no bottleneck between now and godhood. If he agreed to this, he was set. Shocked silence gripped the crater. All Dorian heard was the thump, thump, thump of his heart blasting in his ears. He had to think straight. He had to. But he was finding it rather hard, amid all the clamor in his head, amid that little inner goblin screaming at him, take it now, what are you waiting for?" He tried to sort out his thoughts. How much did he value his freedom? The loss of it would likely be temporary. This place wouldn't survive long anyway after the Ugok came through, right? And those scales, those damned scales. Sky realm, right there, within grasp. Godhood would be in striking range. Dorian gnashed his teeth. Damn! His inner goblin screaming bloody murder at him was making it hard, and Dorian was almost ready to give in to it. Almost. "So?" The Oasis Lord raised an eyebrow. "I await your decision, hero. What will it be?" Dorian forced open dry, cracked lips. He didn't even have time to complete the sentence, for a bald man had run headlong into the crater, bowling through the crowd, shoving citizens aside. His tunic, black embroidered with light blue, marked him out as a messenger. The Halong family crest was stitched on the robe's front. "Make way! Make way!" he cried. "Emergency! Emergency of the highest order! For General Bin Halong's ears only! Make way, damn you!" Dorian stared, speechless, as the man half-dashed, half-stumbled his way to a mystified Bin Halong. He whispered a few words in Bin's ear.
Bin's face turned a shade paler. He whispered a few more words, and Bin's face drained of blood. A few more, and his face was as white as the bones they hid. His mouth slowly drooped open. His eyes stared blankly at the air, wide and shivering, as though he was staring at some unspeakable horror only he could see. His thin body started to tremble. The man was an Earthrealm warrior, and he looked like he was about to faint. He staggered back a step, gasping, one hand clutching at his chest. It was so peculiar that, for just a moment, they all forgot about the auction. "Bin," said the Oasis Lord, frowning. "Are you all right?" Bin opened his mouth. No sound came out. He stood there, mouth hanging open, frozen except for his trembling.
"Speak to us, Bin," the alchemist head said. "What is it? If this is a ploy to disrupt the auction, it is an exceedingly ill-considered one," sniffed the finance minister, but even he looked disturbed. Bin's breaths rattled up and down his chest. His gaze whizzed about, face blotchy, somehow pale and flushed at once. His eyes settled on Dorian. Dorian felt like a criminal under a spotlight. "You!" roared Bin, thrusting a finger at him, and Dorian cringed, bracing himself for impact. Chi leapt to his fingertips. His bloodline powers thrummed under his skin. The general had been too mad for too long. He'd cracked. But what was with his face? Why did he look so torn? He'd developed an unseemly twitch up and down his brows, his cheeks, his quivering lips, his trembling eyes, spasming between expressions. The man looked like he wanted to storm off in a rage and break down in tears and beg for help all at once, and he couldn't decide which to pick. This was not the look of a man with murder in mind. If Dorian didn't know any better, he'd say it was the look of a beggar, a man at the end of his rope.
"You wanted to be treated like royalty," cried Bin Haylong. "Fine, you shall have it. I shall offer you the same treatment as a young master bound to the Haylong family."
Dorian could have fallen over then and there.
What the hell's is going on?
"You also get access to our best martial texts and 3 of our top-grade elixirs."
The entire crater was gaping openly at him now.
Dorian felt like he'd been struck by a hammer. Is this real? Has he gone insane?
30 seconds ago, the man had been so mad he didn't even deign to make an offer. 10 minutes ago, he nearly murdered Dorian then and there. What could possibly change his mind this much? Dorian swallowed. It was shocking beyond belief. Dorian would give him that. But, "General Haylong," he said, struggling to keep his voice even. "Thank you for the offer, but compared to those of the Guild Master and the Patriarch, it's simply not enough to—"
"I'm not done,"
roared Bin. The man stomped over to a pile of rubble. With a scream like the death throes of a dying animal, he smashed his hand into the mess. There was a deafening crack, a blast of scalding heat, and then the stones were rent apart. Sediment sprayed the air, a splattering of rock that had them all covering up. When Dorian dared look again, he was faced with a familiar sight. Bin Haylong held up a weapon.
"My last offering,"
he croaked, holding back tears.
"An artifact with the same powers as 3 scales of the Evernight Basilisk."
There was a chorus of gasps, then a storm of indignant cries, furious roars, shrill protests, all from the ranks of his own family. Even his own lieutenants looked scandalized.
"The Haylong family heirloom,"
continued Bin, ignoring them.
"A spirit weapon of unmatched power. I offer the single most fearsome weapon in all the desert, the weapon of our founder."
He took a shaky breath. His words came out in a whisper.
"The Haylong Javelin."
There it was, clutched in his 2 hands, as gorgeous as Dorian remembered the first time he'd seen it in the chamber. Its head was one huge fang, stark white, shining like the crescent moon on a clear night sky. One look, and Dorian knew that thing could gore any creature on this plane. It was attached to a rope of inky midnight, curling up to another, smaller scale at its tail. It served as a handle of sorts, completing the look.
A spirit weapon, and a hell of a weapon at that. A weapon that grew as its user grew. A weapon that would only be stronger the earlier you got it. In this plane, at this stage in a run, once Dorian got his hands on it, grew it, modified it, customized it, made it his very own roaming dart of ivory death. In that moment, Dorian could not name a single thing in this oasis, nay, in this plane, worth more to him. His mind had gone utterly blank. He could hardly believe what was happening. He couldn't stop staring at the thing. The bone winked white, as though it spilled starlight into the world from some higher plane. He had to have it. He had to. If he wasn't thinking straight before, now he could hardly muster a coherent thought. He was quite certain he was openly drooling. "On one condition," said Ben. Anything at all. Name it, fool. It's yours."
"You swear to wield this weapon, to vanquish the Ugok threat,"
screeched Ben, eyes shot with blood, angry purple veins bulging out of his neck. Dorian froze. "Say what now?"
"You promise on your soul not to rest until every last one of those fuckers is dead."
Okay, I was wrong. Apparently there was still one thing in this world, just one thing that might stop Dorian from saying yes on the spot, that could give Dorian even a moment's pause, and the General had named it. 110. Splendid Weaponry 1.
"You swear to wield this weapon, to vanquish the Ugok threat,"
screeched Ben, eyes shot with blood, angry purple veins bulging out of his neck. Dorian hesitated. What to do? There was a fruit in the upper realms called the Ulkran fruit. It was akin to a big, juicy blueberry which smelled like sweetest honey on softest winds. Its skin glistened in sleet or rain or sun alike, and it tasted divine. Its tart skin sealed flesh so delicious no words could do it justice. To taste the Ulkran, it was said, was to feel the single greatest pleasure open to any creature, man or god. It also killed whoever ate it, hollowed out that person from the inside, and made them its zombie. It was an S-tier devil fruit, a parasite which made a sport of killing gods. Some poisons are sweet to the tongue and the eye. As he stared down Ben Halong's offer, Dorian felt like he was looking at an Ulkran fruit. An image popped to mind. A sea of beasts, worms and vordors and sandwolves and drakes of all sizes and power levels crashing through the oasis walls, trampling hordes of its wailing citizens. Then there was Nijo, wielding those golden, God-given powers, blasting through the city. Hardly appetizing. But Dorian looked to his choices. First, the Oasis Lord, who gave him a stern squint. Second, the artificing head, who gave him a toothy grin. And third, to Ben, who looked at Dorian the way a starving, caged animal looks at rotting meat. Ben wasn't happy about any of this, but given the circumstances, the man was far beyond caring. All three offers would tie him to the Oasis. He'd be forced to confront the Ugok armies one way or another, but Ben's would put him most directly in the line of fire. Ben's offer was also the best by far. A spirit weapon of the finest caliber in this realm. 3 scales worth of essence stored in that gorgeous thing, and he'd be treated like a young master. The only hang-up was the specter of imminent death. Dorian still remembered that Pearl boy, almost certainly one of Nijo's agents, with that same gold mark on him as Nijod had. He also remembered nearly getting a hole blasted in his soul by whatever golden god or gods Nijo dealt with back in that tournament. A good rule of thumb for mortals: don't fuck with gods. Don't fuck with factions backed by gods. But Dorian's eyes glinted, a familiar mischievousness tickling at him again. Since when had he been one for rules?
He glanced around the smoking ruins, the hunks of melted steel and blackened stumps of stone littering the crater. The main Halong estate was in shambles, true, but its main forces were still undamaged. This was the military family of the Oasis. It likely had hundreds of men at its disposal, and Dorian had the know-how to arm them. He would forge his staffs. He would make elixirs that were miracles by this realm's standards. Yes, yes, he could stock this place with the weapons of a new age. They might have had a god on their side. Dorian looked at his hands and grinned. But we do too, don't we? He looked to Bin Halong. His grin turned fierce, and he nodded. I accept your offer. Mission: defend the ludicrously outmatched fortress against a beast tide that is literally backed by godly powers is a go. Dorian hummed. Admittedly, the name could use some work. Through a blur of choking dust clouds and throbbing, head-splitting pain, Kaya managed to stumble her way home. She didn't remember half the journey. It had all happened in some dazed haze. Only once she'd sagged into the tent, felt the rough grits of sand shoring up her knees, stinging at the bloody scrapes there, did she heave out a long, slow sigh. She closed her eyes. It felt like her body had been holding back a day's worth of fatigue. Now it crashed on her all at once, dragging at her eyelids, her thoughts, her horribly sore arms and legs. She felt like she was about to unwind, fall apart, drift off into dust clouds then and there. She was too tired to even cry. Today made no sense. None at all. She was so damned sick of all this churn, this bustle, that weird super golden glow power, that big stick of light in the sky, getting knocked out. Twice? She winced. Even thinking right now was like trying to swim through oil. She let out a low, soft groan. Hey, sis, good news. There was a shadow in the peachy murk of the door. Her eyes widened. Io, she gasped. Yup, said the shadow, chuckling. Her grinning brother stepped into the tent. I'm back. Shame, I know. Anyhow, Oof! He was cut off by her smothering him in a tackle hug. She took a long, deep, dragging breath. She dragged in another, gasping. She felt silly as hells, clinging to her kid brother like she was the younger sis. Somehow it felt like the one thing that made any kind of sense. She sniffled. Io was here. Solid, real, here, with her in this damned mess. It was going to be okay. She was going to be okay. Pulling back, she took him in again. She blinked. Something about him seemed off. His skin was brighter, maybe, cleaner, his hair blacker. Then she put a finger on it. It was his aura, streaming out of him like he was a lively hearth, the aura of the profound. This little rascal ascended again? Who was she kidding? A tired smile tugged at her lips. It was Io. Of course he did. She had no clue what to say. Should she tell him what had happened to her? Or ask what had happened to him? Or ask about that crazy storm? She settled on hissing, Where were you? That, said Io, wincing, is a long story. I'll tell it to you later. Suffice it to say, I'll be making a few more breakthroughs than expected tomorrow. For now, all you need to know is I got us housing in the city. It's a lovely place, smack dab in one of the Halong estates. Quite a nice area, if I do say so myself. His face froze. Then it went utterly still. His eyes latched onto her hand. What? He said slowly. Is that? Huh? Kaya followed his gaze. Oh! On the back of her hand there was a faint etching. She hadn't even felt it. How had that gotten there? She tried wiping it against her tunic, but it wouldn't go. She rubbed it harder, but only managed to smudge the back of her hand with grease and dust. It was stuck there, stubborn, like it was part of her skin itself. Two weird little gold circles stuck together. Huh. She could have sworn she saw that symbol before. Then she looked back to Io and yelped. His jaw was clenched tight as a fist, his eyes stark and staring. The look was so intense, so furious, the blackness of his pupil seemed to burn in the dim dusk light. She'd never seen him this mad. Ever. The shift was so sudden it felt like a slap in the face. "Nisho," he breathed. "Bastard!" He snatched her wrist. She flinched as he ran a finger over it, muttering, then bringing it to his face and picking it apart with his eyes. She gaped. His face had gone totally rigid, mouth set in a harsh, snarling arc, cheeks flush with boiling rage. For a second it was like she was seeing someone else, like he'd been possessed. Her brother was a sweet, gentle, fun-loving soul. Where had this come from? He almost looked like some kind of demon. She dared not move before he did. She barely dared to breathe. And he didn't move for a time. Thinking back on it later, it might not have even been enough time for a tea kettle to boil, but in the moment it felt like the whole night had passed before he let her go. He started to laugh, a sneering, lilting sound. He looked out to the starry sky. "Is this your idea of a peace offering?" he whispered. "A sign? A bribe? Humph! Sneaky little prick. How dare you touch what's mine?" "What?" croaked Kaya. She was still rooted to the spot. She still couldn't scrub that face from her mind. Those eyes, burning with black. Io turned around, smiling. It was like the whole thing had been one long joke. His rage had vanished in an instant, like it hadn't been there at all. "Don't worry, it's safe." "What?" croaked Kaya again. "Ah!" He blinked. Then he drew up to her, gently taking her hand and looking her in the eye. Soft, warm, black eyes, caring eyes. His brow furrowed, lips trembled. He looked worried, really worried. "Oh, gods, did I frighten you?" Kaya stared at him. Maybe she'd imagined it. Maybe she'd made something much worse than it was. She was really, really tired. And she had gotten hit on the head a whole bunch. She said. He winced, looking chagrined. "Drat, I'm really sorry about that. I got scared and angry. I thought..." He swallowed. "I thought someone was trying to hurt you." "Oh," mumbled Kaya. "Oh, that changed things. That made sense. Of course." A little warmth bubbled in her chest. Then she felt a stab of guilt. She cringed. Her sweet little brother possessed by a demon? What was she thinking? She really had been hit too hard. "It's okay," she said. He didn't look convinced. "I'm okay. Really, it's not okay. I shouldn't have grabbed you like that," he sighed. "I just needed to make sure. You seem to have been... how should I put this? I think you've entered into a contract." Kaya swallowed. "What?" she said again, feeling very stupid. "Contract? With who?" "Well, it's hard to say," said Io. "The important thing is that it's a blessing, not a mark. If it were a mark, you'd essentially be a slave, like our friend Pearl. But yours is one way, and you can give it up any time. Just..." He grinned weakly. "Not by scratching it, dummy." She didn't even bother questioning how he knew it. The first dozen times she did. Now she'd somehow grown used to it. He just knew things. That was the way he was now, all-powerful and important and stuff. She used to think she knew every nook and cranny of him. Now huge parts of him were way beyond her. Sometimes talking to him made her feel very silly, like she was a toddler asking a patient adult to explain super obvious things. Things that she somehow just didn't know. "So," she said. She felt that way now. What do I do now?" Io shrugged. "Well, you can use it. Some of these things can be quite useful. Or don't bother with it. Whichever. Do tell me if anything changes, all right? If someone tries to contact you through it, please let me know." Kaya looked to her hand, then to him again. Why couldn't one thing that happened today, just one, make a lick of sense? Why would anyone do this to me? Do they just give these out? Oh, heavens, no, Io laughed warmly. That took a lot of effort and planning to do, believe me. More than you could ever know. As to why they marked you, well, who knows? He tapped his chin. If I had to guess, it's two things. First, as a gift. It's a peace offering from them to me. But it's a little like this fruit from the upper... Never mind. Basically, they also marked you to remind me that they can get at you. It's a subtle reminder that I have weaknesses. He snorted, looking to the night sky once more. Or so they think. Kaya didn't even try to make any sense of that. I think I'm a nod off, she mumbled. Her brain felt like a clogged latrine. Oh, of course. You do that. You've got a big day ahead of you. Io waved her off. Among other things, the tournament's first round starts tomorrow, and with recent news I expect you'll hear of soon, I expect they'll ratchet up the stakes to match. He grinned. You'll do well, sis. I just know it. 111. Splendid Weaponry 2. Morning found the Halong estate in shambles. It was as though a giant spoon had scooped a chunk out of the middle, leaving naught but charred slumps behind. There were cringing hunks of steel welded together by the cool night air. There were crushed artifacts. There were bookshelves flipped on their heads, their insides crisped brown. Broken pillars studded the land, and mounds of crushed glass shored up the mess. The two towers, which made the bulk of the estate, still stood, which was lucky. They had too much steel in them to totally bowl over, but they still looked shabby as hells. Their insides had been scraped clean by the purple air, their windows blown open, and segments of stone sagged out of the walls. Dorian whistled as he sauntered along the camp. Already they were rebuilding. A swarm of servants and soldier, mostly bald, muscle-bound labor folk, milled to and fro, driving steel carts loaded with thick metal sheets, hammering nails into place, barking orders. Dorian smiled. So he'd joined a troubled family, but it's okay. He was here to help rebuild. "Keep it up, fellas," he called, smiling to a passing troop of workers. A dozen bald heads glared at him as one. It looked like a very angry basket of eggs. Oh, right. I was the one who caused all this, wasn't I? This one really couldn't be blamed on him. How was he to know this plane had some hidden quirk of fate? Dorian scratched his chin as he went. He wasn't used to being a part of something. Teamwork wasn't his thing. Having minions was his thing. Nor was he used to cleaning up his own messes. Usually his plans were designed so someone else would have to deal with those pesky things. That was the implicit deal he'd made with the world. He took the shits, everyone else did the wiping. Now he'd been forced into an altogether less fun kind of deal, a deal with General Bin Halong, who he was on his way to meet. The man had insisted on a meeting at first light, something about a briefing. The typical military nonsense, delivered in stern bark, which, Dorian assumed, was supposed to convey that the man was not to be trifled with. "Do not come late," Bin had said. "The matters I have to discuss with you are of utmost importance." At Dorian's nonplussed look, "I do not say this lightly, child. You are bound by your duty to the clan to obey." So here he was. He came to a stop at the center of the pit, where Bin was snarling orders at a host of men in uniform. They wore fancy, thick-brimmed caps, and their uniforms had so many medals on them Dorian could barely see the fabric beneath. Very important people. Probably his second-in-command and officers and so forth. Bin stopped as soon as Dorian came into view. "Dismissed," he snapped. "Off with you lot. Go!" A flurry of salutes, a stammering of boots, and they were left alone. "Follow me," said Bin, his perpetually narrow eyes even narrower. Bin led him to a perfectly square box. Its outsides were plated steel, run over with gold etchings, a massive artifact brimming with arrays. By the runes inscribed on it, among them symbols for silencing and blocking, Dorian could guess at its workings. It was a black box, no sound in, no sound out. Wordlessly, they stepped in, and Ben sealed the door behind him. Up until the moment the doorframe touched the wall, Dorian could still hear the outside world, muffled but audible. Then the door slid into place, and it was like all sound was turned off. He was jarred by the silence. If not for the sounds of his breathing, he would have thought he'd gone deaf. So I was right. The inside was as boring as the outside. There were 2 stools and a lamp, all steel, no windows. The walls were carved with the same gold runes. "So," Dorian started.
"Halt!"
cried Ben. His eyes ricocheted across the room, watering frantic red.
"Not safe!"
He slapped a button on the walls. The runes flared like throbbing veins, then sank into the walls. The quiet reigned once more. Dorian got the sense that a war horn could have blared right outside, and they wouldn't hear a thing. Ben's eyes scrunched shut.
"The Patriarch is dead."
A pause. "Excuse me?" Dorian blinked. "Which patriarch, pray tell? Surely you can't mean—"
"I do."
Ben pinched the bridge of his nose.
"The patriarch of my family, the Haylong, and now yours also. The entire First Army of the Azcan Oasis, too. Gone. Like that."
Dorian's smile slunk off his face as Ben's words sank in. Dorian squinted at him. Is he serious? The man's face was serious as stone. Dorian wasn't sure the man had made a joke in his entire life. "Might I ask, how the hells is that possible?" said Dorian slowly. "Are you certain of it? Wasn't the war effort going well?"
"It was,"
said Ben, his eyes squeezed painfully shut, teeth grinding.
"And then it wasn't. In the course of a day. I am as certain as I am of anything. I checked his lifeline artifact this morning. Cold."
Dorian stared at him, scarcely trusting his ears. "Are you telling me that the leader of the clan I just got roped into, the pillar of the military who led this whole damned war, is dead?" He felt like a husband in an arranged marriage, lifting up his supposedly lovely bride's veil, only to see a face ridden with warts and rotting teeth. "What the fuck?"
"Indeed," said Ben dryly. "Which is why I bid for you."
He clasped his hands behind his back.
"I don't like you. In fact, I find you a stuck-up prick. You have a maddening disrespect for the law. You flout authority. You talk back, and your face is stupid."
Ben sighed.
"However, I had no choice in the matter. Don't you see?"
A spasm ran up his cheek.
"If I did nothing, this would mean the end of the Haylong, perhaps the Oasis."
Dorian twitched. His morning optimism was quickly going up in smoke.
"If you truly are a hero," said Ben, "now is the time to live up to it."
Dorian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was true, this changed everything. He could hardly get a feel for the scope of this news. It was the mental equivalent of trying to hug an enormously fat man. He was having a great deal of trouble wrapping his mind around it. He really wanted it to be untrue, which was, weirdly, how he knew it was probably true. "Okay," he said, scattered thoughts streaming about his head, plans rejiggering in real time. This would really need some deeper thought. He'd need to fix a lot of things. But the first step was obvious. "Time to evacuate," he declared. "Let's get the hells out of here. If something could wipe the Patriarch and his army out that fast, we're definitely screwed. If we start now, we could be out of here in a week's time."
"Unthinkable!" snapped Ben, red-faced. How dare you suggest such a—"
He cut himself off with a groan. Then he began massaging his temples.
Never mention such nonsense to me again, he whispered. Run, like sniveling rats. Never. I would not stand for it. No one in the oasis would stand for it. This has been our home for generations. We defend what is ours. It is our way. That is the way of my father, and his father before him. Flee! Ha! I would sooner die. Dorian cursed inwardly. Crap. Pride and honor, back at it again, culling the gene pool since the dawn of man. Besides, I suspect tomfoolery, said Ben, nose held high. Perhaps they lured the patriarch into the trap, say the lair of a spirit beast king, and ambushed him there. Clearly the man was even deeper in denial than Dorian. He couldn't wrap his mind around the fact that apparently some troop of Ugok savages had roundly trounced his family's most mighty army. It had to be trickery, apparently. Seeing his self-delusion only made Dorian more resigned to reality. This really is going to happen, isn't it? And just when things were looking up. Blast! Ben cleared his throat. They shall find we will not be so easily cowed on our home grounds. But Dorian could tell Ben didn't totally believe his words. There was a trembling energy to him, a stiffness of the jaw, a herky-jerkiness to his every move. He'd never admit it, but the man was scared shitless. Also, we have you, hero. He leveled an expectant, desperate look at Dorian. What say you? Have you any thoughts on the matter? I've paid handsomely for you, as you well know. I expect better ideas than to flee like craven mud spawn. Dorian rubbed at his chin. At first glance, they seemed totally screwed. On second glance, they still seemed totally screwed. Shit. The Halong Patriarch was at the very least a peak Earthrealm fighter. To wipe him and his army out without a trace took more than even a Skyrealm fighter. It likely took divine might, the powers of a god, to even have a hope of matching that. To start, they had to get those wizard staffs into production immediately, and more. Fine, I do have another idea, said Dorian at last. A good one. Well, as good as you'll get, at least. Spit it out. I've designed a weapon that'll let anyone, from the mightiest general to the lowliest street urchin, down a profound realm beast at no cost to their own reserves, so long as we can procure the spirit stones, that is. Think of it as a rapid-fire cannon for the masses. Oh? Ben's brows shot up. That's quite the claim. Can you prove it? Of course. The designs have already been tested in the Artificers Guild. We can begin production immediately. For a few seconds, Ben gaped openly. Truly? Dorian could see it in the man's eyes. He wanted to believe. Why hadn't you mentioned this before? This could change the course of the war. It can, said Dorian, quirking a smile. Imagine, you could add thousands of fighters to your ranks in an instant. You could wield every man, woman, child even. It would transform the defenses, like that. Dorian saw Ben's face light up. He didn't bother to let the man down. He strongly doubted it'd be nearly enough to match whatever the hells Nijo and his band had on hand. Dorian would likely need to pull a lot more crap out of his ass for that. But it was a start, at least. It was something. Ha! Ben beamed. Ha ha! He swept up to Dorian and clasped him firm on the shoulders, which felt like being clamped by iron tongs. Child, I'll admit I've had my many doubts. But if this is true, you shall be worth every lira I've spent on you. Every last one. This is superb news. Simply superb. What are we waiting for? To the forges. Demonstrate it for me this instant. All right. I'm glad to be of use, but let's slow down a little, shall we? Dorian wriggled free of the grip and took a step back. He cleared his throat. All of this can be done in the afternoon. For now, I have the first round of the tournament to prepare for. Ah, yes, the tournament. That is of great import. Ben crossed his arms. Fine, the weapon can wait a few hours, no more. Return immediately after you are done. Understood?" Dorian nodded, all serious-like.
"You have my word." Dorian got the feeling both of them knew just how much Dorian's word was worth, but Ben chose to glare at him rather than press him on it.
"Very good," Ben grunted. "About the tournament, then, there is something you should know."
Ben leaned in conspiratorially.
"The Oasis Lord has been briefed on the issue of our patriarch. He's already begun taking the necessary measures, opening the Azcan reserves, drumming up recruitment, funding our family and the like, whatever it takes to bolster the war effort, including raising the stakes of the tournament."
"The tournament is the Oasis's way to reward its best talents, right?" Dorian nodded. "Makes sense."
"Indeed," Ben breathed. "What I am about to tell you is strictly confidential. This year, the prizes shall be drawn from the Azcan reserves themselves, which hold some of the Oasis's most valuable treasures, collected across centuries. They say there may even be relics of the old gods in those depths, though I have not been given the privilege of seeing them."
He leaned in farther, giving Dorian an eyeful of his hawkish nose.
"Do not take this lightly. War or no war, the competition shall be fierce. Some of the competitors are the elite of the Oasis. I speak of warriors deep into the Earth realm, while you are merely at the gates of Profound, and you represent the Haylong now."
One long, bony finger jabbed Dorian in the chest.
"Do not fuck this up."
"I see." Dorian nodded. He grinned, flashing his usual dumb confidence. "Don't you worry. First prize is as good as ours."
"First?"
Ben barked a laugh.
"Did you not hear a word I just said? You won't sniff first. Young Master Yun has trounced Grand Elders in duels, and that Shen bastard's been in the Earth realm since his balls dropped. Don't embarrass yourself, that's all I ask."
"All right, I get it. Relax." "I won't," said Dorian, rolling his eyes. "But I'll need a few things from you before the first round starts."
"Name them."
He raised a finger. "1, the javelin. The first round is at noon. I intend to have fused with it." Dorian paused. "Oh, right, I haven't told you. I'm actually one of the few people in this realm who successfully imbibed the Evernight Basilisk bloodline." Ben just stared at him, unblinking, for a long while. At last he licked his lips.
"Yes, I suspected as much, though I hardly dared believe it," he sighed. "Why else would you ask for so many scales? And yet it still sounds implausible to hear it said aloud."
"Ah, great. We can skip over the whole shock, denial, proof, more shock cycle, then, and get to the point. I'd like to fuse with the weapon. As per our soul contract, you'll deliver it to me now." Ben sighed.
"Of course, I honor my bonds. You'll have it. What else?"
"Housing for me and my sister."
"Simple. Done."
"Excellent. That's all. Is this briefing over?" Ben frowned.
"Well, I suppose."
"Go on, then. The javelin, if you please." Dorian rubbed his hands gleefully. "Oh, I can hardly wait." Ben glared at him. Clearly the man wasn't used to being dismissed.
"Wait here."
He threw open the door and was gone. Morning light poured in through the open doorway, and through it Dorian saw the steaming mess that was the Haylong estate. He took a slow, long breath. There was a hell of a lot of prep to do if they were to stand a chance. He wasn't even sure this oasis would have all he needed. He'd have to get real creative. But hey, what else was new? Time to get to work. 112. Splendid Weaponry 3. Streaks of golden sunlight slipped in through the tent flaps. Kaya yawned, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes, and stretched. Then she stilled. She expected to feel sore, but she didn't. At all. Her head was a clear blue sky. She was positively thrumming. Her body was light as can be, coursing with hearty morning vigor. She stood and inspected her arms, then her legs.
The skin there was smoother than she'd ever remembered it. Weird. She checked out her hands, her knees, her feet. Everywhere she looked was hale and clean and smooth, not a freckle, spot, or blemish on her, like the skin of a baby. She gasped. Then she dashed over to the tabletop, snatched up the obsidian plate there, and saw her dark reflection. Saints, I look good. Grinning, she flexed an arm. She struck a pose like a warrior goddess heroically spearing some heinous fiend, and she damn well looked the part if she did say so herself. She blinked. She'd been down on herself so long, this sort of thinking felt awkward, like stretching a leg that had fallen asleep. And today was the first round of the tournament, too. It was a darned pity she'd get all scratched up again in just a few hours. No, no, no. She flicked herself in the temple. Bad, Kaya. She made a mean face and made damn sure she saw it in the mirror. It was a very serious face to show herself she meant business. No pouting. Not today. She curled a hand into a fist and breathed in deep. I will win this round, she declared. Yeah, that's the spirit. Happy thoughts only. She glared at the girl in the mirror. Whatever dumb goon they throw at me, I'll mash his face in so bad even his mama won't recognize him. She grinned, bouncing on her feet. Now she was amped up. Setting the plate down, she noticed a note on the table. It was from Io. I've got some work in the city. Be back before noon for the first round. Wait for me. Short and sweet. She set it down, still grinning. Perfect. She'd spend the next few hours warming up. Then she saw the mark on the back of her hand. Her grin froze. This damned thing. It was still here, and she still had no idea what it was. A contract, whatever that was supposed to mean, was what Io had called it. She squinted at it and tried rubbing it with a thumb. It didn't so much as smudge. A memory flashed to mind, warped and foggy, like a half-remembered dream. Her, kneeling in a pond of blood, surrounded by the crushed bodies of fallen rats. She remembered laughing. She cringed. Was that really her? She still couldn't believe it. Maybe it had been a dream. She liked hitting things, sure. She liked breaking things. She didn't like hurting people, right? Not like that, anyway. It felt really, really wrong, but also kinda right, in a weird, twisted way. She shivered. Whatever it was, she was damned sure this weird gold mark had something to do with it. She glared at it. Best not to think about the damn thing, or touch it. Whatever the hell's this contract was, she didn't care. She'd pretend it didn't exist. She'd pretend she couldn't even see it. She marched out the tent flaps, chin held high. She'd go about things how she always did, and win how she always won, with her own 2 fists. As she went, the rising sun bathed her hand in bright orange-yellow. Caught in the light, the golden infinity almost seemed to wink. Dorian stood at the center of what looked like a ritual to summon a demon. He glanced around him, exasperated, as workers daubed the ground with thick lines of looping silver, making a loose circle. It was an array formation. It had one purpose: to protect. Not to protect him from the outside as he made this crucial breakthrough. No, it went the other way. It was meant to protect them from him. Is this really necessary? Sighed Dorian. Ben scowled at him.
After what happened to this estate the last time you broke through, you have no right to question any precaution I take. I'll take no chances. Hey, you, moron!
He kicked a nearby worker who squealed, nearly dropping his brush.
Thicker, dolt!
Dorian rolled his eyes. He glanced at the loose circle of workers, Haylong family, and soldiers gathered about him. A cultivation breakthrough was usually a private affair, done in seclusion, perhaps a sealed cave or underground chamber. This setup, on the other hand, was like having a crowd of onlookers when you're trying to take a shower. Most people would have felt self-conscious. Of course, Dorian was not most people. He grinned and took a bow. "Enjoy the show, friends," he called. Minutes later, the workers were done. They scampered off. In came Ben, hefting a case of black snakeskin. He clicked open the latch, set it at Dorian's feet, and nodded stiffly.
"Begin on my command," he said archly, and marched out of the circle.
He snapped his fingers.
"Ready the stones."
"Ready,"
yelled a worker, saluting.
"Activate!"
roared Ben. All around Dorian, a veil of silvery light streamed upward, flowing into a glistening, silk-like dome. Dorian felt like a bug trapped under liquid glass. Ben clasped his hands behind his back.
"It's done. Do as you wish, boy."
Dorian had begun unbuckling the latch before he'd finished speaking. He threw open the case, and a jade glow poured out. A hefty aura blasted Dorian like a midsummer gale, driving the air from his lungs, but he'd braced for it. He managed to stay on his feet. The rope javelin was coiled snug in a plush bedding. Dorian licked his lips. Damned beauty. Weapon fit for an emperor, this one. He gingerly clasped it, one hand at each end, one at the fang, one at the handle, letting the chain hang in between. It felt like reaching his hand into a dying hearth and clasping the embers. Weighty, icy embers. He winced. It scalded him. Not his hands, but in a realm beyond the physical. It was shockingly heavy, too. A mortal would not be able to pick up so much as a link of its great chain. If he dropped the whole thing, the impact would shiver the crater. Best to do it fast. He closed his eyes, letting the darkness drop over him. Then, calling his mind to full focus, he groped about in the darkness of the mind. In his mind's eye he saw it, a glowing presence. In his hands he felt it, this icy smoothness gripped tight between his fingers. But to fuse with a spirit weapon, he needed to embrace it with his spirit, to coax it into the space of the self. He frowned, linking the feelings in his hands and the vision in his mind. The sensations, so disparate yet so equal, coalesced until the two were made one. There was a pleasant thrumming, a resonance of aura, a rightness in the act. He knew it was true. Gently, with mind and hand alike, he tugged. The weight of it left his fingers in an instant. The javelin dropped easily into him, or more accurately, his spirit. Dorian ignored the chorus of gasps. He tracked it in the space of his mind. It sank into his spirit sea the way a dense stone drops down a deep, lightless well, slowly and in utter silence. He measured the time in heartbeats. 1, 2, 3. It hit the bottom. It met the mouth of the sea, where the essences of its brethren, the other scales which made Dorian's bloodline, lay nestled, tirelessly infusing Dorian's chi with that precious bloodline essence, and it claimed its spot among them. There was no explosion, no earth-shattering blast of chi. Instead, bloodline essence gushed into him like a fresh geyser sprung in a shallow lake, fresh and wonderful and chock-full of vitality. The chi in his sea, his chi, was tinged black before. Now an inky blackness crept into his sea, giving swaths of his chi the look of a liquid made of thick shadows. Soon it would convert all of it, and its integration would be complete. Already he could feel it within him. It was a part of him, like that, like it had been there all along, the way a man feels a severed limb reattached. Fresh, foreign chi flowed from it, too, mixing with the waters of Dorian's spirit sea, adding to it. Level up. Spirit sea saturation, 14% to 23%. At full saturation, which meant his sea was totally at capacity, the profound realm was complete. Dorian let out a happy sigh. His spirit sea was heaven-grade. It held far more chi than most, which meant that on pure chi volume, he could already compete with most of this place's Earth Realm warriors. Level up. Bloodline density 3% to 8%. Level up. Spirit weapon gained. Heilong javelin. Spirit property. Infinite chain.
So long as the user has chi to spare, the javelin chain expands as long as the user wills it. Level up. Weapon technique, Shadow Strike, level 0 to 1. The fang enters a shadow and emerges from any other shadow in its vicinity, surprising the enemy. There was that rush of giddy joy, that feeling like his soul had caught on fire, that singular sense of aliveness which came with each breakthrough. Dorian let out a happy sigh. Then the system descriptions, etched into the javelin by its maker, shimmered across Dorian's mind. He read them. Then he sucked in a sharp breath. Ooh, really now? That technique. The possibilities were already flooding his mind. Dozens of combat scenarios flitted in the darkness behind his eyelids. He could see himself crafting his new fighting style already, a swift, fast-flowing blitz of shadows in speed and venomous sharpness. Light steps and heavy strikes intertwined. Oh, my. He was buzzing with eagerness. It had been a mistake. A huge mistake to give someone like him a weapon as delicious as this. This realm wouldn't know what hit it. His eyes shot open. He grinned ear to ear. Let's test this baby out, shall we? 113. Splendid Weaponry 4. When Dorian opened his eyes, he found, to his annoyance, he couldn't quite let loose. Yet. First, there was the array hemming him in, but more annoying, he appeared to be surrounded by people. The crowd had filled out. It had mostly been workers before, but now its ranks swelled with hay-long robes. There were young acolytes and gray-bearded elders and balding enforcers, their heads sculpted with draconic tattoos. There were even batches of little boys and girls pressed up to the front of the crowd, craning over one another for a better look at him. And almost every last one of them was sneering or glaring or scowling at him. Suspicion drifted from them like a stench of rot. Apparently, Dorian had inspired a hay-long family reunion. By the size of the crowd, this must be most of them. They'd come to see the guy who destroyed their house and snatched their heirloom treasure, all in the span of a day. If the Haylongs were like any other noble family Dorian knew, half of them hated the other half's guts, but a shared dislike of something else has a funny way of bringing people together. "So," said Bin. His arms were crossed. The frown on his face was cross. "Will you get on with it?" Dorian blinked. "With what?" "The breakthrough," snapped Bin. "I've not got all day, child." "Huh? Dorian blinked again. Oh, I see. His breakthrough was subtle. There was no explosion, no great shower of chi, not even a pulse. It all happened within. Outwardly, Dorian had been frowning for minutes for seemingly no reason at all. The only weird thing was the javelin suddenly vanishing, but it could have simply gone into his interspatial ring. To others, it probably looked like Dorian had stage fright, or he was stalling, or maybe he'd botched the breakthrough. As though on cue, it was Haylong Yu, the first young master who Dorian had met outside the gates of the estate, Tan's brutish older brother. With one hand, he cooled himself with a gaudy paper fan lathered with hand-painted glaciers. With the other, he jabbed a finger at Dorian, smirking. "You failed, didn't you? I thought as much. You may trick your way into our family, you may steal our treasures, but you will never be one of us, outsider. We all know it. It seems the javelin does too." The crowd was suddenly boiling with speculation. "No way. Did you see anything? When young Master Yu fused with his weapon, there was a flash of scorching fire," said a soldier. "That's right. I was there when Princess Eudora fused with hers. The heavens sang with lights," cried another. It's true. The mud spawns screwed it up," cackled a noblewoman.
Pathetic,
growled a hulking golem of a man in spiked greaves, one of the army's elites.
Hear me, pretender. If you had a shred of honor, you would forfeit the weapon and never return.
Yeah, go away! Go away! That last one came from a toddler so young his hair was still growing in, squirming in the arms of his scowling mother. He shook a tiny fist at Dorian. The kid was probably a year from figuring out object permanence, but he sure knew bad man bad. Must I suffer these fools? Dorian sighed. There must have been over 100 of them here, most high in the profound, a good chunk in the earth realm. Half were in soldier's garb. The others were young, but bore bodies sculpted by stringent training. These were warriors bred from birth, one and all. Even the toddler had some biceps on him. I suppose I must bear them, at least a little. They're some of the best warriors in the oasis. Armed well, they could serve as damned good meat shields between me and Nijo. Yes, his eyes glinted. This crowd could be quite useful to him. They simply needed to be put in their place. But first, "Bin," said Dorian, rolling his eyes. "Muzzle your hounds, will you?" The general shrugged. He looked quite pleased with all the hubbub, as pleased as his stony face got, anyway.
I police men, not thoughts. The opinions of my family are their own.
Ah, but you forget that it was written in our soul contract that I would have equal rights and privileges to a young master. Dorian wagged a finger at him. I should think a young master should deserve a certain respect. Perhaps fate thinks so too? Want to bet on it? An invisible string seemed to tighten between them. Bin blanched. Then he spun around, waving to the crowd.
Shut up, all of you, he roared. What's done is done. The kid is a Haylong now. You might not like him, but you shall treat him as such.
A flurry of grumbles and mutters sprang up.
That is an order,
snapped Bin. His monstrous aura rose above him like hackles.
Hear me, soldiers of Haylong. I am your general. You will obey.
That shut them up. Thank you, said Dorian with a grin. His eyes swept the crowd. I get it. It's only natural to have your doubts. Why, it would be unreasonable to expect you to accept me. You've got that right, snorted Haylong Yu, still fluttering his painted fan. Dorian smirked. But the weapon has. He reached for the space in his soul and pulled. It was as though he'd pulled a tempest out of thin air, a tempest of smoke which wreathed him, wrapping around him snake-like, swirling around him and blotting out the sun above. In that funnel of swirling smoke was something stark and pale white, a fang the size of a man's chest, curved wicked sharp. It coiled around him like a pet serpent, hissing as it shared the air. Effortless. Dorian basked in it, relishing the way the fang carved its way about. Oh, that is lovely. Its aura was smoke. Smoke that drifted off Dorian like a sickly purple-black mist, seeping off him in tendrils, shrouding him in the gloom. The crowd was stunned silent. They looked like they'd seen the ghost of the Haylong ancestor himself. The lady in war paint gaped. The soldiers stared. The giant's eyes grew wide as plates. Even Haylong Yu was speechless. He nearly dropped his fan. It was frozen by the side of his face.
It,
gasped Bin.
Gods, it truly is. You've done it. The Haylong javelin, dormant for centuries, has awakened.
Nobody said a word. Dorian got why. It was a storybook legend from their childhoods brought to life. Even Bin must have not really believed Dorian could bond with it. Until he did. Then,
So you've merged with it,
croaked Haylong Yu. His eyes were red with disbelief.
So what? That's not even the hard part. The javelin is notoriously hard to wield. It took the founder 3 years to budget an inch, and he was the most talented spearman in the history of the Oasis. It took him decades to master it, and you are not him. He thrust his fan out at Dorian, desperate. "A weapon is only as good as its wielder. Without that, it's dead weight." "Good point," Dorian said, nodding. "Hold still for me, will you?" "Huh?" It felt like extending out his arm to grab something. Easy, intuitive, with almost no distinction between thought and act. He willed, and the fang moved. It whipped by so fast it seemed a trick of light. Holy hells, that's fast. Dorian only realized it had passed by when he saw the rope trailing behind it, a shadow in broad daylight, defying the sun, smoking black mist. Its head pierced clean through the fan in Heilong Yu's hand. The poor young master didn't even have time to blink. He only saw it slink back to Dorian, his fan speared on its tip. Dorian snatched it out of the air. Then he started fanning himself with it. "Whew, this is nice," he said with a grin. "I see why you like it." Young Master Yu seemed to have lost control of the muscles in his face. He stared at his hand, at the place where his fan had been. Then he looked at it, in Dorian's hand. Then at his hand. Then at Dorian's, and his torn fan wafting about. The two puzzle pieces in his head just weren't clicking together. "Blah?" he said. A fresh, familiar voice popped up. "Yes, yes, I knew it!" Tan Heilong broke out of the ranks, beaming. "I knew you could do it! That's my friend, everyone! That is Io, our new hero!" Dorian grinned. "Thanks, bud. What a timely injection to sway the crowd." A few workers sank to their knees. The Heilongs pointed at him, trembling. A few seemed near tears. Even Bin's mouth hung open. "It is exactly as Father said," he breathed. "Even more. How do you wield it so easily? It ought to be impossible." Dorian tapped at his chin. The crowd now had a much different face than at the start. If they were hardened metal, now he'd blasted them in fire and they were molten, malleable, open, impressionable. Here was a chance to carve an opinion in them before they hardened back up. "Impossible?" Dorian laughed. "You will soon learn, I expect," he mused loud enough for all to hear. "Not to use that word around me. No matter the odds, my newfound compatriots, stick with me, and I shall deliver you. It's my right and duty as your hero." No cheers arose. He didn't expect them, but when he glanced around, he did see a sea of dumbstruck awe. It would do. Gaining respect was the first step to gaining allegiance. For now. He looked up to the sky, squinting. It was nearing noon, the first round of the tournament, and he still hadn't gotten a chance to test out his new weapon ability. Which poor sod will be my first victim? Somewhere, tens of li away, in an underground training bunker, Eudora Azcan licked her lips. It had taken some begging and batted eyelids, but she'd done it. She'd gotten the pairings changed ever so slightly, and who would notice? Low seeds got paired up in the first round all the time. They might call you a hero, but you haven't got me fooled for a second. Humph! A nasty smile on a pretty face. "Oh, Io, Io, Io," she crooned, twirling her spirit weapon about her. The two sashes of heaven, a pair of pure white silks which glittered with black spots like black stars in a white sky, the night sky inverted. One sash whipped through the air, setting upon a dummy. She imagined it was that horrible Io instead. It was like a funeral shroud squeezing with the force of a king worm. The reinforced steel groaned, caving in, twisting on itself, hissing with leaking steam as it was crushed under the force. In seconds it was squished to a ball. "You poor thing," she thought with a smirk. "You don't have the faintest idea just how screwed you are, do you?" 114. Splendid Weaponry, 5. The force fields encasing the oasis only repelled spirit beasts, so humans were free to slip out as they pleased.
Most of the time it was for hunting or rare herb gathering. This morning, Kaya headed out alone for some target practice. Something about the day had her pumped up. Maybe it was the sunrise, hot and red like warm blood. Maybe it was the rush of air on her skin, a feral summer gale roaring past the oasis, stirring the sands. Or maybe it was her. Her heart seemed to beat with twice its strength today, her sinews and muscle thrumming with life. She grinned. Let's do this. All of that oasis stuff was behind her. Literally. She had to get her head screwed on straight. She had to get back to her roots, happily punching things. It'd be like back in the tribe, back when life was simple and the world made sense, when she didn't feel like a speck of sand blown about by wild winds. No shenanigans. Not today. No more weird oasis folk, no more golden circles, no more pink tornadoes. Today, she was having none of it. She was here to beat something up, get her knuckles a little bloody before the main event. That was that. Any Origin Realm critter would do just fine. It didn't take long to spot one. Atop a dune, some 30-odd paces away, the smoky eyes of an end spider peered out from under the sands. Most of its body was buried, invisible to the untrained eye. Its front legs poked out, two grainy, flecked mandibles which dissolved into the dune's textures. Its aura was subtle, restrained, but Kaya could tell it was at most late origin. It was waiting, probably for some lost sandwolf cub or for a baby Vordor to wander near its nest. Kaya leapt, screaming a battle cry, and chucked out a ray. A scorching blaze roared from her fists, scalding a stark gold line through the air. The end spider didn't have time to screech before the technique bore down upon it. There was a blast of sizzling heat, an ear-splitting crackling, and the dune flared molten crimson. The glare was so bright even Kaya cringed, shielding her eyes. When she looked again, there were no eyes. There were no mandibles. The thing had been roasted to a blackened husk. What? Kaya looked at her hands, eyes wide, then at the corpse. That felt good. Her breathing quickened, her grin growing fiercer, blood running hotter. It was like every fiber of her being was singing with light, crackling with boiling power. That was awesome! But how? She was not that powerful. Nowhere near it. Right? Had she broken through in her sleep somehow? She'd heard of this sort of thing happening. Or maybe her bloodline had awakened some kind of... She didn't know. Then it struck her. This feeling, it was familiar. It was the same feeling she'd gotten laughing, kneeling in that puddle of pulped flesh. She stilled. Then she stared at the back of her hand. The infinity there was glowing. Not like before. It wasn't shining, but it was there. Her breath caught. Last time this happened, she blacked out. She'd only come to once it was over, and she was splattered, and... She shook her head, clearing it. She certainly didn't feel very passed out. She felt normal. Good normal, even. Was this like a well of power or something? Could she control it, even? Even now it felt like her brain was burning up with the thrill of it, smoldering bright. She grinned. Then she slapped herself. No. She just said she wouldn't. What was wrong with her? What was she thinking? The feeling of flesh squishing under her fists, of bones cracking. Crackle, shift, hiss. Her eyes snapped open. What was that? She whirled to face the sound. The smoldering, slaggy sands were shifting, sinking, falling inward as though a pit had opened up underneath it, swallowing gobs of blackened sands whole. No, not a pit. A tunnel. A sudden chill gripped her. Is that? In the darkness of the tunnel, 8 scarlet, glassy eyes emerged, then mandibles, bigger and hairier than the end spider she'd just killed. Trunk-like legs squirmed out of the sands. Its body was like 3 huge furry boulders strung together. Its biggest segment was its last, a motley of red and black, and it was quivering. An end spider queen,
in the flesh. Kaya froze. She couldn't tear her eyes off the thing. Oh, hells! Where there was a queen, her children soon followed. 8 bloody eyes flickered in the darkness, then another pair. Then the sands all around her shifted, seething, as huge forms clawed their way out from the ground, sand streaming off them like water. She barely managed to back up 3 steps before she heard the grating swish of shifting sands behind her. She whirled around, seeing those dark, venomous things rising from behind her, to the left, the right, everywhere she turned, mouths bared, the slick, slimy gloss of venom gliding down their hissing fangs. She tried to breathe, swallowing, a sudden dryness in her mouth. She had to keep calm. She was a huntress. She had been. She'd been in scrapes before. She could get out of this one. Before the panic could take her, she forced herself to think, to plan. 9 in total, 8 surrounding her, all in the vigor realm, all at her power level. Could she flee? No, impossible. End spiders could leap faster than she could run, and she was surrounded besides. Could she fight them? She felt a manic laughter bubbling up at the thought. And yet, it was like her body hadn't gotten the message. Her mind was on the verge of hysteria, but her blood coursed through her fiercer than ever, pulsing down every finger. It was as though she was excited. Then she was struck by a startling thought, a horrifying thought, a thought that made no sense whatsoever. She should be scared. She was scared, but there was something new here, something that should not be. She was also eager. It made no sense, but it felt right. She was getting hysterical with fear, but also glee. Some part of her deep down craved this. That last little critter had been no challenge. Now she could really get her knuckles wet. She could have some fun. That dryness in her mouth, that was from fear, but she was also panting like a bloodhound. Her eyes picked out every sharp detail, down to the rustling of those russet furs, even the warped reflection of herself shimmering in the queen's glassy eyes. She saw herself grinning. She saw herself bare her teeth. Eagerness warred with fear in a rancid stew of thought. She didn't know what to think, what to do. So she stopped thinking. She let herself go. It was as though she'd been straining to hold shut a door in her mind, to lock out a part of her that was shoving on it with all its might. Letting go was the easiest thing in the world. Her grin widened, growing savage. She cried out, and the world erupted in fire. There was no logic to what happened next. In a blink, she was before an end spider. One moment she was there, the next she was here. The spider's mandibles opened wide, yearning to sink into her, and she shoved her fist in, up to the arm, feeling its leathery, sticky insides squirm around her, and she set her own arm ablaze, and it burned, wonderfully, beautifully, loudly, deliciously, a triumph of heat and light. Dimly she heard her own cruel laughter, and felt a sick rush of joy flutter her eyes. Then 2 spikes of pain seared into her back, fangs sinking into her, cutting muscle and sinew, pumping her with venom. But she turned, its fangs tearing at her, and sank her fists into it, and she burned so much hotter. End spiders could feel pain. She saw its eyes shrivel, heard its screeching hiss, and she could nearly taste the texture of its agony. Yes, yes, yes! Burn for me! The fire took it, engulfing it, gnawing through it in mere seconds, and then she only saw its remains, a massive clump of ash and charred flesh scattering on the wind. She was conscious, but there was no thought, only brute action. She was made of pure feeling, like a wildfire tearing through an old forest, indiscriminate, chaotic, searing everything everywhere, fearing nothing and no one. Her cackling grew louder, higher. She was lost in a mad euphoria. She was fast and utterly strong, burning with the same fire that lit the stars, and she knew that this alone was what it meant to be truly alive. Outside the oasis, an inferno torched the sands. Lives were smothered like candles, and each time she put out a light, she made sure to look into its eyes, made sure she caught the exact moment the life left its body. And in that moment, she sighed with a pleasure that curled her toes and lit up her soul. But fire needs something to burn. What does a fire do when the forest is naught but ash? Kaya stood there, panting, smiling like a devil, knee-deep in a mound of incense of her own making. The summer winds carried them off slowly, cautiously, as though nervous to incur her wrath. Steps away, the queen limped away, stricken. The queen. Some queen. It was fleeing. Kaya snarled. "How dare you?" There was a flash, a screech, a silence. Kaya stood there, still and silent for a long, long time. She was spent. As she gasped in air, thoughts floated slowly back into her. Soft, cottony wads of thought. Harmless. She was in that satisfied, tired, happy, tired state, floating in a pleasant, warm void of the mind. Slowly, she glanced down her arms, her torso, her legs. She did a survey of her body. No wounds, not even a scratch. It was as healthy as she'd found it this morning. There was even a golden glow to it. She looked down at her hand, at the glowing golden loops, and she knew. Last time this happened, she'd blacked out in a panic, but this time she knew. She was here in the visceral moment. And what was weird, really, really weird, was that she wasn't horrified this time. She knew she should be, but she wasn't. She was smiling. She looked around at her, shaking her head in wonder. She did that, and her smile grew wider. It was wrong. She knew it was wrong. But saints, did it feel good. She knew where it came from, too, and it wasn't from that golden glow on her hand. That simply fanned a flame. This time, she felt it. There was no denying it. It came from in her. Why had she been so scared of this? Because she thought that creature, kneeling in the blood of the slain gang, wasn't her. Because Kaya Rust was not the sort of person who liked hurting other people. Kaya Rust was not the sort of person who took pleasure in pain. But was she? Really? Did she think these things because she ought to think these things? Or did she think these things because they were true? She looked at the charred ruins about her and looked down at her hands, and she knew the answer. She really had always liked punching things. Winning a fight gave her a sick joy, sure, but it was the pummeling that really did it. She had never been a thinker. She had always been a puncher. It was the simple truth of the matter. Yet it had never gotten half as wild as this. Those golden hoops had poured a bucketful of oil on a candle flame, and it spread out of control and morphed into something monstrous, all-consuming. It took a deep-down part of her, a part of her she was ashamed of, and inflamed it to unfathomable heights. It muted her fears. It squashed her doubts. It gave her a drunken, pig-headed confidence so she could indulge without a care in the world. It was her that had done these things, just an utterly awful part of her, a part of her she hardly dared to admit. She licked the blood off her lips, and she loved it. But a worried voice still niggled at her mind. It was the thinking part of her, the part that flinched at this excess, this awful, gross display. Was this really who she wanted to be? And yet, she bit her lip. Why was she more concerned about this than she was about her being an utterly helpless... She gnashed her teeth. The scene of that first time she'd gone berserk flashed in her mind. She'd been stuck on that last bit, her kneeling in the bodies. She snarled. Was she forgetting that these were the bodies of would-be rapists? How stupid. Who was the monstrous one, really? Each time she'd called on this, What had Io called it? Contract. It had come to her aid and yanked out a part of her she desperately needed. It had saved her. No, she had saved her with a part of herself she insisted on holding down. Kaya in the Azcan oasis was a sniveling, sad, broken thing. Was that who she wanted to be? She clenched her fists. To hell's with that! When something came at her with fangs, she wasn't dodging anymore. She was done dodging. Let it sink its fangs into her. She'd bite right back and savor its blood on her lips and smile. She laughed with her whole body, full-throated, holding back nothing. She sounded like herself. She felt as though there had been a nail stuck in her head her whole life, and she'd finally pulled it out. It felt delicious. Then there was the last trifling concern. It seemed silly now. This contract. What was it? Where had it come from? She grinned. Did she really care? It had Io's seal of approval, and Io said she ought to do as she pleased with it. And this, oh, it pleased her very much. 115. Splendid Weaponry, 6. Kaya spent the rest of the morning playing with the feeling. It was a warm gold light in her spirit, buoying her mood, and she felt it curled in her stomach like a smoldering hearth, always there, low but burning softly, ready to flare up. A normal ray, done calmly, might blast a dune apart. A ray done when she fanned that flame, let herself burn up in it and relish in it, that could scorch sand so hot it melted into glass on the spot. Its power went way up the more into it she got, as though it was fed directly by the strength of her feelings. It was like nothing she'd heard of before. She could scarcely contain herself. Deep down, she knew she'd only dipped a toe into what this thing could do, and the curiosity was eating her alive. But there was time to explore more later. For now, she still had a tournament to get to. She was buzzing as she walked back. She felt like a little girl again, dying to share a new toy. As she strolled through the dirty, unpaved streets, she had the sudden urge to grab the nearest bedraggled outskirter, shake them by the shoulders, point to those lovely golden hoops, and go, "Look! Look at this! Isn't it awesome?" She had to tell Io. As it turned out, her brother was already waiting for her when she came back. "Io! Io!" she called, dashing for him, grinning ear to ear. "You'll never believe what I—" She stopped short. Something was different about her brother yet again. He didn't look much different, still had that cat-like posture, that lazy, ever-present smirk on his face. It was in his aura, the subtle pressure of his soul, the impression it made on her. It was his bloodline, but even more so. There was an air about him now that made him seem untouchable, like a vast mountain whose peak was shrouded in fog. Oh, come on! That curl in her gut perked up, intrigued. It sensed a challenge, someone whose power it could not fathom. It knew it couldn't beat this aura, which only made it want to try even more. Her thinking side still had to rein it back. Don't be ridiculous. This is Io, dummy. There's time enough for punching later. Instead, she shook her head at him, incredulous. Really? You broke through again? You just had one yesterday. A playful grin tugged at his lips. Well, a treasure practically fell into my lap, so I merged with it. Got lucky, I guess. She scoffed as she marched up to him. Luck? Yeah, right. She punched him playfully in the shoulder. This is getting too unfair. She crossed her arms, fake glaring at him. Okay, bud. What's your secret? Io sighed. Actually, it's just that I work super hard to get stronger. I've gotten obsessed with it. It stems from deep-rooted childhood trauma. Kaya stilled. Wait, really? Yeah. His voice trembled. He looked a little choked up. You see, I learned at a young age that strength was the only thing that mattered. It was ingrained in me, really, after years suffering at the abuse of this horrible older sibling. Every day she would manhandle me. Ow! Ow! She kicked him in the shins again, and he yelped, backing away. I yield, he cried, wincing and clutching at his leg. Saints! If you bring half that firepower to the tournament, the rest of us will be fighting for second place. Kaya snorted. Ugh, don't you even pretend like that actually hurt. It probably hurt my foot more than it hurt you. Untrue, cried Io. He looked at her with soulful eyes. It may not hurt me much physically, but attacked, betrayed, no less, by my own sister? I felt it. In here. He clutched his heart, swooning and gasping like an actor in a cheesy play. Grudgingly, Kaya grinned. Okay, that one's not even funny, that's just dumb. Io grinned back. Then why are you smiling? Oh, shut up. Laughing, Io dodged another kick. All right. In seriousness, are you accusing me of being lucky? His shrewd black eyes gave her a once-over. I sense I'm not the only one who's had a breakthrough. You've been training, haven't you? Kaya was sheepish. Yeah, I went out to practice my forms this morning, and yeah, I think this might be big. It's related to your contract, isn't it? He said it not as a question, but as a statement. He blinked owlishly at her, intrigued, and she jumped. Eek! How did you... You rascal! Since when did you get so sharp? Kaya flicked him in the cheek. You know, sometimes I miss the Io that wouldn't know a ditch from a scorpion's nest. She snickered. Sometimes it's like you're a whole nother person. Io paused. Then he waved her off with an eye roll. Times change, sis. I'm not a little kid anymore. Dunno if you've noticed, but a lot's happened in the past few months. Whoa there, hold on just 1 second. He squinted at her. Don't you try to change the subject on me. Your breakthrough. I want the details. Now. She'd been so eager to share before. Why were the words deserting her now? How the hells was she supposed to describe it? You see, dear brother, I kinda just sorta-ish black out, but not really, and then start uncontrollably tearing things apart, and it's maybe the best feeling there is in the world. But don't worry, I'm not a lunatic, I promise. Was she a lunatic? She wasn't so sure herself. Io seemed to sense her issue. He winked at her. Actually, you know what? You don't need to tell me. Why don't you show me at your first-round match? Spluttered Kaya. A vision went through her head, her cackling with pleasure as some hapless noble kid was torched alive, reduced to smithereens as his family watched on in horror. She blanched. What was disturbing was that thirsty part of her was genuinely excited by the thought. Yes, do it! She gulped. She'd let it out, but she really would need to get a handle on it. Surely there was some balance to be struck here. She couldn't just descend into some mindless killing spree every time she fought. Could she? She winced, shaking her head vigorously. No, she definitely couldn't. Good for you, sis. Io's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. He smiled at her. I'm happy for you. You might even be training harder than me. What gives? She was relieved to hear a question she could actually answer. I know you said not to worry about it, she sighed. But, I don't know. Sometimes I just can't help feeling like everyone else is growing, but I'm sitting still. I feel like I'm... She swallowed. Why am I even here if I'm just going to drag you down, you know? Then she stilled. But that's stupid. That feeling is stupid. I won't be dragging anyone down. I just need to work twice as hard as everyone else. She grinned. And if that doesn't work, at least I went down swinging, right? Io gave her a long, meaningful look. Huh, he said at last. A ghost of a grin surfaced on his lips. Nicely done. I like it. You know, one might even say it's like you're a whole nother person. He'd already dodged out of reach before she could try a fourth kick at him. Before they set out, a thought struck Kaya. So much had happened in so short a span, it felt like there were 10,000 confusions she hadn't cleared up. At this point, she'd kind of given up on trying to make sense of things, really.
The oasis was one big, weird blob to her. Who knew what went on here? But there was one thing she couldn't not ask about.
"Hey, about that pink tornado last night," she said. "What was that all about?"
Io shifted uncomfortably. He had a weird look on his face. "Oh, right. About that." He scratched his head sheepishly. "It's a long story. Basically..."
"You did what?"
116. Splendid Weaponry, 7. Kaya gasped.
"Is that where we'll be fighting?"
She turned to Dorian, eyes wide.
"It's huge."
Dorian chuckled. It was the biggest thing in the oasis, a great sandstone disk which squatted amid the market district, forcing the streets to curve uncomfortably around its girth. In an oasis of gray girders and glinting steel, it stood out as a hunk of rough, gradient yellows. Centuries ago, it had been an inconveniently placed lump of sandstone, too big to move. So the Azcan lord gave the order to hollow it out bit by bit. Over the years, cushions and seats, lighting fixtures, and a fancy mechanized arena were squeezed in. Now it was a venue that seated thousands, and by the looks of it, it would be filled to the brim. The whole wide street was choked with people of all ages, sizes, sexes, united only by their pastel clothes, dolled-up hair, and too smooth skin. It seemed the whole oasis had come out for the tournament. The air buzzed with excited chatter, peals of laughter, the happy shrieking of children zipping in and out of the crowd, chasing one another. To Dorian's left, 2 siblings were play-fighting.
"Hiya! Princess Eudora Azcan, use my lash of the sky!" cried a little blonde girl, whipping her scarf at a little blonde boy. "I just turned your head to mush. You're dead."
The boy scrunched his nose.
"No way! I, young Master Ouyang, deflect it with my demon slash."
"Too bad."
She stuck out her tongue at him.
"I can't hear you. Dead people don't talk."
People were cheery. Too cheery. News of the Patriarch's death hadn't gotten around, apparently. Probably for good reason. If Dorian ran the oasis, he wouldn't want to add mass panic and hysteria to his list of worries. The Ugok were worry enough. Even now, they were probably marching untold hordes up the desert, swallowing the other oases whole. Meh. Kaya and Dorian ambled along the street, wrapped in shadowy cloaks. Dorian had quickly learned that he wouldn't be able to walk down the street without being gawked at, whispered about, or outright mobbed. By now, there wasn't a man, woman, or child in the oasis who hadn't heard of him. As Dorian walked home yesterday, a woman fell to her knees and tried kissing his feet. Another tried to egg him. By now, Dorian was used to it, even without his causing natural disasters, which happened a great deal more than you'd think. Dorian tended to inspire strong emotions. Not necessarily good ones, mind you, but certainly strong. They were nearing the entrance now, a yawning archway streaming with people. It looked like the massive mouth of a cave. There was no ticketing, no fee, no reservations.
Where are we supposed to go?"
said Kaya. She looked about, scratching her head. There was no other entrance in sight.
"Just right on through? With the rest of them? You'd think we'd get some kind of special treatment, being the fighters and all."
"You lost, Myth?"
A scraggly, shirtless kid grinned at them through checkered teeth.
"Can I help?"
Something told Dorian this was not an official usher.
"Yeah, actually," said Kaya brightly. "Which way to the fighters' quarters?"
"Why, you a fighter or something?"
said the street urchin with a grin. He turned to Dorian.
"And who is this fine gentleman? Oh, my good saints!"
Dorian's cheek twitched. Yeah, strong emotions.
"It's the hero!"
cried the urchin, pointing a quivering finger straight at Dorian's face.
"He's here!"
It was like throwing fresh meat to a pack of sandwolves.
"What? The hero? Where? The one in the blue smocks? No, too tall. Can't be. Oh, look, that child under the cowl. It really is him."
Dorian sighed. The gig was up. A shock of gasps, a whirlwind of voices. Suddenly men were shoving over each other to get a look at him. There was a fluttering of cloaks as hundreds whirled around at once. Crap. Then the crowd erupted in noise. It was like Dorian stood at the center of a whirlpool of human flesh. Shouting, screaming, tugging, shoving flesh. A confusion of voices deafened him.
"Rejoice! Rejoice! The hero's here!" "To hell's with that outsider! You believe that worm shit? I can't see him!"
"Hero, my son! He's blind! Please help us! Help us!"
"Damn you! Your chi storm tore down my roof!"
All hot air and flapping gums. Grimacing, Dorian shrugged off a half-dozen grasping hands. Kaya clutched his arm tight to her.
"This way,"
she mouthed, but her voice was lost in the storm. She tried dragging him along, but the crowd was too dense, pressing in on them at all sides, all angles, squeezing them, jostling them to and fro, rubbing all over him, a great stinking, steaming swamp of mankind. There was barely space to turn his head. Would he really have to blast his way out of this mess? As it turned out, he didn't need to. Someone else did it for him. The cries, shrill and frightful, came at the edge of the crowd. At first, the larger horde took no notice. Then a second wave, more and in great pain, sliced through the noise. There was a piercing, screeching, high-pitched sound, like two jagged steels grating on each other. It was one of the worst sounds Dorian had heard in all his time here, and it pierced that most tender spot in every man's brain. Even Dorian sucked in a sharp breath. It felt like an invisible arrow went in one of his ears and out the other. The crowd's voices turned to moans. There was a great thump as hundreds fell to their knees, cringing.
Make way! Make way in the name of the army!"
Army? Dorian's mind was still smarting. He blinked. Ah, yes. A troop of men in Haylong's black, scaly uniforms were cutting their way through the crowd. One of them held two giant silver symbols, scribed all over with noise glyphs. That thing really ought to be a weapon. The mustached man at their head, a captain of some sort, saluted Dorian.
"Sincerest apologies for our lateness, sir. We shall escort you to the competitors' quarters presently. This way, if you please."
Suffice it to say, they were happy to comply. The troop led them around to the back of the Colosseum, where a hefty steel door was set into the wall, flanked by armed guardsmen. They went through, then down a dizzying maze of stairs and corridors which tunneled into the bowels of the building.
"We leave you here,"
intoned the captain. He gave another salute.
"You'll find the fighter zone ahead. Fighting prior to matches is of course strictly forbidden, and monitoring arrays have been set up to ensure fairness. You will find your pairings on an artifact on the walls. Your name shall be announced when your matches are up. Of the more than 200 talents here, only 16 shall remain by day's end. You'll receive further instructions at match time. Good day, sir."
He took a deep breath. When he gazed at Dorian again, his soldier's demeanor faded. Instead, there was respect in his face, something nearing reverence, hope.
"And speaking as a member of the Haylong family, best of luck. We're rooting for you."
Dorian nodded, grinning.
"Of course. Say, I didn't catch your name. What is it?"
"My name?"
The man blinked.
Goro, sir. Goro Haylong."
"Well, friend Goro, I promise you I'll do the family proud. Don't you worry."
It was the right thing to say. The man nodded, beaming, and withdrew. Dorian and Kaya braved the final corridor alone. They emerged at a massive cavern bathed in a reddish glow. It was already bustling when they arrived. Dorian heard Kaya suck in a breath. These are my competition? The competitors, all vigorous youths, were all draped in the uniforms of their noble families, tight-fitting battle robes, flowy, showy, and chic, as much form as function. Each family kept to its own loose huddle, chattering loudly, eyeing them with suspicion. In each huddle there was a clear leader. One fighter the rest all seemed to be looking at, their ace. Interesting. Dorian scratched his chin. I wonder how they'll fare against my fancy new toy. A few of them wouldn't be able to so much as scratch the hem of his robe, but some of these aces weren't bad. Almost all of them must have their own high-grade spirit weapons. Some neared the peak of the Earth realm, a full realm and a half above him. Even with his slick new javelin, the gap was big enough to be threatening. "Oh, look!" Kaya pointed. It was the tribesmen who'd qualified. The sharp-limbed young master Narong, the bear-like young master Yalta, the swift young master Zhao Pai in his white silks. They looked like a herd of lost children next to the masses of top-tier Azcan talent. They were out of their depths, and they knew it. Then Kaya gasped. "Is that Pearl? I knew I saw those hoops somewhere before." Indeed it was. The wild boy with the golden infinity branded on his head. He was almost certainly a servant of Nijo, but that mark looked very much like a soul brand. Nothing as favorable as Kaya's soul contract. In whatever hierarchy Nijo belonged to, Dorian guessed Pearl was at best grunt level, something like a low-class servant or slave. Gods often kept such cattle around. In Dorian's past life as Yashima, true goddess of light, she'd had millions scattered about. In other words, the boy was a nobody. Not interesting. "I think I should go talk to him," mumbled Kaya, transfixed. "Meh. Do as you like," Dorian shrugged. "I'll go check up on the pairings." She glanced at him, chewing nervously on her lip. "Meet up with me before the round starts, all right?" Dorian shot her a reassuring smile. "Of course, sis." Then he frowned. Was it his imagination, or had it gotten kind of quiet? And then he turned back to the crowd. Everyone, all the competitors, stared straight at them. Or rather, at him. 117. Splendid Weaponry, 8. They didn't approach. They just stared. There were glares and squints aplenty, but most sized him up in silence. Their looks asked unspoken questions. Is this so-called hero a threat? And more importantly, can I take him in a fight? By the sneers on their faces, most of them had come to the same conclusion. Easily, he doesn't look like much at all. Dorian let their judgments flow right on over him, a wry grin on his face. He was well aware how he seemed. A runty, unknown, profound realm upstart who'd somehow swindled his way into Halong circles with a light show and a myth. Luckily for him, he was at a stage where being looked down on by children had absolutely zero material effect on him, so he could safely not give a shit. The only thing was, most of these young masters had egos to them. He suspected a good handful had their suspicions. They wanted to see if he was the real deal. He smirked. Let them try. Fighters from most every noble family were crammed in here. Dorian saw some familiar emblems from the bidding war, the Fangs, the Ouyongs, the Shun, the Sai, stitched neatly on tight-fitting battle garb. There were dozens of others, including the Halongs huddled near the cavern's center, who were also all glaring at him, including the youth at their head, young Master Halong Yu, who looked positively venomous. They were supposed to be on his side. You know, it would be nice just one time to be welcomed when I go somewhere. Dorian sighed. Why must bad things happen to bad people? He scratched his chin. While I've got their attention, maybe now's a good chance to scout out the competition. So, he said with a grin, are we just going to keep staring at each other, or will one of you introduce yourself? A young master at peak of profound leapt up, his chest puffed out so far it popped a button on his tunic. Look here, savage! I am young Master Sai Shenlong, heir to the noble— No, not you, snapped Dorian. Uh-huh? I meant someone of consequence, said Dorian impatiently. You know, a heavy hitter, a threat, someone I should care about. As the boy choked on his own spit, Dorian was already turning away, scanning the crowd. Aha! Like you! You there! He pointed, grinning. You were at a practice at Haylong Manor a few days ago, weren't you? What's your name? The man in question was perhaps the biggest human Dorian had seen in this life. Big, bald, and shirtless. His body was strange, doughy, yet weirdly solid, like he was made out of some weird alloy halfway between fat and muscle. Appearances often deceived. His size wasn't why Dorian picked him out. Dorian knew the aura of an expert when he saw one, and this man had it in spades. That cool, quiet confidence which one can only have with utter certainty in one's abilities. Also, he was at least mid-Earth realm. That alone made him dangerous. His gaze was utterly placid, like a cow chewing contentedly on a cud.
"Greetings, hero," rumbled the man. "This one is called Ma, and I am of the Yun family. I am pleased to make your acquaintance."
He clasped his hands, bowing to the waist. "I'm Io," said Dorian. "It's my pleasure. Say, how strong are you? Among everyone here, where do you rank? Give me a number, if you please." A few gasps from the other fighters, especially those of the Yun family. "Impudent savage! How dare you address young Master Yun in such a cavalier manner?" cried the boy behind Ma Yun.
"It is all right,"
said Ma Yun, putting up one big hand. He gave the boy a dreamy, happy look, as though he was on the verge of falling asleep.
"I have not been harmed."
Then his brow furrowed. He thought for a few seconds.
"How strong I am, it is not for me to say," he murmured.
He shrugged.
"I am seeded number 2. Is this answer satisfactory?"
"Very."
"Good,"
said the big man. That peaceful cow look re-emerged on his face. This Ma Yun genuinely did seem a simple, happy sort. Why couldn't the rest of them be this agreeable? "And I am seated 3rd, said a breathy voice. A freakishly tall, pale man stepped up. He reminded Dorian of a giant scarecrow, all gaunt and skinny with thin, rangy limbs. This man kept his spirit weapon out for the world to see. It was a whip wrapped around the middle of his torso, binding his waist and stomach. Dorian's first impression was that for most fighters, dealing with him could be a nightmare. If you could get past that whip, you still had those sharp, spidery limbs to contend with. "My name is Ren, Io Rust. I hold the position of young master in the noble Fang family." The man licked his lips. "You've asked me my standing, and I've offered it to you freely. Courtesy dictates that you tell me yours in turn, does it not? How strong are you, so-called hero of the Haylong?" "Why, of course," said Dorian. "I'm nothing if not courteous. In terms of cultivation, I'm sadly lacking. In terms of skill, I'm probably the best in this world. I can probably beat all of you and most of you with ease. But we'll have to see, won't we?" Behind them there was a chorus of indignant cries. "I see," murmured young Master Fang. Then he broke out into a ravenous smile. "Very good, young Io. The most dangerous quality a fighter can have is delusional self-confidence. Oh, I deeply hope I shall have the chance to test yours on the battlefield." "If we meet, I'll be happy to oblige," said Dorian with a grin. Why is he looking at me like he wants to eat me?" "Ooh, me next," piped a squeaky voice. "Hi, remember me?" A boy scrambled up to him, peering out beneath a shaggy mop of hair. Dorian blinked. It was Pebble, the kid from that rat gang in the outskirts, the one who'd first guided Dorian and Kaya to their dwelling. Also the kid who Dorian had seen unscrew a man's head like a light bulb. Even for an immortal god king, one didn't see that kind of thing very often. "Of course, Pebble, right?" Dorian smiled at him. Pebble clapped in delight. "It is most excellent to meet you again, Io Rust. I was afraid you'd been eaten by a passing Vordor or something, but here you are, shiny as ever." "Well, I try. Say, what seed are you?" "5th, beamed Pebble. He wrinkled his nose.
But between you and me,
he whispered, leaning in,
I think they've got me a tad high.
I see. Dorian rubbed his chin. Where am I seated? Pebble grinned.
Oh, you aren't. You're far too weak.
One of Dorian's cheeks twitched. I see. Well, in any case, it seems we've got most of the top 5. May as well finish off the rest, eh? Who's 4?
That would be Princess Eudora of Azcan, said Ma Yun.
Dorian blinked. Who? But before the giant could answer, a door at the far side of the cavern croaked open. The room was instantly flooded with noise. That tunnel must lead into the arena, for in streamed the booming chants of the crowd. Meatball Yun! Meatball Yun! Meatball Yun! A referee poked his head through the door.
Fighters Ma Yun and Tu Ouyang, you're up.
Young Master Yun bowed again.
My apologies, fellow Io. I must go. I am most happy to make your acquaintance. May we meet again, fate willing.
Then he waddled toward the entrance, leaving a trail of deep footprints on the ground. Dorian watched him go with a quirked brow. The man's body must be denser than steel. His opponent, a spindly little thing, gulped and hurried after him. The door sealed back up behind them, and the rest of them were left in quiet again. That, sniffed young Master Fang, is a timely reminder that we Fangs should return to strategizing for our battles. I will be watching, Io Rust. Let us hope your skills match your boasts. Yes? He gave Dorian a shark-like grin, then stalked back to his family's huddle. Dorian shrugged. Weird dude. Young Master Fang's exit seemed to mark a turning point. The rest of the families had gotten their fill of Dorian, too. Curiosity sated, most began turning back to their battle preps, though a few fighters here and there snuck glances at him over their shoulders. The chattering of the crowd filled the space once more.
Excuse me,
said Pebble, tugging at Dorian's arm.
You were asking about Princess Eudora. Would you like me to point her out to you?
Oh, you're still here? Dorian looked down into the boy's big round eyes. Yes, that'd be quite helpful. Would you kindly?
Yep,
beamed Pebble. He pointed.
That over there. That's her.
I see. Dorian squinted. Hold on. Were his eyes deceiving him, or did that girl seem awfully familiar? She was strikingly pretty in her flowing white silks, like a statue of a goddess come to life. She was surrounded by a swirl of handmaidens who all looked like lesser clones of her. Except the last time Dorian had seen her, if it was the same girl, she was dirty, in rags, in an oyster restaurant. He'd booted her in the back to win Tan's friendship. He squinted. Yep, there was no mistaking it. This was her. Then the name reverberated in his mind, a nasty echo. Wait, Princess, you said?
Yeah, of course.
Pebble looked confused.
You didn't know? She's the daughter of the Oasis Lord.
Oh, saint's sake. Of course she is. Dorian could feel a headache coming on, as though that little stint with the auction hadn't offended the Oasis Lord enough. As though sensing Dorian's gaze, the girl's head snapped around to face them. Their eyes met. She turned up her nose at him, a haughty, nasty smile creeping up her face. Uh-oh. Dorian tried to give her a placating smile, a smile that he hoped said something like, "Sorry for booting you in the back. It was nothing personal, I swear. Can we settle this over some tea?" Her smile widened. It, meanwhile, said something like, "I will tear your heart from your body and feed it to your corpse, motherfucker." Dorian sighed. Add another to his long list of enemies. He'd deal with it later, he resolved. He'd go home, consolidate his gains, maybe chug a few cultivation potions and get a solid handle on his spirit weapon. If he met this Princess Eudora, it'd be a real headache. He could tell already. Right now, he had no clue how strong he really was. Could be anywhere from a lower-tier Earthrealm expert to somewhere in the upper echelons. He'd broken through so fast so many times, it was hard to say. The lower end of that range probably wouldn't be enough. But he asked anyway, just to be sure. "How strong is she?"
"Oh, she's real strong," said Pebble happily. "Stronger than me, and I'm pretty heckin' good, not to brag. She could probably be considered just below the true elites of the Earthrealm."
Fuck. If he was to win this thing and snag whatever relics of the old gods were the prize, and she was a top 4 seed, there was a darn good chance he'd face her. At least there were 3 days between rounds. 3 days for him to make another small leap and to solidify his newfound skills. Maybe it'd be enough.
Said Pebble again, hesitant. "If you didn't know that, I have some more bad news for you."
Dorian got a sudden sinking feeling. The boy didn't even need to say it.
"You're fighting her in the first match. She's been bragging all day about how she's going to squish you to bits. I'm surprised you haven't heard, honestly."
118. Splendid Weaponry 9. This could not be a coincidence. This Eudora girl must have pulled strings. The first round was supposed to lob him easy meat. It was meant to be a warm-up, a showcase for his new abilities. He felt as though he were a baby bird still a week away from hatching, and then fate cracked open his egg, dumped him on his ass still bleary-eyed and dripping yolk, and chucked him straight out of the tree, screaming, "Fly, motherfucker, fly!" Damn it, Dorian just couldn't catch a break, could he? He didn't know what it was about this run. It was like it couldn't make up its mind whether to give him really good luck or really bad luck, and it kept flip-flopping, one after the next, like a stone had been tossed in the lake of fate, and all he could do was tread water in the wake of its ripples. He scratched his head. Or he was just being very overdramatic. That was a very distinct and likely possibility. It seemed more and more likely the more he thought about it. All right, he breathed. Whatever. It is what it is. Too late to do anything about it now, eh? I'll deal with it. What else is left? The first seed is the only one we've not covered, right? Why didn't you tell me about him? Pebble nodded.
"Ooh, this is fun. Fun fact, the first seed is actually my master, Fei-Yang Shen, the Rat King of Azcan, chief of the mischief and ruler of the undergrounds."
Dorian raised a brow. The name was vaguely familiar. The mischief. That was the main gang from the outskirts. Now that I think of it, there's a whole horde of outskirters huddled up just waiting to be exploited. That's a lot of manpower for my sticks. Said Dorian, rubbing his chin. Point him out to me, will you? Smiling, Pebble jerked his head to the wall. There, back against the wall, sitting alone, was a man. That was the first thought that popped to mind. If you told some artist, perhaps a fevered, giggly, pubescent girl, to draw her ideal fantasy of tall, dark, and handsome, this guy was it. His jawline could puncture steel. It almost looked comical. Like if he looked down too fast, his chin might pierce a hole in his own neck. His hair was a mop of coal strings, his eyes sealed shut. In Dorian's opinion, he was straddling some invisible line between cool and trying way too hard to seem dark and mysterious very well. Not a look many could pull off. It was his power level, though, that most caught Dorian's attention. Peak Earthrealm. Dorian blinked. Now this was one to watch out for. Only warriors at the tippy top of the Azcan power hierarchy gave him this feeling. Men like Bin Hei Long. It wasn't quite at the level of the Oasis Lord, but it was close enough to be deeply concerning. Somehow, incredibly, all the breakthroughs he made in the past few days still might not be enough to win this thing. He was at least a step behind this guy. It was a little annoying, to be honest. Still, it's just a little cultivation to go, isn't it? Dorian would put himself somewhere in the Earth realm right now. No clue where, but he was up there. At power level parity, I should wipe the floor with everyone here. He sighed. Worst come to worst, he could try a time-honored tactic, shitting on the reward to make himself feel better. Say, what are the prizes anyway? He said. I've heard whispers of relics and gods, but they've all been very vague. Is it really all that?
Well, there's the usual, the super potions and the riches and so on, said Pebble. But as for the main draw, I'm not sure either. That I haven't heard about for sure, and I hear everything.
Pebble leaned in.
But there's a rumor floating about that it's something to do with the Dweller in the Deep.
Oh? Dorian raised a brow. As in the thing you Oasis dwellers pray to? Some prime bone, perhaps?
No way, Pebble shook his head.
He hesitated, looking around.
I don't know if this is true, but some say it's still alive. It didn't die in that War of the Gods years and years and years and years and years ago. Some say it's still deep, deep down in the sinkholes.
Sinkholes. Plural. Dorian squinted. Which sinkhole? Pebble cast his gaze about again, biting his lips.
Oh, I hate to say false things. These are merely rumors. You mustn't hold me to this. He paused. But my cousin Shirlow is a courier. He says they saw a flood dragon surface at the Taimen Oasis's sinkhole. Then, 3 weeks later, it showed up at the Yao Oasis's sinkhole. They knew it was the same one. It had the same scars along its back and the same screwed-up hind leg and everything. And this is only one of several stories like this through the years. There was that incident with the lost Chi Wen fish and the corpses of Jiatu clam, which should be native to only Azcan, showing up in sinkholes thousands of li away.
Dorian perked up. Oh, this is interesting. So you're saying, he said slowly, that the sinkholes are connected somehow, underground, through, say, some network of tunnels or an underground ocean?
See, nobody's got that far. No one knows, cried Pebble. The deeper you get, the more it's Beast King territory. Some of those things down there even the Oasis Lord wouldn't dare take on.
He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper.
Which is why some think the Dweller is still there, nursing its wounds, biding its time and stuff.
I see. Dorian chewed on the thought. It was a lot to digest, and he had no clue what to do with it right now. Probably best to shelve it for later. That's all well and good, he said. But what's it have to do with the relic?
Ah, yes.
Pebble's eyes brightened.
See, the thing with the Dweller is it's got some pretty gnarly abilities. Again, darn, I'm saying this a lot, no clue if it's true. But some say it can mess with time. Some say it can heal a limb in a blink. Some say it's got a chi pool as big as all the chi in the realm combined. If even a tiny bit of that's true, swallowing merely a drop of blood might grant some nasty powers.
He paused.
You know, the Oasis Lords never lost a fight?
Really now?
Yup, and some say it's 'cause he can see his enemy's every move before he does it, 'cause he drank one drop of Dweller's blood.
Dorian was, in his first life, the God King of Time. Some monikers never leave you, so he knew better than most anyone how unpredictable the future could be. It was downright irresponsible. It made promises it simply couldn't keep, a recipe for disappointment. And yet he couldn't keep from salivating, just a little. He knew of powers like these. They were rare, even among gods, given only to a few bloodlines and guarded jealously. He also knew their potency at a very, very deep level. You never know anything quite like your first heavenly Tao. Sure, all the comprehension had left him in this form, but it'd be back in a blink. Right now, he was akin to a legendary swordsman being forced to fight with a kitchen knife. If Dorian got this, it frankly didn't matter what his power level was. Are you kidding? Give him even 3 seconds of sight into the future, and he'd never lose to anyone on this damned plane ever again. But of course, it was probably nonsense. By the way Pebble described it, it was speculation wrapped in rumor dunked in hearsay and lathered with a thick sheen of embellishment besides. Still, it had him piqued. He'd give it that. Said Dorian again at last. Well, for a person who claims to abhor rumor-mongering, you sure traffic in your fair share, eh?
Hey, unfair!
Pebble puffed out his cheeks and crossed his arms. He glared.
You were the one who asked, mister.
I'm only playing, child. Relax. Pebble made a face.
That's mean. Don't do that. I can never tell when people kid.
Before Dorian could respond, a voice smooth and deep as a riverbed cut in from the other side of the room. Pebble! It was the Rat King. He regarded them both with a flat, black gaze. His gaze lingered on Dorian for a touch longer than necessary, then it slid onto Pebble. He beckoned.
Ooh, said Pebble with a wince. Gotta go. Hope this was helpful, and good luck. I expect you'll really need it.
He held up a finger.
Here's a tip. Don't let her sashes around your chest or head. She seems real mad, and that's the only way you might actually, perish. As long as you don't let her do that, she'll probably just batter you around for a bit, and they'll call it off.
With those parting words of encouragement, he threw Dorian a thumbs up and scampered off. Dorian was still chewing on all the revelations Pebble had dumped unceremoniously at his feet as he walked over to the Rust Tribe camp. Kaya stood there frowning in some kind of discussion with Pearl. The tattooed man was staring at her like she had grown 3 heads. She saw Dorian as he drew near and grinned.
Oh, you're here. Perfect. I got a question for you.
Yeah? What?
I got paired up with this guy, Leo Ouyang. Heard of him?
The pungent taste of watermelon mixed with toe sweat floated through Dorian's mind. His cheek twitched. Ah, so the pairings are rigged. I'm not paranoid after all. As a matter of fact, I have.
Really?
Kaya said, wide-eyed.
Who is he? What's his deal? How should I fight him? I'm so...
She was cut off by a blast of chatter, the white noise of a boisterous crowd. Dorian squinted to the front of the chamber where the door had creaked open once more to admit a referee.
Princess Eudora of Azcan and Io of the Halong, said the man. You're up.
Dorian blinked. Already? He shot Kaya a sorry smile. That's my matchup. I'd better go.
Oh, okay,
she said, looking a smidge disappointed. She said something else too, but it was drowned out by the blast of the crowd. One last thing! Dorian had to fight to make himself heard.
His fatal weakness is his feet,
he shrieked.
Target them without mercy or conscience. Best of luck!
Then he clapped her on the back and strode calmly into the mouth of the beast. Well, javelin, so-called greatest weapon in all the desert, it's time to see if you're all you're cracked up to be. Because if it wasn't, he was unfathomably screwed. 119. Splendid Weaponry, 10. The youth was a well-groomed, stern-looking fellow, probably a nobleman himself, but today he wore the muted grays of a referee. He tossed an armband at Dorian. Put it on! He turned on his heel and walked away before Dorian even caught the thing. It was a wrought steel band engraved with stark red glyphs, and it felt unnaturally light in Dorian's hand, as though he was holding a feather, not metal. Will do. Hey, what is this thing exactly? Asked Dorian to the man's receding back. He got no answer. Hello? Nothing. Fair enough. He shrugged, inspecting the necklace. Etched into it were glyphs for life and blood and healing, but these were only themes. They could be woven together in all kinds of wacky ways. It was near impossible to tell what they did with just a glance. Madam Eudora, said the referee. So sorry to keep you waiting. Huh? Dorian looked up. The referee was stuck in a deep bow. He straightened, smiling. Your health locket, at your leisure. He held out a locket that was almost double the size of the one in Dorian's hand. Eudora's smile was cat-like. She purred. Oh, gal, you rogue. You shouldn't have.
The prime locket? For me? Father wished for all the competitors to have the same tier, but I insisted you ought to get the best. It took some weeks, but he relented. Gao blushed. We can't have the Oasis's only princess injured in battle, can we? Seriously? Dorian looked between them, speechless. Come on, she's got the ref wrapped around her finger, too. He stared to the ceiling in exasperation, imagining he could see fate somewhere high above laughing at him. Hey, cut it out, will you old bastard? She doesn't need more advantages. Say, why don't you hand some to me for a change? So considerate. Eudora brushed a lock of hair out of her eyes. I'm touched, though I doubt it'll be necessary this round. Then she turned to Dorian, eyes narrowed. Yes, I rather doubt this will last very long at all. Uh-huh, said Dorian slowly. Well, this is kind of awkward. What to do? He settled on what he hoped was a charming smile. Eudora, was it? I sense we've gotten off on the wrong foot. I must apologize for that, scene at the restaurant earlier. A regrettable thing, to be sure, but I assure you it's all a misunderstanding. Put on the treasure, she said, idly inspecting a nail. Excuse me? Said Dorian, blinking. You'll need it. I see, Dorian smiled. Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll pass. It was out of an abundance of caution, maybe. Or maybe not. He'd been here 10 minutes, and already he could tell this whole thing was rigged up and down. He half expected hired goons to come out of the walls to break his kneecaps before the match. Don't be absurd, snapped the ref. You hold in your hands one of the most valuable treasures in the Oasis. It's a life-saving treasure, very expensive. Usually only the patriarchs and matriarchs hold one on their persons. For events of great importance, like this tournament, we have these on loan. Dorian perked up. So this thing is meant to revive me? No, idiot, sighed Eudora. It takes damage on your behalf. What, did you truly believe the tournament would pit the Oasis's youngest stars in brutal combat against each other, only for some to leave permanently injured or dead? She let out a peal of laughter. Wait, Dorian's eyes glinted. So, if I strike your big toe with a force of 10,000 suns, I win the match? Of course not. It corresponds to damage to your life force, not your physical body. The ref looked increasingly annoyed. The big toe contributes very little to a man's life. Strike a man in the throat with half the force, on the other hand. He cut himself off with a frown. No more questions. Huh, neat gimmick. Dorian hadn't known they even had life magics down here. It was really quite an advanced field, and one most civilizations didn't get to until at least demi-godhood. Shrugging, he locked it shut around his arm. Eudora swept another lock of auburn hair out of her absurdly pretty face. Dorian blinked. He had the sudden, absurd urge to look away, as though he were staring at the sun. She smirked at him. It's amusing to see you squirm. Something like an oyster in a restaurant, shall we say? Yeah, she definitely still holds a grudge about the other day. Asking the chef how it'll be cooked. Does it matter in the end? She crossed her arms. Dorian squinted at her face, wondering if there was some arrangement of the muscles on her face that could possibly make her look even more smug. Huh. He came up blank. Nope, she really has squeezed every last ounce of smugness out of her face. That's peak smug. It was almost impressive. And Dorian, being who he was, just could not resist a little poke at her. How the oyster's cooked does matter, actually, he said with a grin. Boiled tastes much better, though, apologies, I suppose you wouldn't know. You weren't around to try it, were you? She flushed. You! How's your back feeling, by the way? For a few seconds, she just gaped at him, as though she couldn't process that he'd really just said that. To her. Dorian imagined not many dared mouth off at her. He kept grinning like an idiot. Might as well, right? It's not like she can dislike me more. Humph. She turned up her nose at him. At first, I'll admit I found you intriguing, Io of the Haylong, but you chose to disrespect me then, and you have the gall to do so now. For that, you'll pay in blood. Mark my words, you horrible little creep!" That last bit came out in a red-faced shriek. Before Dorian could snap back a retort, a familiar blast of hot noise stifled him. The worn stone door at the end of the hall in which they stood was sliding back open. This was it.
"And now,"
the announcer's velvety, booming voice broke through the crowd, clamoring,
"a matchup you've been waiting for. Introducing first, representing the Governor's Palace, the 4th seed of the tournament, with a record of 46 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw, 6-time winner of the Azcan Juniors Cup, Princess Eudora of Azcan!"
The cheers were already ludicrously loud. Eudora shot Dorian one last glare, then her face shifted in an instant. Hard frown lines faded to a smoothed temple, pinched cheeks softened with dimples. Holding her smile, she strutted out into the light. The roar of the crowd was so loud it rattled the steel walls, bouncing sediment off the ground like popcorn. Dorian winced. He could swear it had triggered a minor earthquake. On and on Eudora walked, waving, nodding, blowing kisses, all the way down to her side of the circular arena. It was a totally flat plain of packed sand, void of obstacles. Drat. It was awfully boring, true, but that was not the main problem. The main problem was that his spirit weapon ability, really his only hope to have a fighting chance at this thing, was the ability to shift through shadows. And there was not only no obstacles with which to cast shadows, the flat lighting actively destroyed them. He'd need to work around this, somehow. "Nervous?" yelled the referee to Dorian. He wore a nasty grin. Dorian thought for a second. Did he think he would win? But was he nervous? He shrugged. The referee frowned. "Don't you know who she is? You ought to be nervous. You ought to be nervous as hells." "Why?" Dorian shot him a quizzical look. Would it help? The man didn't know what to say to that.
"Introducing next, representing the Haylong clan, Io, fated hero of Azcan."
Thereafter followed the auditory equivalent of having a landfill worth of trash dumped directly on his head. Nice. Some of it was because he was fighting a fan favorite. Some part of it was probably the fact that he'd kind of accidentally destroyed quite a number of their houses. Whatever the case, as he strode out into open, flat space, lit up perfectly evenly by a row of obnoxiously bright, glaring lights streaming from the ceiling, he sure got absolutely drenched in jeers. There were a few supporters, to be sure. For instance, one nice young lady a few rows down held up a sign asking if she could have his babies. But it was clear which way public sentiment swayed. There really was no feeling quite like having the express hatred of thousands thrown at you at once. He grinned right back at them. As he walked to his side, he waved and nodded and blew kisses at the seething masses, making sure to exaggerate every little bit of Eudora's shtick. He ended it all with a mocking bow. That last bit earned him a reaction even stronger than Eudora's. He closed his eyes, sighing happily, letting the hate wash over him like a warm shower. Ah, this really is nice. I missed this. It also earned him a shower of half-eaten fruit and at least 12 pairs of shoes chucked at him, which bounced off the invisible force field enveloping the arena. It had been installed to stop fighters' attacks from splashing onto the crowd, but it stopped fresh produce just as well. Then it was like a lid had been put on the crowd, muffling them. Dorian opened an eye. Huh? The force field hummed to life, flexing its power all around them, closing the arena off to the world. Suddenly it was just him, the referee, and a fuming high Earthrealm princess alone in a very flat, big, well-lit ring. It was time. "Fighters!" cried the referee. "Summon your weapons!" "Humph!" Eudora jerked up her chin and waved her hand with a dancer's grace. 2 sashes of pearly white swept into the air, curling around her like serpents. They were huge. Spread out, each could have wrapped up a small house, and there was a menacing fluidity to the way they moved, like they had minds of their own as they slithered through air. Something told Dorian that being caught in the grips of those things would not end well for him. The crowd's ooze could be heard even through the muffling effect. But I have a little something of my own, don't I? Come out, my lovely. And his weapon answered his call. A smudge of twilight forced its way into the daylight. Smoke poured out all around him. Not the noxious fumes of a fire, but that purplish, ethereal mist which always seemed to drift about, winding and ominous, around ghastly things that revel in the dead of night. There was a pinprick of white in the murky fog. Then the head of the javelin emerged, trailing wisps of smoke, massive, wicked, spotless, bright as the crescent moon. Behind it, slow and orderly as funeral marchers, came the black links of its chain. But the weapon brought more than just its physical form. It dispersed a mood. Even the boisterous crowd felt it. A dreadful, stifling gloom spread out, weighing down their hearts, silencing their voices. The shocked hush was even lovelier than their jeers. Eudora, meanwhile, still had her arms crossed and her chin held high. The girl seemed determined not to be impressed. "Just you wait and see, motherfucker," said the expression on her face. The referee raised a fist. "Let the battle commence!" 120. Splendid Weaponry, 11. "Let the battle commence!" A projection of chi flickered to life midair, high above the arena. It had their faces, their names, and even 2 big red health bars. It must be synced to the life treasures they wore. Eudora's health bar was nearly twice as long as Dorian's own. He rolled his eyes. Of course it is. The princess in question stood idly, a lazy smile on her face, like a cat toying with a mouse. I mean, she's got a point. I'd think I was screwed, too. Dorian frowned, chewing on the thought. Actually, do I have a real shot? Skill was a power multiplier, after all. If an elite Earthrealm fighter of this plane could efficiently use, say, 60% of their powers, Dorian could easily draw out 90% of his own. The trouble was, Dorian wasn't sure what his newfangled powers really amounted to. He hadn't had a chance to test them against true competition. His estimates could be way off. Would they be enough to bridge that daunting 1.5 realm gap between him and the princess? Who knows? He licked his lips. I guess we'll see, won't we? A battle plan dashed through his mind. What was her archetype? 2 strangling sashes, no sharp edges, drifting out from where they were tied neatly about her waist. Almost certainly she was a control-type fighter. She would try to latch on to him and squeeze the life out of him. He, on the other hand, was a glass cannon, an assassin type. He'd skirt in and out of range, striking hard and fast, and flit away before she could grab a hold of him. Her weak points sprang to mind: the throat, the heart, the stomach, the tendons of the lower legs, the nerve-ridden ridges of the spine. It was a tough plan to hold to, and a dangerous one. He'd need to walk a tightrope. But it was the only plan he had, so he simply grinned. Here goes nothing. Eudora saw his gaze and smirked at him, her gem-like eyes glimmering cruelly. She must have thought the fight was as good as over. She made a big show of her not being in a rush at all.
Io, 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 our so-called hero, so young and already on such a big stage, with all the Oasis's eyes on your delicate little shoulders, she purred.
Dorian blinked. Who knew? The true Io was but a jumble of ghostly memories now, shoved in some dusty drawer of the mind. She seemed to take his silence for weakness.
"What's the matter?"
She laughed, a trilling, airy sound.
"Don't tell me. Have you grown shy under such bright lights? Oh, I think I'll take my sweet time with you, pretty little Io."
She flicked out her hands, and her 2 great sashes spread out to either side of her like an angel's wings unfurling. She giggled. "You can't know how many men would die to hear me say that. You should count yourself lucky. Only I don't mean it in the way you might wish, I fear." Wait, is she trying to intimidate me? A corner of his lips quirked up. How adorable. Hey, I'm not complaining. Let her ramble on. I'll take all the extra time I can get. He glanced at those billowing, floating sashes. May as well glean a few more clues before the dirty work begins. Then he squinted and sucked in a sharp breath. A thought had struck him like a club over the head. It was so blindingly obvious, so stupidly blunt that there had to be something wrong with it. Right? He frowned. He couldn't think of anything wrong. He frowned harder. Wait, so why exactly can't I just... Eudora saw the look on his face and snorted with laughter. "We've not even begun, and you're already this shaken. Oh, dear." But he hardly heard her. He was too busy reeling. In an instant, a plan spun into being in his head, a plan 10,000 times better than the first. How could I possibly have missed this all along? His problem all this time was that he had no shadows to travel to. Sure, he could cast his own shadows. His spirit weapon came with an aura of gloom, soaking the space about him in ample shade, but he had nowhere to send it to, no shadows to exit, so it was useless. Except... Those 2 sashes were billowing sheets of silk, shifting through air, tied around her waist. That one small detail, that one aspect of her spirit weapon changed everything. And somehow he hadn't clocked it until she literally waved it in front of his eyes. Holy shit. He had a real goddamn chance after all. If he timed it just right, if he struck at just the right spot. His eyes flashed. The ghost of a fascinating idea shimmered in his mind, taking form. Eudora, meanwhile, was still busy peacocking. She hadn't registered his lips curling into a grin. "You've never fought in a formal duel before, have you?" she tutted. "Then you may consider this your first lesson. In a duel, seizing the initiative is paramount." Her eyes narrowed, and her body language shifted in an instant, coiling up, tensing like a taut bow. Dorian braced for impact. "Rule number 1, always strike first." And she lunged. She came on so shockingly fast, he nearly didn't have the time to react, even though he'd been ready for it. He hardly had time to blink. All he saw was a blur, a flicker of violent motion. By the time he mustered a response, she'd halved the space between them. The sheer burst speed was absurd, even for an Earthrealm fighter. It was abnormal even for a Skyrealm fighter. Saints! Around them, the crowd let out a scattering of sharp gasps. His instincts reacted before he did. He barely leapt out of the way before her sashes lay waste to the sands. The ground quaked with the impact, sending shockwaves rippling up Dorian's legs, chattering his teeth. Geysers of sand shot up, splashing back down in vast, dusty waves. The grin vanished from Dorian's face. In its place was a dawning horror. The girl liked her cringy smack talk, sure, but she had good reason. She was a goddamn physical freak of nature. What the hell has the governor's palace been feeding this girl? She must have been munching top-tier physique treasures since she was out of the womb. Dorian dashed off, keen to put some distance between them. Then he saw a shadow in the dust, and the air seemed to flee before it, shrieking, desperate to get out of the way as something monstrously fast whipped through it, a sonic boom flaring in its wake. Dorian kicked off hard as he could, dodging left, his heart sinking. Fuck! He'd made a horrible miscalculation, one that might prove fatal. He felt all of his assumptions, all of his plans, all his brilliant, well-laid strategies crashing down around his ears like a sandcastle swept up in a cresting wave. She was a tank, a grappler, that much was true, but she was also faster than him. Her specialty was not chi techniques at all. Looking at her tall, supple, yet well-muscled form, he'd made a best-guess assumption. He'd bet on his speed as his sole advantage. Now he had literally nothing. As she drew closer to him, moving so fast it was like he was standing still, there was nothing he could do but laugh at his own misfortune. She's a fucking body cultivator. Just my damned luck. Body cultivators were a rare but deadly class of fighter who focused heavily on their bodies over their techniques. Rather than a spirit sea, they made spirit veins, dispersed through their bodies so that their chi fed their muscles directly, which meant that physically, the gap between profound and earth was a gap between heaven and earth. Come on, are you serious? Dorian saw it now. This was stupid. He demanded a goddamned refund. This whole setup was rigged. He was screwed from the start. It was like trying to fight water with fire. No, more than that. It was like trying to fight an ocean with a candle. He had no hope of hitting her with a technique or spirit weapon. She was way too fast for that. He had no hope of running. She was too fast for that, too. He had no hope at hand-to-hand combat. If he had to guess, she was tears stronger than him, too, and there was no terrain to hide behind. His entire gameplay was flipped on his head in an instant. Fuck. In short, body cultivators were the single worst class of fighter to have a cultivation deficit against. If it was a gap of chi, he had a chance, but no amount of skill could overcome 1.5 realms of dumb, brute power. He knew this. He tried anyway. The javelin scythed through the air, a stream of fierce shadows so fast he only saw its after-image. It was fast as all hells, faster than any profound realm-powered weapon had any right to be. At such close range, most Earthrealm fighters would have been skewered on the spot. It was his shitty luck that he was not fighting most Earthrealm fighters. This was how Eudora Azcan dodged. She was there one moment, and then it was like she had simply stopped existing. The javelin went through the space where she was, then she flickered back into place. Dorian was frankly disgusted. That's fucking unfair. 999 times of 1,000, pampered young masters and mistresses who boasted like she did were rubes, fluffing themselves up. They might have some power, sure, but their overinflated egos vastly dwarfed their true abilities. Then there was a 1 in 1,000 who was the real deal. He tried to kick away. He knew it was in vain. She was already upon him. Her sash snatched his left arm before he even registered its presence. He tried tugging it free, but it was impossible. It was not his arm anymore. It felt like it had been cast in hardened steel. The other sash curled tight around his right leg. And just like that, the chase was done. Dorian felt dizzy, like he'd gotten whiplash. It was honestly sort of anticlimactic. It all happened too fast. He hadn't even gotten a chance to test out his new techniques. Well, not yet, at least. That one idea, that one fascinating, obvious idea still simmered at the back of his mind. It was the one thing that might save him now. I would say it was a good effort, mused Eudora, slowly stalking up to him. Her smile was cold and thin as a crack in a glacier. But it wasn't really, was it? I would end it here. But for you... Dorian heard the muffled jeers of the crowd leak in from outside. The crack grew wider. I'll take my time. The sashes tightened around his limbs, and Dorian hissed. All blood flow, even chi flow, was cut off. He couldn't feel his fingers nor his toes. Then the sashes started to pull, and pull, and pull with agonizing slowness, the way a psychopath child yanks the wings off a mayfly. Dorian could literally feel his tendons and sinews and muscles crying out, powerless to resist, torn up, straining and stretched beyond their limits with each passing inch. Soon he had to bite down his tongue to force back the howl rising in his throat. The force on either side was monstrous. He clenched his teeth. It could have torn plate metal in half. Above, his health bar dwindled with heart-quickening speed. The life-saving treasure on Dorian's arm worked furiously to shore up the damage to his life force, but still the stress poured in, the sashes tightening about him, clamped onto him like a vise. A little more, just a little more,
and Dorian started to laugh. Eyes veined with red and bulging with pain, his body literally falling apart at the seams, he started to laugh. Unbridled, hysterical. He was shaking all over with it. "What?" Eudora looked unimpressed. "Broken already? Oh, I really did hope you'd—" Then, with all his willpower, he tugged. "Now!" The javelin lanced at her from straight behind. He'd never recalled it. Silently he let it sit there in the back as she tied herself to him, latching her sashes to him, locking him in place, sure, but also locking her two most powerful tools to his body, and cutting off her movement, too, in one fell swoop. The javelin slashed straight into her, through her, clean like she was made of air. No, not through her after-image, for she dodged as though she had eyes in the back of her head. The javelin careened on through, swerving around in a wide arc. Miss! Awed cries sprang up from the crowd. Eudora's face was ever more bored. "Really?" she snorted. "Silly boy, you truly thought that'd work?" And Dorian grinned. Nope, but this might. It dove at her again from the front, a massive burst of vicious shadow and light. One clean hit from this thing would probably prove deadly to nearly anyone in the oasis. The problem was, of course, landing that one clean hit. It blistered the air as it bolted at her. Eudora stared at it with naked contempt. "You never learn, do you?" Her words caught in her throat, because his javelin wasn't aimed at her. It was aimed at the shadow made by the two sashes which clamped tight to Dorian's arms. It dove straight into the darkness at Dorian's feet. Now! There was a sharp tearing sensation in Dorian's gut as a glut of chi was fed to the technique. What happened next went very fast. The javelin's head emerged at the other end of the shadow, seething with speed, not 2 arm lengths from Eudora's unguarded heart. Her face was a mask of naked shock. He drank it in with glee. The best part? She was caught so off guard that she had no time to react. Or rather, she should have had no time to react, but to his horror, she somehow did. In that shard of a second, by some miracle of mind-bending reflexes, she managed to twist her waist, leaping back, contorting her body to its limits, a horrifyingly good try at a dodge. For all its athleticism, it was still not enough. She managed to shift herself a foot off-center. Then the javelin speared her clean in the liver, sheared through her silken armor with ease, and carving deep into the flesh beyond. 121. Splendid Weaponry, 12. It was like she'd been struck by a wrecking ball, but the crushing force of the Halong javelin wasn't the worst of it. The worst of it was that force spearing her through a point tinier than a needle's head. The Halong javelin was so sharp that even its holding case, forged of twice-smelted bright steel, was designed to leave an air pocket around its tip, for a mere touch from that cruel, gleaming fang could carve grievous wounds into the toughest of metals. Now it drilled into a human body of astonishing make, to be sure, a marvel of flesh and blood, but still, in the end, flesh and blood. Eudora let out a choked gasp as she was thrown backward, crumpled over, her eyes jolted wide with disbelief, arms splayed about her as she was flung into the sands. There was a flash of scarlet as her life-saving treasure pulsed sharply with chi, sending the javelin careening halfway across the arena, but the damage was done. If this was a real fight, that might well have been a fatal blow. Wincing, Dorian struggled to his feet and glanced up to the ceiling, where the health bars lay in bold projections. He hardly dared to hope. In an instant, hers was slashed down by more than 2/3. Just like that. It seemed impossible. A goddess-like figure, a machine of brute force who'd had him at her mercy mere seconds prior, cut down with such ease? The Halong javelin lived up to its title. It was the most feared weapon in the oasis for a hell of a good reason.
Silence. Wonderful, stunned, gaping silence gripped the arena. Then there was an uproar so frenzied, so explosive, not even the arena's force fields could dampen it. There wasn't a person in the crowd not on their feet, screaming, hollering, jumping up and down, or plain gaping. There was a wholesale losing of shits. Everywhere Dorian looked were Oasis dwellers' faces hung slack with shock. Nobody seemed to know what to think. Nobody except Dorian, that was, who was grinning ear to ear. It really goddamned worked, and it did so much better than he'd thought it would. The thing handled so well it felt like flexing yet another muscle. There was no bright line between thought and action, no gap between the motion and the will to motion. He wanted, and it did. It was everything a spirit weapon ought to be, and he was only making use of maybe 1/10 of its true potential, if that. Shadow Strike was all he could draw out at Profound. One technique. Lucky it's a damned good one, eh? Then Dorian winced as a crackle of pain spiked up his shoulder, searing the joint between arm and torso. He wiggled his fingers and feet, keen to coax some blood into them. This Eudora was stupid strong. She'd nearly yanked his arm straight out of the socket. If she caught a hold of him again, he suspected there would be no slow burn, no drawn-out torture. No, she'd be ripping limbs right off him with a vengeance. Vengeance. Yes, that was certainly a good word for it. There was a great deal of vengeance in her eyes as she picked herself back up, coughing blood, her face flushed from top to bottom. She took in the grin on Dorian's face and flushed harder. "What?" she snapped, still coughing, wiping blood off her lips with the back of her hand. It was hard to keep an air of dignity when you could hardly stand upright. Still, she made a valiant effort. "You think one lucky shot means you've won?" It was music to Dorian's ears. He didn't think he'd won, not by a long shot. But by her tone, her attitude had done a heel turn. He saw it in the way she stood, the way she shifted on the balls of her feet, that cagey, wounded animal look. It's like you said, isn't it? The initiative is paramount. She'd gotten him by rushing him at full bore, catching him floundering on the back foot, but now she'd lost that first strike advantage. If she caught hold of him again, he had no doubt she'd tear him limb from limb, but now he'd gotten a feel for her. Now that he'd found the chink in her armor and cut her down to size, he felt almost, dare he think it, assured. Like he had seized the upper hand. She had seemed, at the start, an unsolvable puzzle. It had seemed like he'd be slaughtered without so much as a chance to fight back. Now that he only needed to land one more clean hit to win, now that he'd wounded her for more than half her health, now that he saw how badly his tricks could wound her, it was like the last puzzle piece had clicked into place, and he saw the full picture of her being. Everything that was once blurry resolved into sharp focus. Was this cockiness, or was it simply confidence? He frowned at himself. Don't get ahead of yourself now. He had to keep his head screwed on. No rushing in, no overextending. He needed her to do that so he could counter with his little tricks. So he made a show of checking out their health bars. He made a show of acting surprised. "Wait, really?" he said. "I nearly finished you with just one shot?" He frowned. "Weren't you supposed to be tough? By the way you were acting, I thought you were X." The look on her face was priceless. "Why, you little—" She pounced at him, snarling, her hands arching to seize his throat. Her sashes whipped through the air. She was but a blur in his vision. But even blurs cast shadows, and this time he was ready for her. He timed the throw of his javelin to match her. He'd goaded her, after all. He'd thrown his javelin before she'd moved. As soon as he sensed in her body the intention, he'd already begun his own strike. They met halfway, her sashes, his javelin. One sash looped over the top, arching for his throat. The other dove for the javelin, fanning out like a net, intent on wrapping up his weapon and stifling it. And once more his javelin dove into the shadow like a fish slipping into water. This time, however, Eudora tracked it like a hawk. She reacted in an instant. She would not make the same mistake twice. Dorian saw her crouch as the javelin dove. Then she sprung up in a leap that almost touched the ceiling, putting a huge chunk of distance between herself and the ground. She scoured her own shadows for the threat. Wherever his javelin emerged, she'd be ready. "Foolish girl," Dorian snorted. "In a game of tactics, you're trying to outwit me?" He bared his teeth in a grin. "You're 1,000 years too young for that." Shadow Strike was a costly technique. Most of its cost came in that in-between space, when it slipped out from reality and into the darkness. It didn't reemerge instantly. No, it traversed some parallel dimension, a shadow realm, and then slipped back into this reality. Holding it in shadow was what cost Dorian vast chunks of his chi. But sometimes that cost was worth it. Eudora was in the air, brow furrowed, leaping in an arc. In a blink she'd neared the top of the leap. Her own attack was quickly forgotten. All her focus was on the defensive. She would not let him get off another clean hit. Only it wasn't quite the same setup, and that made all the difference. Dorian held. In the space of the shadow he waited, patient, feeling his newly made chi drained from his spirit sea in swaths. The seconds passed with agonizing slowness, but his chi went shockingly fast. 3/4. He grimaced, feeling the harsh wrench in his gut. 1/2? Not yet, not yet. He let the wrenching grow to a spiking tug, and still he held tight. This needed to be God's damned perfect. And then, just when his chi was dipping below 1/3, the chance presented itself. At the start of the leap, Eudora had put on a defiant snarl. By the time she reached the top, it had become a triumphant grin. Here she knew she was far enough away that she could block any bolt from her shadows. But no bolt came. And then came the dawning realization, the shock, the horror as gravity grabbed her by the ankles and dragged her down, 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 speeding up into those very same shadows, those shadows she was trying so desperately to avoid. She braced herself as she dropped. Both sashes whipped back before her in defensive posture, one stacked atop the other, shortening the shadows they cast to a dark puddle. She was falling fast, and the javelin would come out faster, but if she wrapped herself well enough she could blunt most of it, if not swallow the strike whole in the folds of her sashes. Dorian could practically see the thoughts flash across her face. If Dorian was smart, she deduced, he'd wait until she was mere feet from the ground, when her downward speed and the javelin's upward speed was greatest, when the distance was least. That was when he'd have the best shot at her. So that was what she braced herself for. But of course, Dorian knew that was exactly what she was expecting. He cackled to himself. 1,000 years too young, girl. 1,000 years too young. There was one more thing here. One thing she failed to consider. When she stood on the ground, she cast no shadow. The lighting, streaming from a string of huge lamps, was too flooding for that. When she was up high, blocking only a few light sources, the others voided her shadows. At the top of her leap, she was still safe. But there was a point, a sliver of time when she was but a dozen feet from the ground, when she hit a sweet spot, far enough away that she still blocked out a chunk of light, but close enough that her body stopped the others from covering for it. And in that sliver there was a shadow, a small but very present shadow, just behind her. Barely visible, and certainly invisible to her. Dorian smirked. Got you. Carefully, ruthlessly, he threaded the eye of the needle. Here's the thing about dodging. If you were caught off guard but your feet were still planted on the ground, with sufficient reflexes you could still manage a decent attempt at it. Kick off, twist, leap, you could still move out of the way. Here's the thing about blocking. If you were caught off guard, but your shield was still nearby, you only needed but a glimpse of the strike before it hit you, and good enough reflexes, of course, to manage a solid try at a block. But what happened when you were in the air and you needed in a split second to shift directions, but you had nothing to kick off of, no terrain to latch onto, nothing to move yourself with? What if your blocking instruments were literally on the opposite side of your body, far too slow to whip around? What if the strike came from underneath and behind you, so you couldn't even see it coming? And what if, the nail in the coffin, it came a half-second earlier and from a different place than you'd been led to believe? Well, then, even if you were a superhuman princess whose whole body a treasure of the highest caliber, even if you had a 1.5 realm advantage, even if by every single objective measure this fight should have been an easy sweep for you, Dorian had to believe she was finished. Even so, as he saw the javelin peek out from the darkness, he tensed, bracing for yet another miracle. Bracing for her to defy all laws of physics, whirl around midair and block. Perhaps she'd catch it between 2 fingers. Perhaps she'd wiggle her whole upper body out of the way like a snake. But she didn't react at all. The javelin struck her in the small of the back, in the very same spot Dorian had kicked in the oyster restaurant just a few days prior. Dorian saw the force ripple up and down her body. He saw her face go from flush red to stark white. He saw the life-saving treasure crackle with sharp scarlet light and wink out, saw her eyes roll back, saw blood spurting from her mouth as she was flung ragdoll limp into the force field, bouncing off, flipping head over heels once, twice, and skidding to a stop at last in an unmoving, twisted-up heap in the sands, her limbs strewn carelessly about her. A cloud of dust and sand bloomed in her wake. Dorian held his breath, scarcely daring to believe it. The entire arena seemed to hold its breath, too. No fucking way. He kept expecting her to spring up in a rage, kept expecting her head to snap back up, spitting sand out of her mouth and raring for another go at him. It seemed somehow wrong, obscene even, that he could finish off such a creature in but 2 well-placed, well-timed strikes. But Dorian had been in enough fights to know that this was no impossibility. Nowhere near it. With a well-timed blow struck at the picture-perfect spot, even the sling of a peasant boy could down a giant. And he'd struck her twice, with something far heavier and harder and sharper than a mere sling. He looked up at the health bars. The red in hers dropped until it was but a thin, glowing rectangle, filling but a tiny fraction of the full bar. Then it was a line, and then nothing at all. 122. Splendid Weaponry, 13.
Heavens! He's done it! He's done it!
Even the announcer's voice was trembling.
The hero, Io, downs the 4th-seeded princess in the 1st round! Just like that!
If Dorian thought the crowd had been crazy before, they might as well have been monks in a monastery compared to what happened now. It was like Dorian was some divine savior descended. It was like he truly was the so-called hero they made him out to be. The crowd hollering and screaming and chanting his name. They weren't just on their feet. Some madness had taken them. Men and women were climbing over one another, shoving down the stands. At first, Dorian did his usual stuff, bowing, waving, soaking in the wind. He was quite pleased with it, all told. He was surprised at himself, frankly. How silly of me, he chided. He felt way too smug about the whole ordeal. Have I forgotten who I am? Then his eyes widened. The crowd wasn't only shoving past one another, they were trying to rush the stage. Waves of men and women, taken in by some kind of hysteria, were cramming up to the very front and bowling over the hapless security guards. "Hero! Hero!" Prying hands reached out from all directions. There was a shuddering, a creaking of steel, then a low, ominous groan from somewhere high above. Oh, shit. Time to get the hells out. As he scampered back, still smiling, he sensed a sharp aura drill into his back. Killing intent? His head whipped around. There, standing at the edge of the arena, was the Rat King. His eyes shivered in their sockets. He was staring straight at Dorian, fists clenched, lips set in a seething snarl. What? Dorian blinked. What's his deal? Their eyes met for a split second. Then he dashed into the tunnels below the arena and vanished into the darkness. Kaya was the first to rush up to him as he re-entered the competitors' grounds.
"How'd it go?"
she gasped. Dorian shrugged. "Solidly, I'd say. Rough start, but I recovered well. I give myself about an 8 out of 10.
I mean, did you win?"
Of course, Dorian snorted, smiling. He ruffled her hair. Don't ask silly questions. Then he noticed that everyone in the room was staring at him, more than a few open-mouthed. "You," said young Master Fang, one pencil-drawn eyebrow raised. "You claim you beat Eudora Ascan as a fighter of the mid-profound realm? Really now?"
"Impossible!"
cried a young master behind him. Ma Yun was slowly chewing on a big ball of dough. He turned his big head slowly to Dorian, still chewing, and blinked. "Huh," was all he said. Then the door opened up behind Dorian, and in stalked the Rat King. Dorian frowned, but the man didn't look at him once. He just walked by, head held high, and the other fighters parted easily before him like water before the prow of a ship. All righty then. Pebble stumbled up behind him.
"Spectacular!"
he cried.
"Why, I've never seen the princess humiliated so brutally."
He clapped his tiny hands.
"You've outdone yourself."
Yeah, said Dorian absently. Say, what's up with your boss?
Huh?
Pebble scratched his head.
Oh, right. So, you seem to not know anything. Not your fault, and I shall from now on assume that some of the sillier things you do are due in part to ignorance rather than merely boneheadedness.
Very charitable of you, said Dorian dryly. Pebble brightened.
I know, isn't it? Anywho, that was his girlfriend you just beat up. So, in one fell swoop, you managed to offend both the Lord of the Oasis and its second most powerful man. Don't worry, laughed Pebble. He was real mad for a bit, but I managed to talk him out of killing you. He'll be fine. He just needs some time to cool off. He can get this way sometimes.
My plans of arming the outskirters appears to be going up in smoke. Dorian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How was he supposed to know some random girl in an oyster shop was the daughter of the Oasis Lord? And of course she was tied to the Rat King, too. Of damned course. Well, thought Dorian a tad miserably, if I had to offend both the Rat King and the Oasis Lord at once, at least I got my money's worth. A smile was creeping back on his face. That was quite a nice shot, if he did say so himself. Weaving into the shadow, then holding it there. The timing? Frankly, that was exquisite, even for him. That shot really ought to be sang about. There should be an epic poem written about it. At least a mural. Kaya Rust, called a gruff referee. To Dorian's side, she perked up. Leo Uyong. Sorry for the wait. We had, how shall I put this, a situation out there that had to be resolved. Now we're good. You're up. Good luck, said Dorian with a thumbs up. Kaya chewed her lip, her eyes darting between him and the doorway. Thanks. Across the room, Leo Uyong smirked at them with the casual confidence of a man assured of his victory. Dorian could tell the only thing in his mind was how he'd go about it. He made a throat-slitting gesture at Dorian. Dorian mimed sloppy licking in response. Leo reddened. He mouthed something back, something like, just you watch, asshole. I'm going to her. Dorian didn't catch that last bit, but he could imagine. Then they were off. Kaya came back not 5 minutes later, positively glowing. Literally glowing. Streams of golden light rose off her skin like steam, like she was a well-cooked crab. Her knuckles were bloody, and she grinned from ear to ear. Dorian cocked his head. Oh?
I won, Io! I won! I really did it!
She cried, bouncing about with childlike glee. Only, she pouted,
I really hoped he'd last longer. He was no fun.
Honestly, Dorian didn't see this coming. That Leo fellow must be weaker than I thought. Oh well, it's nice she's had a win. She'd almost certainly be knocked out next round. It was a miracle she'd made it this far, given she was a transplant from the backwater of all backwaters, but at least this way she'd feel she gave it a valiant effort. Losing in the first or the second really made no difference at all results-wise, but he knew mortals needed these little things. The door to the arena opened, and out streamed a referee and 2 workers with a stretcher. On the stretcher lay a whimpering boy who had more bruise than skin on his body. He was one big lump of swollen, bleeding purple, cringing head to toe. Goodness me! Dorian blinked. The boy would have been done long ago, but whoever he fought hadn't let him quit. That life-saving treasure must have been stretched to its breaking point. Dorian was no stranger to playing with his food, but even to him this seemed a bit much. Wait. Dorian squinted. Is that Leo Ouyang? Surely not. He glanced at his sister with a frown. Did you?
Next up, said the referee, Io of the Heilong.
Whatever. Shrugging, he climbed to his feet and stretched himself out. This round he'd been given a more sensible pairing, some young master he'd never heard of, which was a relief, since he still felt the phantom pains of those steely silks ripping at his joints. He grinned. Let's get this done with. The terrain this time was an icy tundra. Before the fight, they'd used artifacts to coat the floor in a layer of ice. Then they'd studded the grounds with icicles. The crowd was much warmer to Dorian now. A cheery chant even rose up, spreading across the arena, thundering, "Io! Io! Io!" Things were growing rowdy before the fight had even begun. People like a winner, I guess. He wasn't complaining.
Begin!
Cried the referee. The young Master Yun, apparently, sneered at him. He opened his mouth to spit an insult. Then Dorian fed him the Heilong javelin. As it turned out, not everyone was Eudora Azcan. In fact, most people didn't have the wherewithal to so much as flinch before the javelin carved them up, and this poor boy was only in the early Earth realm. It was almost sad. The fight lasted less than 3 seconds. It took them longer to prepare the arena. His next round went much the same. This time it was in a mountain terrain, with shadows everywhere. This round lasted less than 1. And just like that, he was through to the second and final day. Now this was shocking. "I won!" cried Kaya, sweeping him up in a hug. "You did?" Dorian hummed as she wheeled him about. Must be that contract. I thought it was a communications thing, some way for Nijo to contact me through her and give me an offer. I guess he's actually investing some power in her, too. But why? It didn't make much sense to him. Is he trying to get on my good side? He wouldn't know until Nijo finally decided to get off his ass and arrange a meeting, he supposed. Then the door opened, and her opponent, a dazed-looking, scarred, massive hulk of a man, stumbled out. He took one look at her, shrieked like a baby, and ran off.
Sorry,"
cried Kaya after him.
"No hard feelings?"
Dorian blinked. Okay, weird, but not weird enough for me to care. Moving on. "I've got some meetings to get to," said Dorian. He wriggled free of her with a wink. "See you back at camp, all right? We're moving tonight."
"Huh? With who?"
"The Grand General Bin Heilong and the head of the Artificing Guild. If all goes well, we'll be in mass production before the day's through. In other words, we'll finally start manufacturing the most important weapons we have against the Ugok en masse, and I'll be raking in a sweet per-stick commission, too, of course." Just imagining how filthy rich he was about to be had Dorian's mouth watering. The words seemed to float right over Kaya's head.
"Oh,"
she said in a daze.
"Okay, we'll talk soon."
"Good luck on your 3rd round." He left. "Remarkable," whispered Father Zacharias, peering at the crystal globe. "Simply remarkable." It showed a battle scene. A girl wreathed in gold beating down a fiery spearman, laughing hysterically all the while. "I've seldom seen an initiate draw so much from the mark," a bald man in priest's garb, stroking the thin white wisps of a beard. These were the 2 highest-ranking officials in the Azcan branch of the Church of Jez.
I agree, said Father Zacharias. It's unearthed such a ravenousness to her soul. By Jesus light! Of course, it is the persona, not the body, that matters, said the priest. The simpler the mind, the purer the desires, the better, and she, well... He winced as she ate a spear to the gut, laughed, yanked the spear to her, and delivered a nasty headbutt to its wielder in one fluid motion. Say what you will, it's pure sadism, perhaps, but that is for Jez to judge, not I. Father Zacharias swallowed. Perhaps it is time to bring her into the fold. There is so much she has yet to learn, and there are hardly 2 moons before the Great One arrives. The priest nodded. I'll see what I can do.
123. Splendid Weaponry, 14.
It's sexy as hells. I get hard just looking at it, chuckled Ton, the artificing head, as he marched down the hall. Your stick, I fucking love it.
Yeah, I get that a lot, said Dorian.
Excuse me, said Ben, reddening.
He means the weapon I'm about to show you. My wizard stick, said Dorian with a grin. He paused. Or so I hope. It was Ton, him, and Ben going down a windowless hall made wholly of sheet metal. 2 light sources ran in thick white lines down its length. They were inside the Artificers Guild headquarters once more, but today's journey was special. Today the Guild head was taking them deep into the heart of the Guild, where it stored its top-secret experiments and its most state-of-the-art forges. Ever since they'd gotten models of Dorian's wizard sticks and detailed blueprints besides, the sticks had been the talk of the Guild. It had sparked a fervor among its members. Everywhere Dorian passed, he heard chatter of modifying, adapting, upgrading the sticks, talk of expanding their rune sets, making rune stacks, on and on. Walking by some of the forge stations, Dorian saw a huddle of gray-bearded artificers squinting at stick prototypes with gazes fierce enough to melt steel. These things tended to happen when you advance a civilization's technology by centuries in a matter of days. They arrived at the end of the hall, where 2 hunks of black spiny metal were bolted together, making a locked door. Ton tapped his interspatial ring, extracting a hammer, a hunk of gleaming silver with a handle of worn leather half the size of a man. But its weight was considerably more than a man's, judging by the way the steel flexed and creaked under Ton's feet when he brought the thing out. It was his personal hammer, engraved with his name, and more, his very spirit. At a high enough tier, artificers formed tool bonds, much as fighters formed bonds with spirit weapons.
Not just anyone can get in here,
said Ton, grinning 2 rows of chipped yellow teeth.
You'll need more than a key. You've got to prove yourself a damn good artificer, too.
He tapped the hammer to the lock. Instantly, scalding heat bloomed at the door's edges, and the lock deformed. Strands of chi ran down its surface, the influence of an array. A puzzle. This door was made of black steel, the hardest steel known to Azcan artificers. Most anyone under the mid-Earth realm couldn't dream of forging it. Even worse, the harder one tried to mold it, the harder it resisted. An artificer's paradox. Ton began to forge. Dorian could feel the air warble with heat, with will, as he set his mind fully to the task. The metal was coaxed open, gently yet firmly, with the sort of precision one might expect from a sculptor or a painter, not a 7-foot-tall, unkempt giant. The doors folded quietly open. It wasn't that they moved. The arrays holding them in place seemed to explicitly prevent swiveling. They were simply unmade, then remade in an altered form. Dorian got the weird sense that they hadn't even been forced by Ton's will. He'd simply convinced the metals that they wanted to change, and they bent of their own accords. The thought seemed nonsensical, of course. Unless you were of a high enough level, then you knew exactly what just happened. Dorian's eyes flashed. That might be the first time in this run I've seen a man touch on a law. It was faint, to be sure, but unmistakable. a feat few managed until at least the Sky Realm. It was so obscure that Dorian bet they didn't even have a name for its kind here. They probably knew it as just another technique, albeit a very advanced one. They couldn't possibly know that what Ton had just shown was the foundation for all godhood. It was named the gap between heaven and earth, the thing that set the demigod realm apart from the Sky Realm, the most brutal bottleneck of all cultivation, save for the jump to God King itself. Ton finished up with the forging with a satisfied grunt.
"Come now, friends."
He waved them through. There was a flare of chi as the doors sealed behind them. They came to a cone-like room swathed in shadow with one bright spot at its center. There was a pedestal under bright lights, and on the pedestal lay a wizard stick.
"Behold," boomed Ton, "our very own prototype."
Amused, Dorian went up to it, taking it in from all angles. A few seconds went by as he squinted at it. "Huh," he said at last. "I've got a few notes, but all told, you've done pretty well. You've followed my blueprints nearly to the letter."
"That we did," said Ton proudly. "It'll need some refining, mind you. We'll have a few more goes at it, but we're close enough that it'll do just fine. We even remade one of those funky glyphs of yours. Try it out. Go on."
He snapped his fingers, and a second set of spotlights flickered on, lighting up the far wall. They shone down on a firing range, an array of targets like an archery range. Each had on it a face of a plain-looking woman.
"This is our testing range for all weaponry," he said with a hearty grin. "It's what we use to make sure the cannons we ship out actually hurt things well and good. To leave a mark on any of them targets is the same as penetrating the scales of an Earthrealm drake."
"What's with the face?" asked Dorian. Ton waved a breezy hand.
"Oh, don't you mind that. It's the default we use for all our weapons tests."
Bin squinted.
"Isn't that your ex-wife?"
Ton coughed uncomfortably. Then he rounded at Dorian, suddenly impatient.
"Say, weren't you about to demonstrate your stick? What's with the hold-up?"
On it, Dorian snatched up the rune sitting on the pedestal and fitted it into the wizard stick replica. It lit up on the spot, buzzing electric yellow. It had been charged with spirit stones already, clearly. This was its one great advantage. It could draw chi from the user as fuel, true, but it could also take in spirit stones as batteries, which meant even an Origin Realm numbskull could down an Earthrealm beast if they knew how to point and click. Dorian pointed at the target and clicked. A mothball of electricity charged out of the staff and zoomed out at the target. When it struck, its crackling reached a feverish pitch. There was a flash of blinding light. Then it was all gone, leaving behind a field of sizzling black.
"Ah, ha, ha!" Ton cackled. "Never gets old. Take that, Petra, you dumb bitch. Who's immature and unable to grapple with his feelings in a healthy way now, huh?"
Mused Bin, inspecting the target.
"That is very nice." He glanced at Ton. "You and your artificers have given this weapon a rigorous assessment, I trust?"
Ton nearly seemed offended.
"Course! Who you think we are? The whole guild's been testing the thing for days. Hells, I couldn't stop them from tinkering with it if I tried. It's a tight, beautiful piece of machinery. Really is. It's got my highest
He frowned. Then he tried again, backing up in the sentence as though he could break through the mental block with sheer verbal momentum.
"It's got my highest communication. No, that's not right. Shut up. Don't tell me. I've got it."
He scrunched his eyes shut. Then he grunted.
"Fuck. Whatever. You get the gist."
"Yes, I think I do." Ben turned his gaze on Dorian, but his stone demeanor twitched, betraying a little of the eagerness hidden beneath. He, more than anyone, could imagine the sort of damage a whole army's worth of stick-wielders could do.
"Very well. You were right. This is quite interesting. We'll make a preliminary batch and reassess afterwards. This first batch should have enough to arm a squadron. 50 sticks, shall we say? Should they prove effective, the army will strongly consider ordering more en masse. Though, if they're all as simple and potent as this, a bulk order is all but a guarantee."
Great. Thus far, Dorian felt very pleased with this whole thing. Things were going exactly as planned.
Great, echoed Ton.
He rubbed his hands together.
I've prepped for just this moment, truth be told. Come on out, crew.
A square of light slid open to their left, and in stepped a row of 6 artificers dressed in thick, flame-retardant coats. They all looked very serious.
This is my crack team at your service. These are 6 of our very best men, and I don't say that lightly, you know. They'll do you right.
Dorian nodded, matching Ton's grin. So this is Team 1.
Huh?
Ton blinked.
What do you mean, Team 1? Is there supposed to be more than one?
Dorian paused. Yeah? I mean, how fast can they make these sticks?
Very fast, I'll have you know. 5 sticks per week. We'll have the order done in a mere 3 moons' time.
3 moons? Dorian gaped at him. This place won't exist in 3 moons' time. Okay. Wonderful presentation, said Dorian. Thank you, Guildhead, but you'll notice I designed the staff as a modular weapon, split in 5 distinct parts. They're meant to be made separately, then put together at the end. You'll find it's much faster this way, I think. The Guildhead frowned.
You can't mean each artificer's only meant to make 1 part?
That's the idea.
You would have us be rote laborers?
Ton gasped.
But where's the artistry, the mastery? No, this won't do, not at all.
Dorian hesitated. If you had trouble swallowing that, you might not like this next bit. We'll need a lot more than 6 high-tier artificers.
How many you thinking?
Try 100, split in teams of 20, 1 per part.
Huh?
Ton had his hands on his head.
That's half the guild's best artificers, he cried. Impossible. I can't just make them drop their projects and take this on. They wouldn't stand for it.
Wait, that's only half? 30 per team, then.
What?
As Ton gaped at him, Dorian turned to Ben with a frown. Wait, I see what's going on here. You haven't told him, have you? The general had the decency to look embarrassed. He looked down at his feet. Dorian pinched the bridge of his nose. Say, he said to Ton, how would you say the Halong Patriarch and his army, the same army that makes up the bulk of our defenses against the Ugok invasion, sweeping the desert and toppling oases, how would you say they're faring right about now?
Damned well, said Ton, puffing out his chest. Smashing those savages back to the north they are, and good riddance too.
I see, said Dorian. Boy, do I have some news for you. 5 minutes later, an unusually disheveled-looking Guildhead Ton burst out with a thunderous bang into the main chamber of the higher-tier artificers, eyes wild and bloodshot. Nearly all the room looked up, stupefied.
Listen up, fuckos! Ton roared. Drop whatever the fuck you're doing this second. You've got a new job!
From the corridor behind him, Dorian looked on with a sly grin. So it begins. 124. Splendid Weaponry, 15. Manufacturing was only step 1. Step 2 was recruitment. Dorian nodded to Ben. Assuming this all works out, let's operate on the assumption it does, shall we? We'll need some soldiers. The army has, 500 left?
Something like that, grunted Ben.
If we're to deal with a full-on beast horde and find wielders for all these sticks, we're going to need a lot more men, as in several times more. This is where you come in. Ben squinted at him.
How, precisely?
You'll help fill the ranks with oasis dwellers. Hells, even outskirters will do. Think of them as meat shields, so we don't need to exhaust the bulk of our armies early. You'll need to do some recruiting, I fear. Dorian shot him a sorry smile. At the moment, my relationship with the Azcan Lord and the Rat King is, shall we say, not the greatest. Can I count on you to speak to them? Secure some kind of deal?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, boy.
Ben crossed his arms, frowning mightily.
Remember, I have yet to agree to anything more than a test batch, And don't you presume to order me around. I am the general here, not you.
Sorry. You know me. My foolish tongue runs out on me at times. Treat everything I said as a humble, well-meaning suggestion. He grinned. Oops. I mean, please kindly consider treating everything I said as a humble, well-meaning suggestion.
Still a mite irreverent for my liking, but fine.
They crossed out of the secret lab into the long steel hallway leading out.
It is a good idea, admitted Ben. Perhaps because it is the only choice. We need all the numbers we can get, but to go through with this means heeding your bidding, which somehow makes the whole thing unseemly.
See? Now you're getting it, laughed Dorian. You don't like taking advice from my smug face? Imagine how the Oasis Lord would feel if I went to him. As for the Rat King, what's that guy's deal, by the way? Don't even think about it.
He's a non-starter for me, too, said Ben gruffly. I run the military, in case you forgot. He'll take no orders from me. He does as he likes. The Lord, at least, can see reason. I'll speak to him. Perhaps we can institute a draft.
Great. There it was, that inaudible clink, clink, clinking, that heaving engine of human misery sputtering to life, the war machine. Dorian would soon have his weaponry. He'd soon have his men, too. All he could do now was hope it'd be enough. Well, that, and figure out some other heavier-duty ways to prep the Oasis for war. He and Ben donned their cloaks as they neared a discreet back-door exit. There they bade farewells, he a cheery wave, Ben a curt nod, and they went their separate ways. And Dorian got to thinking. His big project was set in motion. What would he do now? The sticks would be the basis of his alchemy for the masses side gig, but that'd come after they were in high supply. He'd probably whip up some rote recipe for mass production then, something that'd really give the war effort a hearty boost, like a life-sacrifice elixir that'd have a soldier's vitality in return for a few hours of turbocharged chi. He'd feed them to the stick-wielders at the front lines, maybe. He scratched his chin. It was an efficient idea, maybe, but wasn't this a little too cruel? Not to him, obviously, but it'd matter to public opinion. What if they got protesters, those most heinous of all killjoys? In Dorian's mind, the rubes weren't long for the world anyway, statistically speaking. Why not let them give it all they had? Meh, he'd figure out that nonsense later. For now, Dorian thought of his projects to take on in two groups. In one was stuff that'll bolster the Oasis's war effort. In the other was stuff that'll bolster myself. There was a pleasant sliver of space in the middle there, and that was where he'd shoot for. Was there some way to ratchet up his own cultivation? Or perhaps he'd invent a new deadline twist on his spirit weapon. A technique, perhaps, or even a mod? Dorian tapped his chin, yawning. He looked up at the sky, where the sun had drifted halfway down the horizon. It hardly felt like sunset, and yet it has been quite a day, hasn't it? Dorian stretched out his back and sighed, satisfied. He was not often sore nor exhausted, but his body seldom got abused like it did today either. Even gods needed rest, to say nothing of mortals. I'll sleep on it. He sauntered back to camp, warmed with satisfaction. High Priest Talon stood in the crowd chunked outside the entrance to the arena, hemmed in so close on all sides that if he opened his mouth, he'd taste the salt on the sweaty hairs of the man in front of him. He grimaced. Not his preferred way to spend a lovely afternoon. In his position, another man might have been indignant. He, the venerated second-in-command of Azkan's Church of Jez, reduced to this? But he'd been given a task, and he would see it through. He was a hand of Jez. A good hand does not complain when it is told to grasp, no matter how sore it feels. It does as it was made to do. Nearly all of this crowd were here to see the hero's sister, or, as he heard the teenage boy beside him refer to her, that crazy savage girl, you know? Yeah, the super hot one from this morning, the one who nearly bit off Leo Ouyang's nose. Talon snorted.
The Church of Jez was not the only ones to take note of her peculiar antics, evidently, though Talon suspected his reasons for being here differed from the rest of this rowdy crowd. Differed by a substantial degree, judging by his neighbors' comments. Come to think of it, why were nearly all of them teenaged boys? Disgusting. He wrinkled his nose. No, his motives were at once pure and much less pure. He was here to recruit her, and he had an offer he knew she would not be able to resist. At this time she was battling some low-seated young mistress of the Yun clan. By Talon's calculations, the battle should be finishing up by now. Aha! The crowd thundered. There was hooting and cheering and a glut of noise pouring out. The fight was done.
"Passing through!"
Talon shouted, squeezing between the boys before him.
"Make way!"
A few let out annoyed cries, but he was very tall and very old-looking, and no one wanted to be the one to brawl with an old man merely for bumping them. He did earn his fair share of stink-eye. He sneered. "Believe me, children, the feeling is mutual." At last he'd cut his way to the front. Here, right in front of the entrance, right as Kaya emerged from the entryway to a blast of hormonal cheers. He flipped up his hood. On it, unmistakable and shining and set in huge embroidery, was Jez's golden hoops against the pale white cloth. He straightened his back, huffed, adopted a suitably wise-looking, pious posture, head downturned, brows drawn together, hands folded neatly, and waited for her to come. The golden infinity caught the sunlight so well it drew hisses from the boys around him. It couldn't have been more gauche if it had the words, "Notice me," written there in glowing red print. It was nearly impossible to miss, especially for her. Yet nearly impossible was apt, apparently, since happily she barreled right past him. He blinked. What? Frowning, he picked up his robes and rushed off, mowing down more of the crowd as he did. He had a backup plan, thank Jez. He dashed all the way down the busy street, beating her to a spot 2 intersections down the road. There he stood, gasping horribly for breath at the street corner, and flipped up his hood, striking a pose that he dearly hoped signaled mysterious and very wise-looking old man who has the answers to all your burning questions about your new powers. Or at least something like it. There he waited. A few seconds later she was skipping up the road. She'd pass his spot in seconds. She could not possibly miss him. And then she did. Talon's jaw literally dropped. He stared at her, eyes white and wide as bird eggs, as she barreled straight past him, happily humming along. By Jez's light, she's the single most oblivious person I've ever seen. Huffing mightily, he picked up the skirts of his robes again and got to running. His wrinkles weren't for show. He was nearing his 400th year. Things that were 400 years old weren't meant to run. They mostly lay still, under heaps of dirt. Sometimes he had dreams death had finally claimed him. It happened nearly every night now, and yet every morning he'd wake up, look about his gaudy, gold-lined room, pinch himself, sigh, and put on his priest's clothes, thinking, "Drat, still alive." And it was moments like these, panting down the street, feeling the sun beating its hot fists up and down his backside, feeling the sweat slaking off him in sheets, his skin shriveling like a dried grape as it was wrung for its last drop of moisture. It was times like this that he wished his one remaining working lung would finally give up the good fight, and he could at last have a nice, long, if slightly eternal, rest. Alas, it didn't happen. Damn you, Kaya Rust! He'd seen grapes less shriveled by the time he got in front of her again. This time she could not miss him if she tried. He stood smack dab in the middle of the road, right in front of her, hood on, golden infinity pointed straight at her face, not 20 paces away. She got distracted by an axe in a display case. So distracted, she bumped into him as he was in the middle of chugging in a gasp of air for dear life. That nearly did his poor lung in, then and there. He felt his heart literally stop beating. At least he got her attention. She looked at him, wide-eyed. "Oops, didn't see you there, bud. My bad."
Then she stepped around him, gave him a slap on the back so shocking it restarted his heart, and kept walking. His knees buckled. He nearly passed out. His last shred of dignity fled his body.
"Halt! Girl!"
She didn't turn.
"Kaya Rust!"
he cried, pointing a quivering, gnarled finger at her.
"I am Talon, High Priest of the Church of Jace," he wheezed.
"Huh, good for you." She turned back around.
"Wait!"
he shrieked, pointing at his cowl desperately.
"Don't you want to know the origins of your powers? How to control them? Get even stronger? There's so much you've yet to learn."
She finally clocked the symbol on his cowl. "Oh, nice. You've got a contract, too?" He stared.
"How do you know about contracts? Actually, never mind that. Do you know who your contract is with?"
She cocked her head. "Huh, nope. I guess I don't."
"Well then,"
Talon drew himself up to his full height. Even bedraggled, he still managed a dignified air.
"Would you care to know?"
"Nope."
"Really?"
He couldn't keep the shock from his voice.
"You're not even a little curious?"
"Nah," she shrugged, smiling. "I'm having a good time. That's all that matters, right?" Now he was gaping at her in earnest. What in the 33 realms is wrong with this girl?
Is she truly so simple? Is she an idiot?
As though in response, she wrinkled her nose. "Actually, it's probably more fun if I don't know. Lately, I've been following a new kind of thinking." She leaned in, as though about to whisper a precious secret. "Knowing things is overrated. Life's easier if you let things come as they are."
Said Talon slowly. "Pardon, miss, but that makes absolutely no sense at all."
"I know, right?" she said. "That's the best part about it." Then she scampered off.
Halt! Halt, I say!" cried the high priest.
He had one last desperate try, one card he hoped he wouldn't need to pull until they had her on the hook.
"One more thing! Your brother! He isn't who you think!"
But she was already gone. 125. A Divine Warning, 1. The moons rose high over the Azcan oasis, where chi lamps winked softly over empty, forgotten streets. A sheen of sleepy quiet settled in like a winter's first snow, blanketing high-rises and guild halls and boarded-up stores alike. Far above, the waters of the aqueducts streamed swiftly, silently down their buffed steel tubes. The night was thick with dreams. It was the second solstice. The white moon and the red rose high in the sky, looming huge and bright. Tonight, their powers neared their peaks. It was not like that first red solstice when they'd crossed paths, where chi streamed down to the sands and the supernatural grew tangible. But it was still a time when the planes grew close to one another, so close they could almost touch. Dorian sat cross-legged in a room he hadn't seen in months. It was the tea room in his grand estate, all the way in the Zenith realm. It was a simple room, walls and floors of thick, pristine bamboo, a straw mat in the middle, a humble table atop it. In truth, there was nothing humble about the room. Each of these trinkets cost a kingdom's ransom. This mat, for instance, was woven of 10,000 straws. Each of these straws was of the Shiko plant, a super medicine, a life extender which not only cured its user of all illness, but also granted eternal life. All it took was a pinch of the stuff. One straw, ground into a fine powder, could serve hundreds. No matter the cultivation level, no matter the sickness, the Shiko was the cure. Gods devoted their lives to scouring for a stalk of the stuff. And this mat was woven of tens of thousands of strands of Shiko straw, which meant that this mat, if ground up and made into vials and given to the needy, could grant millions of people hundreds of millions of years of human life. The amount of suffering this one little thing could alleviate, truly astronomical. Dorian, of course, had no plans of doing such a silly thing.
He used it as a place to rest his ass. The rest of the room, the table, the bamboo walls, were like this too, valuable beyond measure, yet used for the mundane. Dorian didn't consider it a waste. They served their true purposes very well. To show off. Dorian smiled as he took it in. Such was the way of a god-king. One didn't grasp this much power by caring excessively for the needs of others, not unless they also helped you. Unless your fate, I guess. Dorian scratched his chin. That god was a nut Dorian never managed to crack. He was one of the few men Dorian met in his many, many lives who deep down at the core of their being really wanted to help people. Of course, some people thought such altruism was their deepest motivation, rather than a very pleasant lie they tell themselves. They thought themselves good people, whatever the hell's that meant. They might have believed it wholeheartedly and even wound it into their identities, and yet put them through enough suffering, hold it across a long enough span, on the order of centuries or millennia, and every such delusion cracks. At the base of every man is human nature. The same could be said of every beast, too. Everything that thinks is but an animal in the end. Even Hu Yi, the eternal sentinel, long called the noblest of the god-kings, purest of heart, knew that he was, in his heart of hearts, only human. Dorian had seen the frankly ludicrous lengths that man went to keep himself in check. But fate, deep down, to his essence, really was good, so far as Dorian could tell. It baffled him.
"I'm sorry that I must interrupt your run, my liege," said a mild and familiar voice that cut through his thoughts. "But I think you'll soon agree this is necessary." A section of wall slid open. In stepped Gerard, his butler, in a trim black suit. His hair was gray, his posture straight, looking as any butler would. But he was very much like the rest of the things in this room. One would never guess this creature had once been the golden rock Gashin, who had carved a trail of bloody destruction across the Middle Plains until a god was desperate enough to pay Salus Godhunter, one of Dorian's incarnations, to hunt him down. That was 2,000 years ago. He'd been here ever since, acting as Dorian's faithful servant. His faith was mostly assured by an ironclad soul contract on pains of death, but still, faith was faith. "Don't apologize," said Dorian, smiling. He poked the floor. "This is a dreamscape, isn't it? If you'd actually pulled me out, I might be irked. As it is, I only feel glad to see you. What's it been, 2-3 months?" "Something like that," said Gerard, blinking heavily as he spoke, scrunching up his nose and eyes with each time as though he were about to sneeze. It gave him a suddenly avian impression. It was an old tic from his rock form, and it grew worse when he was nervous. Gerard almost never got nervous. My, said Dorian. For you to contact me mid-run and not even offer me tea before we chat. This must be some problem. Quite. Gerard took a seat opposite Dorian. He looked nearly manic by his standards, in that he looked very slightly frazzled, the way one might look upon discovering they'd forgotten their purse at home. But Dorian knew that look. He instantly sobered up. "I've not much time," said Gerard. "Please, my liege, none of your asides. The god King Fabro, he is dead. More precisely, he has been assassinated, and his kingdoms across the Middle Realms have fallen." Huh, that is surprising. Fabro was slippery as hells and a wily fighter to boot. He had all sorts of dimension magic, space-time portal nonsense to slip into. The man could find a hiding spot in an opening the space of a fingernail. Not even Dorian could wipe him out clean, and Dorian was a top ranker. Not one of the saints, perhaps, but easily in the top 100-ish fighters in all the multiverse on a good day. "Who killed him?" asked Dorian. "A strange new talent," muttered Gerard. "He has risen from seemingly nowhere, and his forces are spreading at an utterly absurd pace. In a flash, his followers have snatched up nearly a third of the lower realms. Already he and his followers, all ascended mortals, have encroached upon 2 of the 12 middle realms. He's taken the rest of us utterly off guard. They call him Jez." Interesting.
There had been would-be multiverse conquerors, of course. Those seemed to crop up every few centuries. Of course, none of them ever got very far. But as far as Dorian knew, such a speed of advancement had never been achieved. Never heard of him. Give me a rundown, will you?
That is the trouble, my liege. We don't know anything about him. His origins, shrouded, vague. Centuries ago, at least. Perhaps millennia. That much is clear. This network was not made overnight. He has been biding his time.
Gerard blinked heavy again.
All we know is this. He and his followers seem to have some symbiotic effect. He empowers them. In return, as they cultivate and grow, they feed him a fraction of their chi. His chi is theirs to use, and theirs his.
Dorian perked up. Oh?
He's found some kind of loophole which no one else has still managed to uncover. He draws his powers from everywhere, every realm, every follower, and gives of it freely, akin to planting seeds. Multiply those followers by 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000-fold.
He sucked in a breath.
You see the danger. Such a creature could grow monstrously powerful. Unchecked, why, I hardly dare to fathom what chaos he could wreak on the rest of us.
Isn't this overblown? Dorian scratched his head. Good for him. The kid's made progress. But all you've described is a church. Hells, I've done this path. It's not that uncommon.
My liege, I ought to be clear. The mechanism of a church is to receive chi in return for communion, granting wishes, what have you. Some may form soul bonds with a central deity, but the hierarchy is distinct. They service a god, and for good reason. That god has a vested interest in keeping power. What Jez does is fundamentally different. The relationship is symbiotic. To each of his followers he sacrifices a piece of himself, and in so doing links them to him, true, but him to them also inextricably. Their pain is his pain, their joy his joy. They draw from the same ever-expanding power pool, each giving of themselves to the whole.
Gerard drew a sharp breath.
What he is forming is a collective. He is only the central node.
A silence drew over the dreamscape as Dorian took all that in, chewing on it. So let me get this clear, he said slowly. It's not a hive mind. When he gives this seed of his power, he's not taking control. It's a gift, no strings attached? Truly.
Correct.
And if they die?
Then that piece dies along with them.
Dorian was getting the picture. So Guy goes around breaking off little bits of his soul, implanting it in followers, most of them much weaker than he. If they grow, this soul piece grows. If they die, it dies too, and they all share their chi in one big pool.
You have it, my liege,
said Gerard gravely. On the surface, this seems like a very low-reward, high-risk idea. You're a god. Why bother? You'd probably make far more progress cultivating normally. Dorian frowned. These mortals, they'll all die in a blink, whether by each other or by time. There's thousands of soul bits gone, like that. Hells, even most gods don't live past 2 millennia. It's a fool's gamble. You may as well throw away chunks of your very precious, very non-renewable soul.
Correct.
And doesn't this benefit them much more than Jez? By the way you put it, they share a collective chi pool. He's a god king. His techniques would take large chunks of his pool to cast. His followers are ants by comparison. They could draw endlessly, only limited by how much stress their body could take, while he gets whatever tiny contribution they muster, which barely makes a dent to a god king. He's inviting parasites.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't the bottleneck in this whole scheme the size of his soul? Souls are not self-replenishing resources. Surely if he shears it out 10,000 times, he can hardly afford more cuts. Ah, no. I see. Dorian blinked. The solution was obvious. If it was anything like a religion. I'll bet there's some self-propagation mechanism. His seed can use his follower's soul to spawn more seeds.
make a derivative network linked to the main, and in this way it spreads. Only he'll need to convince people to take the same ridiculous, self-sacrificial gamble he has.
"Why, I hardly need to explain anything, it seems," said Gerard.
He steepled his fingers.
"Tell me then, my liege, since you seem to have all the answers, how did he get so powerful so fast, and how in the 9 hells is he on the verge of conquering a quarter of the Middle Plains?"
126. A Divine Warning, 2. I mean, Dorian made a sour face. Pooling chi shouldn't be possible. Chi is individual. One creature's chi shouldn't be compatible with any other's. Even I can't pool chi between bodies, and I'm me. But if you've found some way to do it, it's kind of genius. Gerard nodded.
"One may vastly increase one's chi reserves and recovery rate."
Yeah, you'll have to share, true, but the benefits far outweigh the costs. Dorian was frowning in earnest now. Get a pool big enough, and, well, you're pretty much unbeatable one-on-one. You've got limitless ammunition.
"Therein lies the issue," sighed Gerard. "Any one of them can easily overpower their peers, and if the head of the snake is as strong as one of the saints, it concerns me deeply, if I may speak truly. Our neighbors on Zenith feel the same."
To which Dorian snorted. Paranoia has served them well. It's gotten them this far, but it's also made fools of them. They can't truly think he'll make it anywhere near the upper realms, can they? At this rate, he'll unite all the middle realms against him. He'll fizzle out like all the other would-be conquerors.
"Not according to Old Man Fate."
Gerard put his hands on the table, leaning over it. He looked Dorian square in the eyes.
"Fate has been going door to door, clamoring about it for the past year, and each of his warnings, without fail, has come to pass. I think it is time to take him seriously."
"Fate?" Dorian said with a light laugh. "He's still at it?"
"I'm afraid so. He dropped by just yesterday to see if you were home. Something about recruitment for a resistance. I turned him away, of course."
"As you should." Dorian was growing rather bored of this whole thing. "All right, so some new shiny would-be conqueror has cropped up with grand plans, makes early gains, and stirs up panic. This kind of thing seems to happen every millennium. The multiverse is massive. No one serious can possibly think one man and his band can run it over. We simply need to weather the storm, lay low. Keep our wits about us, eh?" Dorian found this Jez creature a curiosity, but that was about where his interest ended. Really, he was getting a little miffed at this whole dreamscape, now that he knew what it was about. Was all this, he gestured to the scene about them, really necessary?
"If I may, sir," Gerard blinked heavily, "I surprise myself to hear myself agreeing with our friend Fate. This threat is unlike any other. It has shown itself capable of killing a god-king, and not any mere god-king. It has slain Fabro himself. If Fabro can fall, the rest of us can. It grows far too fast. If this keeps up, there is a very distinct chance it threatens the upper realms, perhaps even Zenith itself."
He paused.
"And it may come on much faster than you expect, my liege. I implore you, this once, though I know it is against your nature. Please, deign to take the matter seriously."
All right, I hear you," said Dorian, wrinkling his nose. "You don't need to lecture me, of all people, about the unpredictability of speed and timing. And if you're this concerned, I'll give this another think. Is this what this meeting is about, spinning up an emergency plan?"
"Precisely right."
"Bah." Dorian closed his eyes, rubbing his brows. Fate was wrong all the time. It was almost certain that Jez and his force would sputter out. And yet, the greater evil here, above all else, would be a blithe blindness to the state of affairs. In his runs, Dorian threw caution to the wind. In his main life, on the other hand, things were different. Dorian didn't ascend to godhood by acting as he did in his runs. Acting as he did in his runs got him killed. A lot.
He grew powerful because, for all his risk-taking, he knew there was a place for temperance. Gerard's instincts were seldom wrong. If the rest of the God Kings thought so too, well, it wouldn't hurt to take precautions. But first, "What about my insufferable brother?" said Dorian with a sigh. "What's he think, perched on his sad little rock at the edge of the multiverse? Isn't his whole shtick shooting down rabble-rousers like this Jez?"
"Who ye refuses to act," sighed Gerard.
"Oh?"
"He shoots down creatures powerful enough to threaten the whole of the multiverse, but only if they are evil. But in his eyes, Jez and his followers are in the moral right."
"You can't be serious." Dorian leaned back, gazing flatly at the ceiling of the dreamscape. "Are you in one of your pedantic moods again?" he called to nothing and nowhere in particular. "At a time like this?"
"There is no help coming," snapped Gerard. "We must make a decision. Time fades fast. I will not be able to reach you for another moon cycle yet. I must have your word now. What would you have me do, my liege?"
In through the nose, out through the mouth. A long, slow breath. Dorian closed his eyes, running through choices in his mind in rapid succession. 4 slow heartbeats passed. The space shrank further, the edges of the tea room shimmering, distorting. Gerard glanced about nervously.
"My liege?"
"Fine. Out of, really, a severe overabundance of caution, here's some drastic steps." Dorian's eyes snapped open. "If, big if, a shitstorm makes landfall, let's guarantee that I, at least, shall be safe." He stood. "Gather up all my valuables, take this whole estate treasure and shrink it, then stuff it in my galactic-scale interspatial ring." Gerard's eyes bulged.
"Sire, you can't mean—"
"I do," Dorian said. "You and the rest of my belongings will go into deep hiding for just this little stretch. I grant you permission to access the unstuck space." A long silence drew over them. Gerard looked suddenly unsure.
"Are you certain?"
The unstuck space was a distortion zone at the center of the plane of zenith. More precisely, it was where the planar core was, the thing which held up the whole plane, an indestructible mass of unnatural law which not even most God Kings could go near, much less touch. Only a God King of Dorian's peculiar talents of time, and, by extension, a very good knack for space, too, could carve out his own little niche in the region. It was where he housed his main bodies. To hide there was to house an invisible needle in a haystack that seemed to change size and shape each time you looked at it. Except finding it was the easy part, since when you got there you had to get in, and Dorian was stepping through a door which should not exist, closing it behind him and locking it shut behind him. Utterly impregnable, it was probably the single least traversable space in the whole multiverse. "Do it," said Dorian. "Ride out this kerfuffle in there, and we'll both come out untouched."
"As you wish," said Gerard,
nodding. He hesitated.
"It's only, entering isolation at this precise moment, I worry that fate won't be happy about this."
"Oh, that's for certain. I'll bet he thinks I ought to come to his aid, defend the multiversal order, or whatever." Dorian sighed. Bless his senile old heart. "Listen, I'm glad he's happy bumbling about the multiverse, helping out the downtrodden and such. It's where he tries to enforce his blubbery on me that I grow irked. I have no obligation to anyone except myself." He shrugged. "Call it selfish if he likes. Judge me by whatever moral frame he fancies. It simply is what it is, and I am who I am. Such is life." Then he yawned. He didn't feel tired, of course. He did it for the effect. "Release me, will you? I've got a run to get through, and things are just getting interesting."
"Very well. Until our next meeting, then. Take care, my liege."
Gerard stood, bowing, and the scene rippled everywhere like the surface of a lake peppered by light rains. Then it all went white. Dorian woke to the sound of blaring sirens, not in their campgrounds, but very close by. They seemed to be coming from within the city limits. He bolted upright. A few feet away, Kaya groaned, propping herself up on an elbow.
"What?"
"Attention, all citizens of Azcan," said a voice. "All non-military citizens, report to the main square presently."
It took a half-second for Dorian's brain to click. So, Bin came through after all.
Excuse me?
Kaya was still wiping the sleep from her eyes.
We've got a report? What?
They're instituting a draft, said Dorian. Like I'd suggested, the ranks of stick-wielders will soon swell drastically, I expect. Lovely news to wake up to. We're military, so we don't need to go anywhere. Kaya looked at him, wide-eyed.
We are?
Oh, right. So much happens, hard to keep track who knows what. Dorian snatched her up by the wrist. Come on, let's claim our new housing. It's high time we cleared out of this shithole anyway.
We have new?
No more questions. He tugged her behind, and they went stumbling into the light. I'll catch you up on the way, all right? Their new housing was near the market district in the penthouse of a towering high-rise. It overlooked the whole of the city. Kaya was quite pleased about the whole thing, and also remarkably uncurious once he'd unfolded the whole story of his Halong ties to her. She mostly nodded and grinned. She was far more fascinated by the space than his story. She went about oohing and aahing at each little thing, which Dorian found endlessly amusing. There were separate bedrooms, working plumbing filled with chi-rich water freshly drawn from the sinkhole, 3 baths, one of them the size of a small swimming pool, and a living room fully stocked with plush pastel furniture tastefully arrayed, with 2 of its walls as giant glass panels overlooking the whole of the city. And, to top it off, a pantry restocked daily with all the sweets Kaya could ask for. There was other food too, of course, but she'd taken to clearing out the candy shelves first with a vengeance.
Why is everything so spiffy?
She gasped between mouthfuls of a cream puff dessert. The word you're looking for is clean, said Dorian. He sensed it was a bit of a foreign concept to her. You know, the things you use the bathtubs for?
Bathtubs?
He pointed them out.
You use those to clean yourself?
She stopped chewing, eyes popping. Dorian saw her mind blown in slow motion.
I thought those were giant pots, like for making stew out of really big fishes.
And on and on. Say, he said, once they'd really settled into the space, I didn't catch your last fight. How'd it go? She wiped some blue jelly off her mouth and grinned.
I won.
You did?
Hey, you don't need to sound so surprised.
She pouted at him, but he could see she wasn't really angry. That was another thing about her. It was like a switch had flipped. She'd gone back to her happy old self. It was almost bizarre. I'm sorry, laughed Dorian. It's just, you've really gotten a lot stronger in the past month, huh? I saw what you did to that Ouyang boy.
I sure have.
She rapped her chest proudly with a fist.
And I'll only get stronger, too. You just watch. This contract thing, it's so much more awesome than you made it out to be. For the first time, I really feel like me.
Oh?
It's all thanks to this, what did that old man call it?
Her brows drew together.
Oh yeah, Mark of Jez.
Dorian went very still. Wait, say that again. Slowly, he said. The mark of who? 127. The tournament. 1.
The name was Jez,
said Kaya again, licking a puff of cream from her upper lip.
Least that's what the priest said.
She paused between munches, then squinted.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Dorian was lightheaded. Hell, this Jez guy is fast. How many lower realms did Gerard say he'd run over? 1/3 of them? The chance that Dorian ended up in one such world was 1 in 3, a fact that seemed blatantly obvious now, of course, but somehow he'd assumed he'd gotten lucky and skirted this mess. Jez seemed like an issue that Dorian could treat much like he treated every other so-called multiversal threat. That was, point and laugh at the idiots who had to deal with it, and then go about his business as usual. Even still, Dorian was still a little incredulous. In his head, the Jez ordeal was still filed as a headache meant for people very far away.
All he wanted to do was go about his runs, screw around, and all was dandy. All he asked of the world was to be left alone. Was that really too much? He sighed. Absurdly, it seemed unfair. It would have been more absurd to expect fairness from the multiverse, but still, this changed everything. Again. Said Kaya. Are you okay? You look like you just shit yourself. Dorian grinned sardonically. Well, I just found out this mysterious force coming to kill me is not only much faster and stronger than I'd once thought, it's also backed by a God King level power. Forgive me for feeling a little miffed. What he said aloud was, I've just remembered I've got some errands to run. Actually, I may not be back until very late. See you tomorrow for tournament day 2, all right? Oh, okay. Kaya went back to happily munching. A weird thought struck him. The fact that she'd become a node of Jez's network. He might even find a whiff of conspiracy in it. The coincidence wasn't that she was branded. Dorian strongly suspected Nijo, who he now knew as an agent of Jez, was behind it. The conspiracy would be the full picture of the facts, that Dorian got put on a plane Jez was active on, and that he'd interacted with one of the man's agents early, and that his sister had now been drawn into the network. Did he have grounds to suspect some kind of divine interference? That it was no coincidence that he, not Io, but rather Dorian, the God King of Time, was put in this position? Nah, that's a stretch. It was stretching things just to consider this string of events as anything more than chance. Dorian shook his head. Let's not be paranoid. In isolation, none of those things were that unlikely, and look hard enough and you could find suspicion in anything. The fact was this. She'd gotten a dormant soul fragment. That was all. It'd give her some strength, sure, but it made her like Pearl, another grunt-level shard among possibly millions. Dorian would keep an eye on her. There were things he might like to test now that he had a free sample of Jez's methods on hand. But first, he had to get stronger, and much faster than he'd anticipated. Dorian remembered how, a month ago, he'd chanced upon an elixir formula during the festival. It was called the Devil's Promise. Its premise was simple. Self-immolate. Trade your lifespan and bloodline for quick chi gains. It was stupidly wasteful and wreaked havoc on a cultivator's foundation. He'd given the formula some tweaking, optimizing it, stripping out the chaff, and made a brew of it. Then, naturally, he'd given it to Kaya to test it. He'd seen her burn up with chi. He'd seen her make a quick advance, and then he'd sworn off it. It wasn't worth it. A speed run was primed for speed, of course, but it was still a marathon. Abusing this thing meant you'd sprint until you couldn't move your legs anymore. Kaya's advancements were likely something around 10% slower ever since she'd taken it. Dorian was certain he would never resort to it, at least nowhere near this early. Then the last 12 hours happened. Dorian was not up against just any god. He was up against a God King-level threat. He had to get stronger, as fast as humanly possible, even if that meant screwing up some of his future, even if that meant burning up his lifespan. And here was the hardest pill to swallow, even if it meant burning his ridiculously hard-won scales. To go this route would mean dropping his bloodline density. The mere thought of it left him squeamish. Yet, it was seeming more and more necessary. Dorian's resolve was firming with each step as he strode briskly down Main Street, making for a Halong barracks. There was one more matter of great concern. He needed all the help he could get. This meant he had to win whatever relic of the old gods was the tournament's prize. If they'd fished that thing out of deep storage, Dorian had to believe it served some use. Was it Dweller blood essence that gave him a glimpse of the future, or something else entirely? Whichever, there were two things that were true. First, it'd probably serve him well to nab it. Second, he was almost certainly not getting it. Standing in his way were some absolute chunkers. There was Ma Yun, who by virtue of sheer durability might just steamroll Dorian in his current state. There was young Master Fang, ranked 3rd, one above Eudora Azkan's 4th. If she'd almost wasted him, and he'd only won because of a highly favorable matchup, since his spirit weapon basically nullified her own. How screwed was he against them? To say nothing of the Rat King, who Dorian had never seen fight. But the man was, he gathered, a threat on the level of Bin Hei Long. Dorian was not winning a battle against Bin Hei Long. Early Profound to peak Earth was far too big a power gap. Which was all to say that desperate times called for desperate measures. And it was quite lucky, he supposed, that he'd asked for bloodline scales as his payment. The barracks stood before him, a squat, ugly, nearly windowless stone building streaming with soldiers. Dorian merely had to nod to gain entrance. Mere minutes later, he'd settled into a cultivation room and locked the door shut behind him. Outside, Heilong guards were positioned to ensure his privacy. Cauldron, ladle, an assortment of gnarly, bruised-looking plants, a noxious root, and bottles of chi-rich waters lay scattered on the floor. With a fierce light in his eyes, Dorian grimly picked up the ladle. Time to get to work. A few hours later, it was done. The brew, at his current power and skill level, was a simple affair. He held the lip of the vial between two fingers, swirling it about and squinting at the dark liquid. Guild and family heads alike might weep to see him here, contemplating an act tantamount to heresy. This was the Oasis's heritage. These scales were jealously guarded, even more jealously won, and each seldom passed hands without a storm of blood. They were enormously useful, enormously powerful. What he was about to do was the equivalent of burning a priceless manuscript to warm his hands. Dorian mulled it over one last time. Was he really about to do this? There's only one salient point here, isn't there? Foundations could be mended, bloodlines could be replenished. It'd be tough as hells, perhaps, but it was doable. Dead was dead. And if he didn't act, and fast, dead was what he would be when Jez's army came knocking. Besides, I can think of quite a few places in this oasis from where I can snatch some more scales. It was time, not his bloodline, that couldn't be replaced. He downed the liquid. It went down like hot coals slithering down his throat. He hissed, felt them crawl down each inch of his body, leaving in their wakes a stinging, throbbing, burning feeling. It coiled up in his spirit sea, seeking the mouth. There it found its target, the Evernight Basilisk's bloodline. Already Dorian's skin was slicking with sweat, his hands clammy. It took all his mental effort just to keep his bloodline from rebelling, from shucking off the elixir as it went about its nasty work. Then the burning sharpened like a white-hot needle, wedging itself inch by inch into his brain. He hissed. Bloodline density, 8% to 7%, 7% to 6%, 6% to 5%. It hurt like hells to see it drop. Not literally, though that definitely hurt something vicious, but also mentally. It went against every fiber of his being to go back. Yet he wasn't really going back. A few seconds later, the deluge struck. Chi. The earth and the heavens had opened up, and all the world inside was a thundering of chi, an outpouring so vast he could hardly keep hold of it all. He gnashed his teeth, making sure to hold shut the exit to the rest of his body as the flood rushed out. His body wasn't under stress, only the sea, which was crying out with it. It felt like he was holding a storm in his core. It was a dense, thick chi, with that regal heaviness and moody darkness which were signatures of the Evernight Basilisk, and, to Dorian's vast relief, it followed the path of least resistance, straight into Dorian's stores. Spirit Sea saturation, 23% to 36%. Just like that, his chi stores grew by 50%. But it wasn't done. The scales were still dissolving, and with each bit the sea was flooded anew. Spirit Sea saturation, 36% to 49%. Still, it kept coming. Dorian felt a sizzling deep within him as a huge chunk dissolved all at once. Spirit Sea saturation, 49% to 73%. In sum, Dorian had had 5 scales worth of chi within him. 3 of them, which roughly made 5%, could not be dissolved. They were fixtures of his spirit weapon.
Now he had 4, soon to be 3, as the last big glob of scale fizzed out. Spirit sea saturation, 73% to 98%. There it was, peak profound in all its glory. He now stood but a half step from the Earth realm. With 1 elixir, he'd more than quadrupled his chi reserves. And more, his javelin was powered by his chi. If it was fast before, with the amount he could stuff in it now, he wasn't sure there was a thing in Azcan that would match him for speed. Dorian took a moment to bask in it all, the simple feeling of fullness humming through his spirit sea. It was bliss. Peak vigor to peak profound in the space of days. Done. Like that. He smiled a guilty smile, the sort of smile an addict might have upon relapsing. He knew he'd done something naughty, but hells if this didn't feel good in the here and now. He felt for his spirit sea, and now it truly was a sea, a great churning, viscous mass. There was so much of it, little whirlpools formed along its breadth. So, this is a filled, perfect-grade spirit sea. There was so much chi he could have filled 10 early Profound Realm cultivators, and then some. There was more chi than he knew what to do with. It was as though he were a lean mortal who, in a blink, transformed into a mass monster so burly his muscles could hardly fit on his frame. Chi was, at its most base level, power. It lets you hit harder, move faster, last longer. And Dorian would easily bet his raw brute power was now top 5 in all the Oasis, including the Earth realms with their golden cores. He had a hunch it was even higher than that. There was so much chi it nearly overflowed the bounds of the sea. But that was for the Earth realm. Next time. For now, he breathed out, exhaling a silvery mist of chi, and stood, grinning with an assurance he felt to his very core. He had a tournament to win. 128. The Tournament, 2. The artificers were nothing if not efficient. In a day, they'd rearranged the main floor of their forge. Now Dorian and artificer head Tawn strolled on a catwalk above clusters of forges, each clanging and smoking and bursting with sparks. Gruff shouts rose up in spurts.
"We've done 60 already,"
said Oasis head Tawn. He rubbed his hands.
"The first 10 came out all deformed and shitty, kind of like my first 2 kids. And just like with child making, it took a fair few tries to get it right. But once we did, it's all been smooth as steel."
Dorian glanced down at a long steel table at the end of the assembly line where all the finished products were stacked. He gave it a quick once-over. He'd made the stick simple and modular on purpose, and it paid off. These things were shiny clones of one another. It hadn't taken long for Tawn and his crew to bring his blueprints to life, which he'd expected, of course, but seeing things going to plan still scratched an itch deep in his mind. His grin was cat-like. Well done. These will do quite nicely. One by one, workers in heat suits hauled them off and strapped them to wagons. In batches of 5, the wagons trundled out of the room, flanked by Halong guards, headed for the Halong military base, where new recruits and army vets alike would get their hands on these within the hour. And though money wasn't a great concern at this stage, the fact that Dorian got a 20% commission per stick still made that tiny goblin of undying greed at the core of his being cackle with glee. Tournament Day 2 started with an announcement, one Dorian was itching to hear. The Oasis Lord was set to reveal the prize they all fought for. What would it be? Pebble had hinted it would be a relic of the Dweller, but Dorian had other hopes. One thought had stuck in the back of his mind as he took the gamble and burned his bloodline. For the grand prize, the Oasis Lord had drudged up great treasures from its vaults, and what in the Oasis were of more value than scales? Or, even better, an even greater bloodline relic, akin to the Halong Javelin's fang. There seemed to be no shortage of basilisk parts scattered about these lands, after all. With a little luck, his bloodline would soon be replenished. The Oasis Lord took center field. He cleared his throat, and the vibrations rattled about the whole arena, made louder 100-fold by chi. The crowd's chatter died down.
"The final day of the tournament is upon us," said the Oasis Lord. "Those who remain are the finest young talents of the Oasis. They shall lead us to a glorious tomorrow, true, but recent matters have made it clear that they must also lead us today. I am sure you have all heard by now of the fall of the Oasis stronghold at Kaldur." Scattered murmuring, a subtle tension swept the crowd. "Fear not," said the Lord. "Though our enemies advance fast, our fighters grow faster, and the prizes for which they fight on this day shall only boost them to new heights."
There it is. At his seat on the sidelines, Dorian sat up straighter.
"Behold, the Black Tear!"
The Lord held out a hand, and a treasure whirled to the center of his palm, bobbing peacefully. Damn, not a scale. Dorian shrugged. Oh well, I suppose I'll have to snatch some of the nobles instead. The treasure was a glass sphere. In it, suspended in a strange white solution, was a teardrop of sheer black. There was black, and there was this black. It would make the night sky seem pale. Dorian got the distinct impression that any light that went into the thing never came out. It was like a hole poked in the fabric of the plane. Dorian frowned. That thick sheen of glass, it must be enchanted, was doing a marvelous job at stopping any of its aura from leaking out. But even from afar, that teardrop called to something deep within Dorian, within his very sea, like a massive hunk of metal drawing on a compass. It was unmistakable. Hold on. He froze. A resonance? And not just any resonance. If that glass didn't keep that aura sealed, it might drive everyone in this whole arena to their knees. Dorian could tell by instinct. Whatever was in there was dense as hells. The Oasis Lord chuckled.
"I call it a tear, but this is a misnomer. In truth, this is a drop of suspended blood. More than that, it is the blood essence of the Dweller itself. It is one of 3 such tears ever collected. The first was consumed by the Moondragon Knight, the second by myself. Today's champion, fate willing, shall be the third. The powers it grants are most fearsome, I can attest."
Then he put it away with a casual flick of his wrist, as though he hadn't just dropped that absolute bomb in the middle of the arena. Stunned silence. So Pabble was right. It is the Dweller's blood. And more, Dorian had resonated with it, which meant the Dweller, this god rumored to be hidden in the depths of the sinkhole, must be an Evernight basilisk. Dorian was dumbstruck. This meant even 1 drop of his blood essence would not only be enough to replenish Dorian's bloodline, that much was guaranteed. It would also boost him tremendously, perhaps even enough to unlock another spirit weapon ability, or even its second form? Not to mention it'd push him into the Earth Realm, too. 9 hells! He was salivating already. He had to have it. It wasn't even a question. This thing... It was all he'd hoped for, and then some. It might be the missing piece. A leap in his cultivation, a boost to his bloodline, and possibly an upgrade for his spirit weapon. If he ate that thing, he'd be invincible in all Azcan. There was something else, too. The scales, the fang, the javelin, the blood. The dots were fast connecting in Dorian's mind. Of course. They all fit together like puzzle pieces, humming to a resonance so pure it could only mean they'd come from the same source. Everything here, on this oasis, if not the whole of the desert, was built on remnants of the Dweller. These scales must have been scales that the Dweller had shed, lo, those years ago. The javelin within him, fang and all, must have been one of its lesser teeth. All this only made him all the more curious about the sinkhole and the creature that might have been hiding at its very bottom. Was it worth paying a visit? Intriguing. Then the Oasis Lord's voice snapped him back. Right, the tournament. He was getting ahead of himself. He could daydream all he liked, but he had to actually win it first.
"Enough dilly-dally," the Oasis Lord smiled. "Let us begin the first round. Young Master Fang, Io of the Halong, to the stage!"
The crowd went wild. There came a florid blast of cheering and hooting and chanting as Dorian got to his feet, eyes shining. I've invested 3% of all my bloodline density into this. His blood was hot with fighting spirit. Time to see just how much of a difference it makes. Young Master Fang smiled nastily at Dorian. "I am not Eudora Azcan," he said in a hoarse whisper. He licked his lips. "A word of advice. Do not let me get a hold of you. You'll find that I offer no second chances." He unfurled his unnaturally long, spidery limbs and unwrapped his whip from around his tiny waist. Where it passed, the air crackled with frost. A frigid mist trailed the weapon, tip to handle, stinging the sands it touched. Dorian could see how this creature was a nuisance to deal with. Every inch of the man was pointy and jagged, and with his whip, his reach swallowed half the battlefield. But Dorian only snorted. Seeded number 3, eh? Maybe it was due to the astounding glut of aura within him, but he was still brimming with confidence. Irrational confidence, sure, but it brought a smile to his lips just the same. "Funny, you claim you're unlike her, but Miss Azcan said the very same thing to me. Then I squashed her." Dorian grinned. "All you young Oasis masters sound the same, all hot air and bluster till it's time to perform, then sadly flaccid." He sighed. "I finished off Miss Azcan in 2 strokes. Try to last longer, will you?" "Humph." Young Master Fang's face reddened. "You think such juvenile taunts would bother me? Fool!" Oh my, I'm in his head already. This might be easier than I thought. Dorian's own aura flared to life. Tufts of noxious smoke wafted about him, and the gleaming head of the Halong javelin rose above him like a scorpion's tail. He had a very simple plan. The referee raised a hand to the high heavens. "Let the battle commence!" He charged. So did young Master Fang. By the look on his face, the young master hadn't expected it. This profound realm brat dashing straight at him. His grin grew shark-like as his whip lashed out, making a vicious arc for Dorian's head. Truth be told, if he was still the Dorian of a few hours ago, this would be the end of him. But now, with a perfect-grade spirit sea filled to the brim, Dorian could make a brutally simple gamble. A smidge after young Master Fang threw, the Halong javelin shot forth. The timing was intentional. Dorian wanted to get the young master to fully commit to his strike before he threw out his own. No backing out now. He grinned. There was one glaring issue with this whole arrangement. For Dorian, that was. He was too slow. Fast as the Halong javelin was, he'd intentionally mistimed it, which meant the whip would land first. And it did, in brutal fashion. Young Master Fang was seated third for a reason. His whip could cleave steel blocks in half. It slashed a molten line across Dorian's torso, at once scalding hot and freezing cold, and his chest blossomed in exquisite agony. He hissed, his tunic shredded at its seams, but pain was all it was. Above, his health bar was slashed to 30% in an instant. Young Master Fang's face lit up in shock. How? It should have been 0. He was but a profound realm runt, taking the full unblocked force of an earth realm slash. Except, on a pure chi-for-chi basis, Dorian gambled that his perfect-grade pool outstripped young Master Fang's, even with the young Master's earth core. He was right. His chi let him straight up eat the blow. His eyes glinted. My turn. Young Master Fang shrieked as the Halong javelin, backed by the full force of Dorian's spirit sea, crushed his life-saving treasure like tissue paper and skewered him to the sands in one smooth stroke. There was a beat where everyone in the arena processed just what the hells had just happened. The announcer found his wits first.
"The winner is Io of the Halong," he croaked.
Once the clamor had died down, and it took a while for the crowd to go from utterly ballistic to some semblance of calm, the Oasis Lord took center stage once more.
"Kaya Rust!"
Dorian squeezed her arm. "Good luck," he said with a wink. She was nervous, but she hid it well with a brave smile. She puffed out her chest. Won't need it. The Oasis Lord cleared his throat.
Versus Feiyong Shen, Rat King of Azcan.
Ah, shit. 129. The Tournament, 3. Kaya and the Rat King took center stage. Kaya bounced back and forth, loose and limber and grinning. The Rat King, meanwhile, wore an expression that could have belonged to a rock face. He looked bored at an existential level.
Begin!
Cried the referee. Kaya burst out with a lively cry, fists smoldering gold. The Rat King didn't move. She halved the distance between them, then halved it again in a bound. The Rat King didn't move. Screaming, she smashed a heavy fist gilded with gold light straight into the Rat King's face. And still the Rat King didn't move. It was as though she'd tapped him lightly with her knuckles. All her force had gone straight into his head, with no backlash at all. He didn't so much as stumble. Her energy had been swallowed whole, gone elsewhere, made void, like that. The only indication she'd done anything at all was a tinge of light red on the man's face. He stared at her with flat eyes, utterly unimpressed. Then that redness moved. It went from his face, to his cheek, to his neck, to his shoulder, arching down the arms into a hand, all in the space of a heartbeat. And then that hand smashed straight into Kaya's gut. Dorian saw her midsection sink in, saw her splutter and choke, face stark white. It was like she'd been struck by a charging bull. There was a first crack as her life-saving treasure shattered in an instant. Then she was blasted straight into the force field, splattered against it with a loud thud, and collapsed spread-eagled in the sands. The gold sputtered out. Instant knockout. Dorian winced. She seemed to be okay. Alive, at least. The life-saving treasure had taken the brunt of the damage. She was groaning and dry-heaving. It all happened so fast, nobody seemed to know what to make of it. Even the announcer was caught off guard, apparently, since there was no declaring of the winner. Only a long stretch where the only sounds that filled the stunned silence were the sound of Kaya's retching. At last,
"And the winner is—"
"Wait!" The strangled gasp came from Kaya. She'd propped herself back up to her knees, smiling through a mouthful of blood. "Is that all you got? Come back here!" Shuddering all over, she stumbled to her feet. "I'm not done." She coughed up a mouthful of blood and a small chunk of meat. Her own meat, an internal organ, struck so hard it had dislodged. She stared at it for a second. Then she blacked out. She landed face first in the sand. This time, she didn't get back up.
"And the winner is the Rat King!" cried the announcer.
As the Rat King stalked off, as the crowd roared and bellowed, Dorian frowned at the huddle of medics carrying Kaya off on a stretcher. She'll be fine, I think. A noteworthy weakness of Jez's powers. Unlimited ammunition was great, but all the quivers of arrows in the world were useless if your bowstring was snapped. This Rat King's power seemed to be energy transfer. The redness where Kaya had struck went into his fist, which went back into her. A redirection, but with much amplified force. Something told Dorian, though, that this little display only scratched the surface of what he could do. He'd need to take special care with this one. Matches went by without incident. Ma Yun squished his opponent. Lin Zhang had made it to the top 16 too. She scalded her enemy in a blitzing inferno. The semi-finals drew near. Kaya, mostly recovered and back at his side, was chipper as ever. Weirdly so. She was humming and grinning like nothing had happened, which was so unlike her that Dorian was slightly concerned. Did she get hit so hard she's gone loopy? Are you okay?" he asked. "Hells yeah," she said with a grin. One of her teeth was missing. "I got to beat up a bunch of people, and I had a great time doing it. What else could I ask for?" Then she squinted. Ugh. Yeah, that rat fellow. He wasn't even hurt when I hit him. No fun. She humphed. I gotta learn to hit harder. Way harder. But the rest was awesome. I'd do it all over again in a heartbeat. Dorian blinked. Sure. Good for you, sis. Yeah, she's lost it. But hey, if it made her happy, who was he to judge? The other fights passed in a blink. The only fight of note to Dorian was the Rat King's fight with Ma Yun. Young Master Yun advanced on the Rat King with frightening speed for a man of his sheer girth. Each step drove a deep imprint in the sandstone terrain. This time the Rat King's lips were pursed, his posture hunched, hands high in a boxing guard. Young Master Yun struck out with a roar. His whole left arm had taken on a strange metallic sheen, shimmering with swirling gray chi, and he lurched as it did, as though the limb had suddenly gotten a great deal heavier. The Rat King blocked the blow on his arms, but not even he could absorb that monstrous force. There was a sharp clang, and he was tossed into the air. Nimbly he landed on his feet, wincing. Where it struck his forearms flared a bruising purplish red. Above, his health bar was docked 10%, and that was a shot he'd blocked. In came young Master Yun again, not a hint of gloating on his face, placid as ever. It must have been a hell of a mindfuck, seeing this massive meatball of a man blitz you at lightning speeds with fists that could shatter a man's spine to fine powder with but a touch, all while wearing the dullest expression imaginable, like he was taking out the garbage. But by the look on his face, the Rat King's mind was still distinctly unfucked. In came young Master Yun, grunting as his fist went metal form. Up came the Rat King's arms. Again. Dorian frowned. One would think he'd learned to dodge this time. Except young Master Yun struck, and this time the Rat King didn't budge under his block. There was a furious clang, but this was not steel on bone. This rang much higher, the sound of steel striking steel. The crowd gasped. The Rat King's forearms were the same metallic shade as Ma Yun's. They were as shiny as young Master Yun's, too. The king hadn't merely stolen his momentum and his energy. He'd ripped the man's technique. The king's eyes narrowed, even as Ma Yun's widened. Then the king struck back. Hook to the stomach, quick as quick, then up top when the big man blocked low. There was a sharp crack, and Ma Yun groaned, clutching at his nose. Then the blows rained down again. Blindly the big man struck out, but the Rat King slipped with ease. A punishing 1-2, bang, bangs, shivered the grounds, rattling the stands, and Ma Yun was sent stumbling over himself. Not bad. Dorian stroked his chin. His fisticuffs are fine. Good fundamentals. That wasn't what gave Dorian pause, obviously. That ability. What were its limits? Did he need to be struck to use it? Surely he couldn't steal the javelin itself, but could he rip its ability? Shadow Strike? As far as Dorian was concerned, this was the one man between him and that sweet, sweet tear of the Dweller, a treasure that, Dorian dearly hoped, would grant him the time dilation boost Pebble had speculated on. Good gods, would that be useful? The rest of the fight was one way. The Rat King butchered young Master Yun, whose shocking durability was still, in the end, tenderized by a sheer brute force. Each strike the Rat King landed would have easily done Dorian for half his health, if not more. Young Master Yun simply bellowed, desperately grasping, finding nothing, cringing as chi-hardened fists sent new shockwaves up his mangled flesh. It didn't look like a fight between two peak Earthrealm experts, among the most deadly of the Oasis's fighters. It was simple bullying. The poor young master was left a bleeding mess by the end of it, so swollen in the end that he simply collapsed under the weight of his own bruises, dry-heaving blood and blacked out. The Rat King didn't celebrate, even as the crowd roared his name, even as the announcer heaped mounds of praise on him.
Through to the finals! A spectacular performance!
Instead, the Rat King whirled around. His eyes found Dorian's, his lips curling into a seething snarl, Dorian simply cocked his head. Why did he get that same feeling from the man's fight against Kaya? The sense that he was still holding abilities back? Come to think of it, not once had he summoned a spirit weapon, and at this level, spirit weapons were the lifeblood of combat. This might prove trickier than he thought. It was soon his turn again. The semi-finals. Things were getting serious. The announcer called out, "Io of the Heilong, Miss Lin of the Zhang family, to the stage!" Dorian strode up. He wasn't at all nervous. Lin Zhang had gotten favorable seating. She hadn't had to fight one of the top 5 once, and he'd run through 2 already. Plus, she knew him, and he gathered, wincing, that she rather liked him, at least in a fight that'd serve him well. Across the arena, a bare sandy basin like a drained lake, Lin waved at him, smiling. Huh? Well, why not? He waved back with a grin of his own. She lit up. The referee called out, "Begin!" Almost at the same time, Lin cried out, "I forfeit!" She shrugged. "What? I couldn't beat you anyway. I'm not even a top 10 seed. This'll save me the pain of getting beat up, right?" She winked at him. "Best of luck in the finals. Come visit me at the guild sometime, okay?" Then she skipped away. The Rat King, standing on the sidelines, looked on with a mix of horror, shock, and utter disgust. Dorian could guess what was running through the man's head. I had to take down Ma Yun. This motherfucker gets to the finals with a goddamned wave? He found it far funnier than he should have. "A little sweetener before our final match of the tournament," said Oasis Lord Zhang with a wry smile. "Think of it as an incentive. The tear of the dweller is perhaps the single greatest treasure I have had the pleasure of consuming or owning. It contains within it the essence of the dweller's perception." He glanced about the arena, then at Dorian and the Rat King. "You may have heard rumors that it has to do with time. This is only partly true. It dilates subjective time, for the dweller can slow his own mind's perception of time so drastically that 1 second can seem as 10. Yes, Pebble, you beautiful little gnome, you were right." The crowd oohed, but Lord Zhang was not done. "But time is not the only element of perception. So is vision, so is smell. These senses are all transplanted from the body of a god-beast to your own." He took a moment to let that sink in. "Forgive me my immodesty, but it is nearly Oasis legend that I have not been struck by a single enemy blow in the past century. If any of you have wondered why, now you know." By this point, not even the Rat King could feign disinterest. His pitch-black eyes were fixed on Lord Zhang, unblinking. "Of course, the fighter who wins this tier," he gave a clear side-eye to the Rat King, "shall have to swear allegiance to the Oasis and to wield its powers to the Oasis's defense." The implication was not lost on Dorian. "Yeah, I'm guessing the Lord thinks I'm about to be crushed." Which meant just about nothing to Dorian. The opinions of lesser men meant very little to him. Which also meant that the only opinion he valued was his own. He felt a brash hotness rising up in his chest, a fighting spirit. He smirked. He was of the opinion that he was about to win himself a lovely little tear. "Fighters," said the Oasis Lord, "to the stage!" 130. The Tournament 4. This time the terrain was like the outside, a field of dunes, rising and falling like humps on a herd of camels, not a shadow in sight. Already, Dorian was off to a rough start. He eyed the Rat King, who stood idly on the other side of the arena. His arms were crossed, his eyes narrowed to brooding, angry slits. And here, in the brief span of the referee's stroll from ringside into the arena, in the few seconds he got before the battle began, Dorian cast out his mind, scrambling for a plan. There were 2 things any great fighter had to keep in mind. The first was an utter, irrational confidence in himself. Each time Dorian fought, he didn't only know he would win, he believed it. The second was a sober assessment of reality. which, in this case, was that he was likely screwed to all hells. The truly great fighters were very good at holding those two thoughts side by side, especially when they directly contradicted each other. So here, Dorian believed he would win. He also knew that to bridge a gap between the current him and a fighter of the caliber of Bin Hei Long, suffice it to say he didn't blame the Oasis Lord for betting on the Rat King. He'd need a plan. A really, really good plan, and he really only had two things he could possibly exploit. They were the first two things he'd noticed. The terrain, a field of dunes chock full of sands, and the brooding Rat King, who had a tendency to let his opponents come to him. The plan seemed to suggest itself. It was simple. It was obvious. That was how Dorian knew it was good. Good enough to bridge the gap? I guess we'll see. The referee made it to his post at last.
"Begin!" he cried.
As expected, the Rat King didn't make a move. Instead, he simply stood, eyes locked on Dorian. An unspoken challenge hung between them. And Dorian, baring his teeth, took the bait. He cried out, and the Heilong javelin blasted through the air, scattering sands in its wake, and, at the last moment, swerved, making one big loop around the Rat King, almost gloating, before curling back at Dorian's side. A little tease. The Rat King frowned. Snickers rained down from the crowd. By now, Dorian knew his enemy was a counter-striker. He liked to use his enemy's powers against them. So, of course, Dorian wouldn't feed him. But he did loop the javelin around again for another run, and, just like last time, swerved around the Rat King, making a lazy loop about the perimeter. Two harsh black lines marred the Rat King's temple.
Have you come to fight, boy?" he growled. "Or are you merely here to waste my time?"
Dorian pretended to consider it. The javelin made another fake dip, then curled out of the way again, and a third time, zipping by, this time not even making an effort to go anywhere near the Rat King. By now, even the crowd was getting restless.
"Do something!"
came a shout.
"Boo!"
"Fight, damn you! What the hells is this?"
The Rat King's hands clenched to fists. Dorian could nearly see the blood boiling in his veins.
"You have not been taught respect. Life to you is but a playground. You have not a care for honor nor tradition. You would spit on our way of life."
Zip, zip went the javelin again.
Dorian grinned. "Are you sure you're not just mad because I spanked your girlfriend? Twice?"
"Knave!"
A vein stood out in the Rat King's neck. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes. When he opened them, his face had hardened back up.
"Pebble has spoken well of you," he said softly. "He thinks you can one day make a good business partner. He thinks you can learn respect."
He heaved a long, rattling breath.
"I am not so optimistic. I see now that the only way you shall be taught such a lesson is if I carve it into your flesh."
Zip, zip went the javelin, playing along the perimeter. It was all but a background hum as the Rat King held out his hand. A blood-red handle dropped into his palm. At its end, gleaming wickedly, was the slick blade of a huge, hideous axe. It was soaking wet with a viscous crimson chi that dripped endlessly from its tip. Where it fell, the sands hissed as though scalded by acid. But Dorian got the sneaking suspicion that thing would do a lot more than merely burn him if it touched him.
"Halt!"
he cried, throwing up both hands. Zip, zip, zip.
"You want honor from me? Fine. Here's my try at respecting you Oasis dwellers' customs. As a representative of the venerable Heilong family, speaking to the great Rat King of the Oasis, I demand you give me the face of hearing me out. Before we begin this final showdown, it is of immense importance that you listen to what I am about to say. The fate of the Oasis could depend on it."
"What? Why are you speaking like that?" snapped the Rat King, frowning. "Fine. I shall grant you some face this once. Speak."
Dorian nodded. "Thank you, Senior Rat King. In times of great distress, indeed in times of battle or even war, as in the one in which we currently find ourselves, you must know your enemy's strategy, indeed his very intent, said Dorian seriously. He looked the Rat King dead in the eyes so the man could see just how serious he was. Indeed, if your enemy is speaking at length nonsensically and without a clear and discernible point, it may simply be because he is in the process of creating, formulating, and otherwise installing a veritable stalling tactic. He could even be setting up a trap and using his words as a buffer, a way of filibustering, mayhaps. Wait, I said. I'm not done. But the Rat King had already launched himself at Dorian, and good gods, the man was fast as Eudora, maybe even faster. Dorian turned tail and ran, which worked for about 2 seconds, and then the Rat King was upon him, and he was forced to whirl around and face the threat head-on. The axe carved for Dorian's skull. He only managed to dodge it via a desperate limbo. Even so, the thing dripped on him, right on the forearm. It felt like a chunk of flesh had been carved right off him. It wasn't only the impact, which felt like burning coals on tender skin. It was the aftermath. The thing was a parasite. It ate away at the wound, and only after stumbling back and willing his chi to shuck the damned thing off did it stop. Just a drop had to have shaved off a solid chunk of his health. A drop. Then the whole thing carved straight into him. He screamed. What the hells was her brother doing? He ran around like he'd lost his head. Kaya was almost indignant as she watched him stumble over himself. He was just too small, too weak, too slow, and it showed. The axe nearly missed him once. Then it came back around and sliced him clean across his stomach. His scream curdled her blood. He fell to his knees. In the same instant, high above, his health bar fell so low she almost thought he'd been killed on the spot. No, it hovered somewhere just above 10%. Was it over? Her heart dropped. That fast? Then she squinted. A gust of wind buffeted her, sending her hair streaking in all directions. Her sight was suddenly grainy. She squinted, confused. The gusts were picking up, the sands rising steadily. A sandstorm? Indoors? Neither of the competitors seemed to notice. Underneath it all went the subtle zip, 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 the javelin swerving gently around the arena. Kaya gaped at it. It had seemed nonsensical to her at first, her brother's typical taunting, but suddenly it all clicked into place. The air in the arena had changed. It would be imperceptible to those within, but outside she felt it tearing at her skin like storm winds, all flowing in one direction, spurred on by one whirring spirit weapon going round and round and round. The sands rose with it. A chill went up her spine.
A pitiful performance, a deceiver until the end, and where has that gotten you? Trickery will only work for so long. Then you find there are some who tricks alone cannot defeat.
What is left of you, then? Sighed the Rat King.
You would have done better to give fighting me honestly a try.
Alas.
He raised the axe high above his head like an executioner's blade. Then Io started to laugh. A keening, mad, hysterical sound. There were tears in his eyes. His shoulders shook. I can't... he gasped through snorts. I can't believe this actually worked. The Rat King paused, frowning, for only now did he notice that he was utterly surrounded. The whole crowd had been blocked off by a whirlwind of sands, whipped into a rising frenzy by the slow, patient build-up of gust to wind to current to full-blown tornado, cresting on its own momentum, rising to the ceiling and smothering the lights above. And what happened in the absence of lights? Too late, the Rat King realized that he, too, was drenched in shadow. There was the shadow of the sand cloud all over him. There was the shadow of his own scythe on his face. Then there was the shadow that the sand cloud high above cast on his axe. Its head was covered in shadow. A blade, which held above him, hung less than an arm's length from his face. Some part of him, some primal warning, didn't even need to see it. He felt it happen. But even still, in moments like these, that urge, so natural, so instinctive, overcame him. He looked up. All he saw was white. For a gleaming white fang had emerged at Mach speed from the shadow cast on the blade of his very own weapon, and in that infinitesimal moment he saw it in its entirety, filling up his field of view, the wide, cone-like end tapering down to broad, curved sides of pale bone, all the way to that devilishly sharp, the tip gleaming wickedly despite the gloom. He'd had but one tiny fraction of a second to react. He'd wasted it by looking up. Now the javelin was less than an inch from the watery film of his left eyeball. There was something sublime about the whole thing. In the throes of the sandstorm, the man staring down the point of this massive fang, the instant before the reckoning. If only time could stop, and an artist could be shuttled in to paint a fresco of the scene. But alas, the loveliness only lasted a moment. Time went on, relentlessly, brutally. Something very sharp and hard and heavy, moving at lightning speed, met something very soft and squishy. Then the screaming began. 131. All that power, one. Every god in the multiverse knew Hu Yi's three principles by heart. If they hadn't had it drummed into their heads growing up, they found the principles on the martial path. They were one of the first things any ascended martial artist learned, for they were the fundamental theorem of all combat. These three principles propelled the God King Hu Yi to his title as the most powerful being in the multiverse. With the three principles, the weakest rat could down the mightiest dragon. They could be summed up in 6 words. Right place, right time, right force. That's it. All fighting reducible to 3 simple things. What were movement techniques? They were simply the act of positioning oneself to the right place. What was an offensive technique but an application of the right force? And this force would work best if done at the right time. With all 3 in perfect conjunction, a fight could be won in a stroke. In this instant, Dorian followed Hu Yi's 3 principles to the letter. What was the right place to strike but the weakest point of the enemy's body? What was the right time but when he was caught off guard, without so much as a prayer of dodging? And the right force? Well, the Heilong javelin was enough by itself. Powered by the full thrust of Dorian's newly enhanced cultivation base, it was too much. Dorian almost felt sorry for the Rat King. The man howled, his life-saving treasure shattered in a blink. There was a gut-wrenching squelch, a thudding as the javelin drove inward, cracking bone, at last coming to a halt lodged squarely in the socket. Then the Rat King's howling grew truly, horribly piercing. He was driven to his knees. He clutched at the ruined half of his face, at the place where an eye had been. Half his face drooped with mutilated flesh. It was like it had been blown apart from the inside out. Dorian winced as he recalled the javelin. On the bright side, had it not been for the life-saving treasure, the javelin would have driven straight through to his brain. That was something, right? The icing on the cake. Level up, shadow strike, level 1 to level 2. Lovely. And that was, in the end, how Dorian won the tournament. Somewhat anticlimactically, Dorian was certain the Rat King had techniques upon techniques loaded up, ready for use, many of them undoubtedly fearsome. It was, in a way, a pity. A stupider fighter might have sought to prove himself by engaging his enemy at his best. But Dorian was more of a sucker-punch the guy when he's not paying attention type of guy. Ideally, he'd never put himself in a position where he had to face a greater foe's full strength head-on. Anything else was a failure of strategy or ego. A huddle of healers escorted the still yowling Rat King off the field. Even the Oasis Lord looked a little perturbed as the man was led off. The crowd was mute.
"Your winner of this year's edition of the Azcan tournament," he declared, "is Io of the Heilong." To Io, "Congratulations," he said with a wan smile. "A well-deserved, if slightly startling, win." The cheering was less enthusiastic than Dorian would have liked, but he got how a gnarly scene like that could put a dampener on the mood. Still, he smiled to the Lord and held out a hand. "The tier, if you please." The Lord paused, mouth half open. "Ah, yes. One moment." He tapped his interspatial ring. Out came that mote of transcendent black, frozen in the glass. "Remember," said the Oasis Lord gravely, "to gain this tier is to gain also a great responsibility. You, young Io, are bound to wield your powers for the good of all—" "Will do, I promise. Good of all. Yep, for sure." Dorian beckoned, licking his lips. "Give it over, would you? Now?" "Here? In front of—" The Oasis Lord looked uncertain. "Very well." He held it out. Dorian snatched it from his open palm, cracked the glass with 2 fingers, and swallowed the thing in a gulp. Then, without ceremony, he sat on his ass and started to meditate. The Lord looked around awkwardly. "Your winner, citizens of Azcan," he said. "Thus concludes the tournament. The festivities commence outside. The hero shall join me for the closing ceremony on the parade float. Hero?" Dorian felt something poke him in the side, but he was way too far gone to notice. One black spot, a lake of chi and bloodline essence squeezed into a teensy point, sinking deep into his spirit sea, slowly starting to unravel. "Very well, then," said the Lord with a cough. "Onward, my brethren. Show's over. Good day." The world swirled about him, a blur of muted sounds, men shouting, chattering, metals clanking. Dorian paid none of it any heed. He was far more interested in what happened within. It was like he was a man, dying of thirst in the desert, cooking alive under the sun, and all of a sudden he'd been thrust into a freshwater lake. Ever since he'd made his bloodline sacrifice, his spirit had ached, his life force had cringed. There was this persistent soreness at the base of his skull, a sense of soulful deprivation. Then the black dot buried itself in his spirit sea. It was not explosive. Its contents leaked out slowly in a steady rhythm, like water through a hole in a dam. Eagerly he lapped it up. Chi, thick, viscous, oily, black chi, drenched in the essence of his bloodline, spilled into him. In mere minutes, he felt that ache starting to settle. Bloodline density, 5% to 7%. Ah, like a back scratch for the soul. A tide of good feeling washed over him, a bubbling warmth in his chest and arms, dribbling into the spots between his eyes. He was being made whole again. And still, that thick bloodline essence sloshed into the mouth of his spirit sea, filling the spots left empty, and then some. Bloodline density, 7% to 9%. It struck him how the tier worked. To others without the bloodline of the basilisk, it merely granted the basilisk's senses. Unable to assimilate into the spirit sea, the bloodline essence seeped into its consumer's body, the eyes, the nose, the muscles. This was what happened to the Oasis Lord. Dorian got this effect too, but he drew far more than merely that out of the tier, for his body was kin to this hyper-potent blood. And there was so damned much of it. It just kept coming. Bloodline density, 9% to 11%. Dorian grinned ear to ear. But the tier was not done. Not by a long shot. Spirit sea saturation, 98% to 100%. Oh, shit. Spirit sea saturation, 100% to 102%. A rumbling was happening deep inside. The walls of his perfect spirit sea were straining to keep hold of all that chi, which sat heavy in him like a reservoir of leaden tar.
It's time. From the sea rises the land. Dorian had left his cultivation a mere day ago on the doorstep to the Earth realm. Now the door stood wide open, and all he had to do was step through. He honed in on the center of the sea until all of his focus was drilled down on that one point. This next bit was not like the step between vigor and profound. This was a subtler change, a condensing, a hardening. Gather. His chi almost seemed relieved to take the command. It drew at the point, squeezing tighter and tighter, that heavy tar packed into something compact, nearly solid. A minuscule mass formed at the center of his being. It was solid and liquid at once, spinning like a star, sucking in the chi about it in a widening whirlpool. Dorian held it there, pouring all of his will into it, firming it into the shape of the core it was meant to be. A tense minute passed as it struggled and spasmed, unable to decide between states of being. Then it settled into a placid, spinning orb. Rank up, peak profound to early Earth, core saturation 3%. The core was like an island amid the spirit sea, churning with chi. Its grade was the same as that of the spirit sea in which it lay. A peak Earth realm cultivator could not only hold double as much chi as a peak profound, his chi was also twice as dense, meaning it was twice as powerful. That was all it was to the rubes of this realm, but it meant something else entirely to Dorian. The Earth realm would be the place where he'd make his greatest leap in strength, for it would be a leap of a different kind. Sure, he'd fill his core to its peak saturation, but he cared far more about the core's other property. The core was the locus of the natural laws. The Earth realm was a seismic shift from all the realms which came before it. Here, a cultivator could first gain a spiritual sense, and with it he could touch upon the laws, the rules which bound the multiverse itself. Ton, the guild head, had sought the natural laws to remake the lock to the Artificing Guild's secret chambers. It was these same laws that delivered a cultivator to godhood and beyond. Dorian's first law, or Tao, was time. Here was the trouble. The laws were jealous. Though a cultivator might gain insight into many laws, his core would only tolerate one. Which would Dorian choose this run? He was getting giddy just thinking about it. Time was a tried-and-true option. So was space, or darkness, or poison, or earth. Bloodline density, 11% to 13%. The missive jarred Dorian out of his thoughts. It's still going? The tear had only shrunk by half. It still pumped out chi thick with bloodline essence at that same steady rate. Bloodline density, 13% to 15%. Core saturation, 3% to 5%. Dorian's head swam. Heavens! With each pulse of essence, it was like a fog was lifting from his mind. His thoughts grew sharper, crisper, faster. Sounds that were once a muddle of noise filtered in distinctly from near and far. He could suddenly pinpoint the sounds of footsteps ringing out from hundreds of feet out. Eighth row, the muted thud of leather on steel bleachers. His senses were swelling with crispness with each passing second. He awaited a pop-up, some signal that it had at last bestowed upon him that gorgeous time dilation technique. A status did pop up, but it was something else, something that had him panting regardless. Bloodline density, 15% to 17%. Level up. Weapon technique, blacken the sky, level 0 to level 1. Allows the user to control all shadows in a given radius. The user may extend, retract, move, or erase them. Degree of manipulation and radius of influence scale with level. Dorian could nearly cry. This tear just kept on giving. 132. All That Power, 2. Bloodline density, 17% to 19%. Core saturation, 5% to 11%. At last, the tear's gifts were slowing. What was a torrent was now a stream, and fast winnowing to a trickle.
But before it petered out, it bestowed upon Dorian one last gift. Bloodline density, 19% to 21%. Level up, bloodline technique, serpent's senses, level 0 to level 1. There it was. If the Oasis Lord was to be believed, this marvelous little technique would let him slow subjective time to a truly astonishing degree. This, plus that new shadow manipulation technique, whatever that was, plus his burgeoning Earthrealm core, meant the Dorian who now opened his eyes was not merely stronger than the Dorian who'd sat down to meditate. He was nearly a different creature entirely. Now there might not be a being in the Oasis who could touch him. Not a human being, in any case. Whatever lay coiled in the depths of the sinkhole was yet to be determined. With his new bloodline essence coursing through his veins, Dorian felt his bloodline more clearly and viscerally than ever. In the distance he could sense resonances glowing weakly all around, other bloodline scales stashed away by various noble families. But there was a bloodline resonance that cast a long shadow over them all, a fathomless aura rising from the depths of the sinkhole. It seemed to hum in tune with the tear. Fascinating. An investigation for another time. For now, Dorian eyed the tear. Nothing else seemed forthcoming. That was that. He opened his eyes and gazed out at a new world of color. The dark seemed darker, bringing out new gloomy textures in the shadows pooling over the sands. The lights were lighter, and as he glanced up at the fixtures above, he could see each tiny white fiber of light chi sizzling. As he glanced about, he could make out every scuff and scratch on the metal stands. What he noticed most was the sheer precision of his senses. It wasn't merely that he could hear farther than ever. He could also pinpoint where in exact space each sound came from. In the distance, hidden in the tunnels, there was a heartbeat approaching. 50 steps away, 45, 30, 10. These were all but appetizers to the serpent's senses, of course. He got up slowly, like a lazy cat stretching after a long nap. Soon, as soon as he got a chance, he had to get some testing done on all these wonderful new toys. "You're awake." The owner of the heartbeat, a bearded man wearing tournament official's robes, bowed to him. He seemed rather unkempt for his station. He was missing a finger, and his teeth were yellowed, and his breath reeked something rancid. Even his hair was straggly and oily. "May I congratulate you once more on your victory? It was quite the marvel. Everywhere I go, I hear chattering about that final maneuver. A masterstroke, truly." "Why, thank you." "Of course. May I escort you to the exit?" Only now did Dorian realize how late it had gotten. The sky was washed with dull orange. Dusk. He really should be heading back. A thought did cross the back of his mind. Is this guy really a tournament official? He seemed like he'd been dragged out of a sewer. But hey, who was he to judge a man by his choice of hygiene? "Lead the way." The path they went down was not where Dorian had come in. In fact, this went through a maze of corridors, emerging at a dingy exit at the butt end of the arena. It seemed to be an exit for maintenance workers, one hidden from polite view. Dorian smirked. Yeah, thought so. Outside that door were a half-dozen heartbeats, tense, fast heartbeats, spread out in a tight semicircle. "Good day, sir," said the so-called official softly. He'd shifted to put himself behind Dorian and the door, prepping to lock it when Dorian stepped out, no doubt. Dorian could guess what this was about. He'd come anyway because he frankly didn't care. They've gone through all the trouble of setting up this trap. The least I can do is step into it. "How's your boss doing, by the way?" he said offhandedly. The man frowned. "Pardon?" "You know, the Rat King. Is his eye okay?" The man froze. Horror crept over his features. He schooled himself as fast as he could, but the damage was done. "I am but a humble servant of the governor, sir. I'm afraid I can't help you." "Ah, relax," Dorian snorted. "I'll cooperate. See?" He grabbed the handle, yanked open the door, and stepped out. As predicted, it was promptly rammed shut behind him. He'd emerged in a loading zone where workers might shuttle to and fro, hauling everything from construction to condiments into the belly of the arena. But right now, it was deserted, save for a ring of mean-looking men with their mean-looking knives, that was, and also one blond boy who looked distinctly uncomfortable. "Pebble?" said Dorian. He raised a brow as he scanned the tightening circle of men. "Ah, come on. This is beneath you." "I'm really sorry about this," cried Pebble. He shuffled his feet. "Yeah, but orders are orders. I'll have to make a serious go of killing you. It's nothing personal, I swear." He nodded to the men beside him. "These fine gentlemen are the Rat's Fang. They're the best fighters the Mischief's got. They're all well in the Earth Realm and handy with moon knives besides." Pebble bit his lip. "And I'll have to join in on the action too, I think." Glittering silvery claws burst out where his nails had been. He winced. "I am sorry it's got to end this way, but, well, how about this? If you'll stick your neck out, I can make it as quick as can be. I'm really very good at popping people's heads off. I've had a lot of practice, you see. It's easier than bottle caps for me. It'll be painless, promise." "A generous offer," mused Dorian. He squinted at the horizon, where the setting sun cast its waning light over the skyline, crisscrossing the grounds with the long shadows of street buildings. All of the men, Pebble included, had shadows. "I must say, though, to ambush me in particular, you've picked a poor time of day." "Right, yes, your shadow tricks. You are very strong, but, we are 7 men, and you can only come at one of us at once," said Pebble. "I don't think it'll work out well for you, if I might be a little blunt." He paused, looking hopeful. "Could you maybe just not resist? Pretty please?" Dorian scratched his chin. As it happened, he was rather keen to try out his new techniques anyway. A happy coincidence. "I'm afraid I can't do that," he sighed. "Ah," Pebble looked sad. "Well, we'll be coming at you then, okay?" "Okay." Pebble paused, brows furrowing. "No hard feelings?" "None whatsoever." "Great!" Pebble beamed. He nodded to his men. "Kill him, please." The Fang crouched as one, ready to pounce. Then Dorian raised a hand, eyeing the swaths of shadows draped across the land. He felt a certain kinship to them, as though they were tied to his mind by some invisible rope, and all he had to do was tug. "Blacken the sky!" The darkness answered Dorian's call. One by one, shadows fled their makers, stripped from buildings and stalls, and even the Rat Fang themselves, racing to pool at Dorian's feet. The members of the Rat Fang flinched back, hissing as shadows streamed in from all directions, joining the widening black swamp. The drain on Dorian's reserves was monstrous. It was a lucky thing his reserves were monstrous to match. The Fang knew as well as he did what it meant. The space of shadow was his domain. To step within was to gamble with their lives. They all scrambled back, gasping. They'd seen what he'd done to their boss, after all. Curious how, with his newly honed senses, Dorian picked up on such subtle things. The tangy scent of sweat on palms, the quickening of breaths, of hearts, a trembling of the eyes, the delicious smell of fear. He licked his lips. "Well, who's first?" "Fools," growled the scarred rat. His face was hard, yet still pale. "It's but a trick of the light. Charge the fucker!" Then the javelin rose lazily from the shadows at Dorian's feet like the head of some massive snake. It settled above his head where the fine point of its tip, still flecked with the Rat King's blood, hung still and silent in the air. None of them volunteered. Dorian sighed. His chi was down to 3/4 now, in the space of mere heartbeats. "I'm not chasing down all of you," he said. "You'll have to come to me." He frowned. "Is it the shadows that's got you all hung up? Here, I'll make the choice easy." The stadium cast a shadow so large it covered vast swaths of the street.
Dorian grabbed at as much as he could and yanked. Instantly, all of them were enveloped in a huge domain of darkness. They were all up to their ankles in the stuff, a swath of blackness that stretched far down either end of the street, smothering the whole of the loading zone. No escape. The rats looked to one another in horror. Then, screeching and hissing, they leapt for Dorian's throat. Which was lucky, since this little trick by itself vanished nearly a third of Dorian's chi. If they'd all scattered in different directions, tracking them one by one might have been a hassle. How nice of these mischief elites to present themselves to me one by one, in one tight-knit group. He'd been anticipating some drawn-out blood feud between him and the Rat King's forces, full of sniping and assassination attempts and all kinds of messy nonsense. Instead, serpent senses! 6 blurs of motion took on sudden definition. Their arms, thrusting out, could have been moving through oil. Their bodies all hung in mid-air, their heads drifting toward Dorian like angry, snarling balloons. He easily twirled around, tracking their trajectories in his mind. Balloons of flesh and blood, that's all those plump heads were. Dorian thrust all of the rest of his chi into his fang, charging it to its maximum speed and power. Then carefully, quickly, he strung his needle through that loop of balloons. One by one, they went pop, 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 pop. Ah! He grinned, basking in the shower of blood and brain matter, in the sight of 6 bodies going limp at once, knives falling from nerveless fingers. They made a lovely thump, 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 as they slouched into the sands. Dorian surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. There was still one mischief fighter left. Pebble. He, perhaps sensing the danger, was the sole rat who'd held back. He blinked 2 huge eyes at Dorian. Huh. For once, he seemed at a loss for words. 133. All That Power, 3. It was a shame, but it had to be done. The javelin swerved around, angling for its newest victim. Then Dorian paused. A neat idea had come to him. "How about this?" he said gently. "You seem like the honest sort, Pebble, and you've been of great help to me. Renounce the Rat King. Join me."
Said Pebble, wide-eyed. "I can do that?"
"Sure. Hell's your boss is crippled. His best fighters are dead. There's a power vacuum there, isn't it?" Dorian shrugged. "Why don't you fill it? We get along pretty well, with you in charge of the outskirts and me working inside. I'm sure we can come to a deal that'll help the both of us. What do you say?" And all of a sudden, my plan of conscripting all those outskirters for the war effort is resuscitated. The outskirter to citizen ratio was nearly 1-to-1, and any moron with a working set of thumbs could wield Dorian's stick. This might double his meat shield count in a stroke. Pebble, meanwhile, looked to be struggling mightily with the idea. He hemmed and hawed, gnawing on his lip.
"I don't know,"
he said at last. He shook his head quickly, as though to clear it.
"I gave him my word I'd kill you and bring him one of your eyes as proof. Once you've given your word, you can't get it back," he said sadly. "You're gonna have to kill me, I think."
"Huh. Shame," sighed Dorian. He tapped his lip. "Maybe there's a way around this. Here's a thought. What if we pretend you're already dead?" Pebble blinked.
"Huh?"
"Let's think this through. This is how our battle ends. You'll run at me, I'll stab you, then you'll die. This is what will most certainly happen in the next, 5 seconds or so, right?" Pebble nodded.
"Yeah, almost certainly."
"What a hassle," sighed Dorian. "I've got to go through the trouble of using my chi and my bloodline powers. Then I've got to wipe your brain juice off my javelin. Do you know how hard that stuff is to clean? And you've got to go through the trouble of dying, possibly in great pain. Neither of us wins out here."
"I guess, but what else can we do?"
said Pebble, scratching his head. "Simply this." Dorian pointed an imperious finger at Pebble. "You've said that you must fight me.
And you and I both know that when you do, very soon you'll die. Let's skip all the muck in the middle, shall we? I hereby declare that you, Pebble, are now deceased. I have killed you."
Said Pebble. "Pardon, but I don't feel very dead."
Yes, of course," said Dorian patiently. "But if both of us agree that you, Pebble, will die very, very soon, your actual status in the present is but a quibble. A technicality, really. A mere difference of a few seconds. Let's not wring our hands over this. Why don't you simply agree to act as though the entity known as Pebble is now dead? It'll save us both the hassle of going through with it. And you would no longer be bound by whatever vows that Pebble person made. That person's dead, after all. Or rather, he might as well be, which is basically the same thing."
Pebble squinted at him. "Are you sure that makes sense?"
"Yes, I am absolutely certain. I swear it on my honor," said Dorian, tapping his chest. "Would I lie to you?"
"No way," said Pebble. His eyes shone. "You'd never. You're honest as honest come. I could tell the first time I saw you."
"You might need glasses, bud. In any case." "Great. Then we're in agreement?" Dorian was getting a little antsy. Every second that went by, his grip on his shadow domain slipped a smidge farther. Holding all this in place was a hellish drain on his chi reserves. They dwindled to less than a fifth.
"Well, there is one thing. If Pebble's dead," said Pebble, mystified, "who would I be?"
Dorian shrugged. "Whoever you want to be. From now on, you're a blank slate. Take a new name. Be a new man, boy. Join my side and leave your past behind." Then Pebble brightened.
"New name? What about Crag? Ooh, I quite like the sound of that."
"Sounds good to me. Decide, child." Dorian was down to only a sixth of his chi now. Pebble smiled.
"Okay, I'll go along, friend Io. But first, you'll need to prove to me that Pebble really would be dead. You need to show me you can kill me for sure."
"Wait," said Dorian, frowning. "What are you—" Pebble pounced, claws flashing. "Whoa!" On instinct, Dorian threw up a hand. Blacken the sky. A swath of shadow before him took his will as an order. It rose in an oily wave from the ground, blocking the way. It hung there, shimmering, devouring Dorian's chi at a truly absurd rate, but still he stared at it, gaping. "I can do that?" Then his lips curved into a wicked grin. Pebble skidded to a halt.
"Whoa, that's neat. Hey!"
All about him, shadows shot up. He tried turning, skidding around, but shadows met him there too, left, right, front, behind. One even slunk over the top, making a cage of sorts. Pebble stood there, frozen. Dorian saw the realization flit across his stunned little face. Every single shadow was a portal. Dorian could have skewered him 24 times over. Need I send my trusty javelin through, or is this enough? Pebble made a face.
"Okay, fine. You're right. From now on, Pebble is dead. Dead and gone."
He let his claws subside with a little huff. Dorian let out a breath as he too let loose his grip on the shadow domain. It was hardly a choice. All his playing around meant chi reserves, great as they were shot. Darknesses fled instantly, zipping across the floor in messy streams, snapping back to the spots nature intended them to be. Smiling brightly, Pebble held out a hand.
"Hello, friend. The name's Crag. I'm new around these parts. It's so very nice to meet you."
Dorian shook it with a grin of his own. "Welcome, Crag. I have a feeling we'll get along just fine." Halfway across the oasis, sitting in a high spire of the Church of Jez, High Priest Talon cradled his head in his hands. Father Zacharias paced back and forth before him, his whiskers flaring. "You had but one task," he said. "One. How were you incapable of luring his sister here? The girl's an idiot." "I know," moaned High Priest Talon. "By Jez, you could have tied an ice pop to a fishing rod and she would have come bounding after you." Zacharias squeezed his eyes shut. It was his task by day to play the kindly priest. Kindness was Jez's chief virtue, after all. But all that smiling and bowing and pretending to care about, say, some moron's problems with his increasingly distant wife, who Zacharias had to pretend he was not sleeping with, all that piousness, it wore on a man. "Restrain and renounce, Zach," he whispered, kneading his temple. "Restrain and renounce. Yes, yes, all right. I'm calm. Calmer. I am fine." He sighed. "Perhaps it is not in the grand calculus so important. Lord Jez's followers already have sound purchase here. When the reckoning comes, we shall be ready regardless. Only she did have quite the affinity for Jez's blood. It's a pity." Said High Priest Talon. "The Ugok branch heads did seem quite insistent she be recruited. I wonder why." Said High Priest Talon, louder. "What?" Zacharias whirled on him. "Spit it out, fool!" Talon pointed one trembling finger out the stained-glass window. 2 stories below, standing and grinning and waving in the street, was Kaya Rust. "Hi!" she shouted. Zacharias poked his head out the window, rubbing his eyes. "It's me," Kaya continued. "The girl you gave that gold card to? That thing that gave me powers, right? Something about, a contract?" Yes, exactly right," spluttered Zacharias. "Great," said Kaya. "I just got my spleen punched out of my stomach. See, this is an issue because I want to be the one punching the spleens out of other people's stomachs, which means I need to get stronger. Way stronger." She grinned up at them. "Can you help me?" With that little detour sorted, Dorian strolled back home. Home, nowadays, was the penthouse suite that the Halong family had given him in one of their swankiest high-rises. A balding doorman bowed to him as he neared. "Good evening," he said. "This is for you." He thrust a scroll in Dorian's hands. "Oh?" The doorman promptly turned tail and left, at which point Dorian realized this was no doorman at all. He frowned. Then, shrugging, he unfurled the scroll. Its surface was blank, like the surface of a pool of bronze. Then a familiar face resolved in the parchment. It smiled. "Hello," said High Prince Nijo of the Ugok tribe. "How have you been?" 134. All That Power, 4. "Really? It's been nearly a month. What took you so long?" Dorian stared deadpan at Nijo's smiling face. "And this is how you choose to do it? No face-to-face meeting? No secret lair? A scroll in the middle of the damned street?" "I'm fine, thank you," Dorian said evenly. "And you?" "Lovely," sighed Nijo. "It is, as ever, a joy to be alive. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. My life has been rather hectic of late, you see." His voice was warbled, and his long tufts of black hair fluttered behind him, as though buffeted by strong winds. A fleet of clouds whipped by his head. Was he mid-flight? It was hard to tell through the scroll, but that clear backdrop behind him seemed studded with the subtle light of a waking starscape. Dorian squinted at it. "Are you curious where I am?" said Nijo with a soft laugh. Somewhere far beneath him there was a grating shriek, like sandstone grinding against sheet metal, then a thundering crash. "Here, I shall spare you the suspense." He angled the scroll down. Half of Dorian's view was now filled by a scaly back ridden with jagged, icy blue spines, the back of some strange dragon, whose webbed, bat-like wings puffed out to either side. Nijo sat crisscross atop it. Beneath him, an oasis burned. It wasn't any old burning. There were the hungry red and white tongues of fire pouring through ranks of sandstone houses, melting girders and bringing towers to their knees, sure. But there were also fires of a blue sort, raging infernos of deathly cold chi, spreading like thick swaths of frostbite across the land. And there were black flames, too, flames who left not even ash where they burned.
Dorian saw a whole squadron of soldiers screaming, throwing techniques, swallowed up by the black flame. Their bodies, bones and all, went up in smoke. No remains. The owner of the flame was a dragon, a small, black-scaled, spiky dragon, but no less vicious for it. It was at the peak of the Earth realm. Its powers went further than that, and it was not alone. The sky was teeming with dozens of dragons and vordors, and huge worm-like creatures hung on 6 pairs of wings, drenching the city in acid rains, a dismal cloud of chaos whose outpouring showed no signs of stopping. Atop them, barking orders, were Ugog beast tamers, peak Earthrealm warriors all. Their mounts might have been beyond that. Dorian hissed a sharp breath. By now the raising was nearly complete. The city was deformed, like a wax model left out too long in the sun, sloshing over itself.
"A tragedy, isn't it?" said Nijo.
The scene focused on his childlike face again. He sighed.
"This is, or rather was, the She-Men Oasis, a stronghold filled with delightful flora and one of the greater powers on the northern border. They are feared and respected across the desert for their mastery over the lightning magics."
He frowned. One moment. Then he closed his eyes. The scene swerved as his mount swerved to the side, screeching furiously. Standing atop a high steel spire, some kind of artifact, a wizard's tower by the looks of it, one man was fending off 3 peak Earthrealm dragons, a ferocious look on his weathered old face. By sheer cultivation, he might have been the highest Dorian had seen in this plane. He was at least a half step into the sky realm, maybe higher. And by the looks of it, he knew how to wield his powers, too. Blue lightning crackled at his fingertips, stinging the dragons and forcing them back. One took a direct hit to the nose and bellowed, half its face charred black.
"Hear me, savages of the north!" cried the old man. "So long as I, Oasis Lord Yoran, live, you shall never take this oasis. We She-Men folk know not the meaning of surrender. If you think you've got us with but one air raid, you are sorely mistaken. Back with you!"
Then Nijo's mount opened its mouth. The air around him ran with bleeding colors, distorting like a fabric suddenly and viciously stretched beyond its breaking point. The presence of a law. White fire poured from its mouth, a fire made of colors in the cores of stars. But this was no mere chi technique. This fire was infused with a will, the hungry, angry will of the dragon, a will which bent the very fabric of the universe to its bidding. This law had merely grazed the tip of the vastness of the laws of fire, laws which held within them rage and destruction and consumption and burning and heat and endlessness and even rebirth. This dragon's law was to Dorian's eye crude, like a child that had only learned the first letter of an alphabet. It held within it merely a trace of heat. The old man thrust out his hands, defiance written in the lines of his face. Blue lightning shimmered in a web before him, ready to catch and bind up the attack. Then the old man's mouth hung open. The fire didn't seem by itself extraordinary. It was not especially big. It was not even particularly fast. It was but a stream of blinding white. A stream so hot the airs about it howled in agony, not from the flame itself, but because of the gaping voids it left in its wake, jagged black tears in the fabric of the plane. For the powers of the heavens, even crude and shallow as they were intolerable to a lower plane. Their mere presence bent this universe. It tore through the old man's web like it wasn't even there. The man didn't have time to scream before he was taken by the white. It went through him, too, like he wasn't there. Went straight through his magic tower, not slowing in the slightest, burned a gaping hole through a steel pillar, and vanished, still sizzling, into the sands. All it left behind was the shape of its path, burned into the things it had gone through, a clean, perfect cylinder of smoldering black. Dorian had gone very still. A twitching had overcome his left cheek.
"You seem to be lost in thought, friend Io," said Nijo. "Would you care to share?"
What the fuck?
How?
Dorian caught his voice cracking.
He cleared his throat and tried again, but still couldn't keep his tone fully even. "How many Skyrealm beasts do you have, precisely?" "Oh," Nijo shrugged. "A dozen in total, perhaps." "A dozen?" Dorian thought about the Haylong family's forces, still working on mastering the point-and-click feature of his first batch of wizard sticks. He thought about the grand total of 0 Skyrealm warriors in the Oasis. His head was starting to pound. "You needn't worry about them," laughed Nijo. "If this meeting ends as I'd like, you shall never have to feel their wrath." Dorian twitched again. "Yeah, I'd like that too. Besides, it is not they you ought to worry about. Our ground forces are far more formidable." Nijo paused. "And, if you may permit me a moment of hubris, it is not our ground forces you ought to worry about either. You should be worried about me." Dorian breathed out. "None of that sounds very appetizing. Is worrying about none of those an option? I'm assuming this isn't a social call. You have an offer for me, don't you?" "I do." Nijo lit up with a smile. It was unsettling. Every expression he made was so deeply genuine, so innocent, that it bothered Dorian in a way he couldn't quite put his finger on, like the smile of a toddler untouched by the horrors of the world. Except he'd just finished wiping a man out of existence so thoroughly, not even a shadow of his being was left. "Here it is, then," said Nijo. "I've heard that you've ingratiated yourself well into the upper echelons of the Azcan military. Well done. When we arrive, I shall need you to dismantle its most troublesome defenses from the inside. Do that, and you and your sister shall be spared." "And you need me to do this because you can't take Azcan on your own?" said Dorian hopefully. "That would be nice, wouldn't it? Sadly, I fear this is not the case. It makes no difference in the final calculus. I only wish to limit whatever preventable deaths I can." He frowned. "The She-Man. It is truly awful what had to be done here. Awful, but alas, necessary. This need not happen to you." "Uh-huh. Or," said Dorian slowly, "hear me out. This need not happen at all. You seem like a reasonable fellow. I'm sure we can work out a peaceful deal, eh?" I wish that were the case." A watery smile graced Nijo's face. "It is among the saddest and most painful truths that I have had to learn that one must raise the old to grow into the new. To bring about a world of infinite love, the Order of Jez must first weed out hate. Killing is sometimes a kindness." His smile turned wistful. "It's funny. You taught me that, actually." "Right." Of course, Dorian hadn't the faintest clue what Nijo was talking about. He was pretty sure there was something deeply wrong with the man. "Anyway, I'm afraid I can't take your offer as is, sadly. I've been bound by soul contract to defend the Oasis." "Oh." In that moment, an immense sadness sagged Nijo's features. It was as though he'd aged decades in a second. "Then I suppose there is nothing left to say, is there? I shall greet you in less than 2 weeks, on less hospitable terms, I fear." "Wait, you'll greet me in less than what now?" "Whoa," Dorian said with a slightly nervous laugh. "It needn't come to that, surely." "Needn't it? It is the objective of the Church of Jez to conquer this and all planes, to bring them under our stewardship. It is your objective to resist. Neither objective is negotiable. The matter is simple, then. Either you fall, or we do." Fuck, he's right. "Okay, fine. Maybe it does. But, at least give us the rest of the moon cycle." "Why?" Dorian searched his butt for excuses to pull out. "Why, it's the Azcan Oasis's Midsummer Festival. Its most precious annual tradition. You wouldn't deprive us this last bit of joy before the end, would you? Come on, it's but a few more weeks. Hardly anything." Nijo smiled. "Why do I get the feeling you made all of that up? Listen, friend, I think this may do you some good. I hope you shall treat what is coming less as an end and more as—" Nijo put a finger to his lip as he thought. "A liberation."
Dorian was faintly amused. The more Nijo said, the less sense he made. A liberation from what, exactly?
From the thing you love the most in all the world. The only thing you love at all. Yourself.
Nijo tapped his chin.
Put another way, your ego.
Dorian had no clue where to begin with that. Then Nijo waved.
Good night.
The scene vanished, leaving Dorian holding a blank scroll, staring at the reflection of his own bewildered face. What the hell's just happened? 135. All that power. 5. That night, Dorian climbed into his cot in a foul mood. Lots to deal with, lots to think about, and he only had 2 weeks of prep time? But all this was fodder for tomorrow. For now, sleep. He'd put his body under an immense amount of stress. First there was the tournament, then the breakthroughs, then the total chi depletion. His brain felt like it was about to leak out of his ears. Thinking felt like wading through mud. Even gods needed rest, to say nothing of mortals. Sleep came for him slowly, fitfully. His dreams were more fitful still. Cultivators rarely dreamed of their own accord, especially as they grew stronger. Gods almost never did. To a god, a dream was always a sign. Something had disturbed fate, or someone was sending a signal when all other means of contact failed them. To the high-level cultivator, dreams were usually bad news indeed. So when Dorian found himself staring at a void of crackling static, he groaned. What now? An image, ghostly and shimmering, flickered in the air before him. Is that Old Man Fate? Dorian frowned. It was. That bone face, the wispy, straggly white beard. But why were his eyes so wide? His mouth hung open, as though mid-shout? "Orion!" cried Fate. He sounded like he was shouting from very far away. "Listen! Fully! You His voice cut off. In its place was a burst of high-pitched noise. "What is it?" said Dorian with a frown. "What's happened?" Fate was a fool, but he was no idiot. Fate wouldn't contact him like this if something wasn't up. This had to be serious. And given Gerard's message and Nijo's threat, you could forgive a man for being a little on edge. "You to return! Now!" Fate shook his fist. "Need! Fallen! Retreat!" The breaks were growing wider, his figure lighter, his voice farther and farther with each syllable. Now Dorian could hardly distinguish him amid the noise. "Is it that Jez fellow?" snapped Dorian, frowning. "Come on, give me something." Alas, with one last incoherent cry, Fate faded out, and Dorian was left in the dark once more. Shite. Dorian sat bolt upright, blinking starlight out of his eyes. Shit. He had to assume the worst. The worst being that this Jez fellow was making far more progress than anyone, even Fate, had expected. Could this blip on the multiversal map really devour the Middle Realms? Or was this even worse? Of Fate's contacts of the elite God Kings, Dorian ranked among the last he'd call. He knew Dorian's nature. If he was reaching out now, was Jez on the verge of threatening the upper realms? Dorian frowned. It hardly seemed conceivable. Not since Thurin the Conqueror millennia ago had he heard of such a thing, and Thurin's factions were plagued by infighting. This was what happened when one empire tried to govern something as wide as the entirety of the Middle Realms. By the time he reached the doorsteps to the Upper Realms, he was all but spent. It was, if only logistically, if for nothing else, nigh impossible for Jez to really pull off something actually threatening. Right? Dorian got to his feet. Whatever. If something that truly concerns me occurs, Gerard will find a way to notify me. So, Fate and company were having a tough time holding back Jez. And by Fate and company, Dorian assumed Fate and 5 other God Kings. God Kings were by their natures a very individual sort. They were empires unto themselves. Getting them to work together, especially under the direction of another, was a fantasy. Come to think of it, even 5 might have been optimistic. The God Kings might not be swayed individually, but if anything really threatened them as a collective, Jez would find himself staring down dozens of the most powerful creatures ever to exist in the multiverse. To conquer that great mass was something even Thurin dared not imagine. Which was all to say that, all things considered, Dorian didn't really need to worry. He shrugged. Sorry, Fate, but I won't be dragged into your petty disputes. You understand. Besides, even if by some mad miracle Jez did reach Zenith, Dorian's precautions made him maybe the most impregnable God King in the multiverse at present. The unstuck space was tied to the very core of the Zenith realm itself. Forget the hordes of God Kings standing in Jez's way. Forget the nightmare of managing a huge inter-universe empire and keeping all the factions within line. On the basis of the unstuck space alone, Dorian wasn't sure it was even possible to threaten him right now. Even Dorian wouldn't know where to start. He blinked. Nice. I seem to have talked myself into not giving a shit. Humming, Dorian slipped into a sleek worm-skin coat, pulled on some gloves, and made for the door. Fate could deal with that nonsense on his own. Dorian had more pressing matters to attend to.
"Behold,"
said General Bin Hailong, sweeping his arms out grandly,
"the newly formed Stick Unit 1. As of now, the most elite battle unit in the Azcan military."
He turned to Dorian, his thin mouth pressed in a satisfied line. Not quite a smile, but by Bin's standards, this was ecstatic. Before them, drilling in a training field of flat sand and stone dummy targets, were 24 Hailong soldiers. Each of them held a stick. Each of them was mean, fit, and eager. Each of them was at least peak profound. Not bad, mused Dorian. If they're to stand up to the Ugok, they'll need to be quite proficient with my sticks. And that's only to stand up to the Ugok's basic forces. Their Sky Realm beasts I'll have to deal with personally. Dorian winced at the thought. It was absurd to even think about in his current state. But he had 2 weeks, and he was himself, after all. If anyone could pull this off, frankly, it was him. First things first, though, the foot soldiers. It'd make his life a hell of a lot easier if these soldiers could fend off, even drive back the Ugok ground troops. How far have they come?
"Humph! Don't you worry. On that front we are well covered indeed."
Bin cleared his throat.
"Attention!"
roared Bin. The soldiers went stock still.
"A demonstration is in order. Show Io here the fruits of your training." "Aye,"
boomed the soldiers as one.
"See that target?"
Bin thrust a gnarly finger at a stone pillar in the distance.
"Strike it with a thunderbolt." "Aye."
Dozens of thumbs hit dozens of buttons. A storm of lightning shattered the stillness of the air, crackling in a giant web of blistering yellow across the field. Dorian had to duck to avoid being struck. There was a screeching, a chorus of yelps, the smell of burning and smoke, and then a silence. Half the soldiers were twitching on the ground. The sands of the training ground were streaked black all over, sizzling with flimsy wisps of smoke. The stone target, meanwhile, not a spot on that craggy pillar. It might have been the only thing on the field left untouched. Dorian looked over the scene once, end to end. Then he looked over it again, just to make sure he was seeing correctly. Oh, saints, we're all going to die, aren't we? Bin coughed. Dorian glanced at him and nearly fell over. The general's face was totally black with soot and singed hair. He blinked slowly, mouth half open.
"That,"
he coughed again.
"As you can see, we still have some ground to cover. But I assure you, we shall be more than ready when those bestial scum call on our doorstep."
He thumped his chest.
"In 2 moons' time they'll be in fighting shape, I promise you that."
2 weeks.
"Pardon?"
Dorian felt a little queasy. "I have it on very good authority that they shall be here in 2 weeks.
"Will they now?"
Bin wiped his face with a forearm. Under all that soot, he'd gone deathly pale.
That is rather inconvenient."
Dorian was already walking away wide-eyed, as though in a stupor.
"Halt! We're not done here!" cried Bin. Where do you think you're going?"
Dorian glanced over his shoulder. "It has just occurred to me," he said slowly, shaking a little, "that I'll need to grow, an order of magnitude or two stronger if we are to survive this thing." He paused. "So I'm going, how should I put it, fishing." Father Zacharias dropped a heavy tome on the table.
"This is the 10,000 holy words of Jez. It is of critical importance you study them, for they form the foundation of our faith. Only with a deep understanding of each word can you be truly ready to—"
"Nope," Kaya yawned. "No reading. Get to the punching."
"Ah, yes, a common reaction among new recruits." Father Zacharias smiled patiently. "You shall soon learn, I fear, that in order to run, you must first walk. Here that means making reading a priority. Nay, a habit. For only by learning Jez's teachings can you accept his powers in full."
Kaya frowned. "Can't read. Don't know the letters."
"Then I shall teach you."
"Do you want me to beat you up?"
She yawned.
"Fists, now, or I'm leaving."
"Impudent girl," sneered an acolyte nearby. "I was much like you when I first joined. Impatient, hot-headed, foolish, but soon I learned that—" That last bit came when Kaya gave him a hearty kick to the nuts. He fell over, whimpering. She gave Zacharias a side-eyed look.
"I'm getting bored. We doing this or not?"
The father swallowed. "Very well," he said. "To the training rooms, then." The training room's floors were made of some tightly bound straw, the walls a deceptively firm gold foam. Strange bone pillars were scattered about, holding up a low ceiling. Kaya had been here an hour and had gotten one punch in. All that fighting spirit, no way to let it out. She felt like her head was about to pop. "She's not a complete neophyte. She's touched on Jez before," said Zacharias, standing to the side. "Treat this as a review. I'd like her to ground her instincts in theory." "She's in good hands, Father. I'll do her right." The trainer was dark-haired, handsome, tall, about her age, and far too handsy. "The first step to harnessing Jez's power is to grasp for the truth within you." He smiled, patting her on the shoulder. "It's somewhat obscure. Don't sweat it if you don't get it. Most don't manage consistent summoning until a few moons in." Kaya frowned, batting the hand aside as it wandered a little too close to her back.
"Grasp for the truth? What's that supposed to mean?"
Father Zacharias spoke up. "It means simply to be yourself. Most of us go through our lives unsure of who we truly are. We put up fronts, we delude ourselves. That is not the essence of Jez." He held up a hand. In an instant, his fingers were wreathed with silky threads of gold light. "Jez exhorts his followers to grasp for what makes them truly them, for only then can you reach the innermost space of your soul and seize the fragment of Jez's within you. Only then can you claim it for your own."
"Huh," said Kaya. He snapped his fingers, and the light vanished.
"For that is the mission of Jez, to liberate the masses, to empower every spirit to live out its truth, no matter how small."
"If you try to sneak in another book lesson, I'm going to beat you up."
Zacharias coughed uncomfortably. "Why don't you try it out?"
"And again, don't worry if you can't manage a gold spark," said pretty trainer boy, coming in closer. He'd gotten so close she could smell his fishy breath. "These things come slowly. It could take years of soul-searching to discover who you are. I, Shiru, am among Jez's most talented young disciples, and even I—" He held up a hand, and a weak gold light flickered across his palm. "Even I haven't managed to summon more than a palm's width." Kaya blinked at it. "That's it? I thought it'd be bigger."
"Indeed, it took nearly a decade of hard practice to summon Jez across my whole body," said Zacharias.
"You see, it isn't enough simply to know who you are," said the boy with a tinkling laugh. His other arm was creeping over her shoulder again. "The hard part,
The part most everyone never fully manages to do is you have to accept it, make it a part of you, get so deeply in touch with it, it becomes you. His hand was swooping down her lower back. "Shiru," said Father Zacharias, a note of warning in his voice. Even he was getting twitchy as the boy's hand crept lower.
"Yeah, I don't get it," said Kaya, pouting. "Literally not a single word either of you just spouted made a lick of sense."
"I'm sure it'll come in time," whispered Pretty Boy. "I'll help you." His hand went past her waist. She pivoted. For an instant her leg lit up with a furious, blazing gold shine. Zacharias gaped at it. Pretty Boy gaped at it. Then she punted him in the nuts. The boy's eyes bulged, his mouth hanging slack. Then he made a long, whining sound, dropped, and curled up into a shivering, whimpering ball. Kaya turned to Zacharias, grinning.
"More."
136. All That Power, 6. It was fast becoming clear that Dorian's current strength level was not going to cut it. Not by far. He was at best as strong as that other Oasis Lord, the one who'd gotten wiped off the face of the plane by that blast of fire law, and that was one Sky Realm dragon among a dozen. And what's more, there was Nijo to contend with, and whatever else human experts the Ugok had. It was enough to make Dorian's head spin. He had just 2 weeks to slap together a plan to counter all that. There was no technology he could dream up that fast that was up to the task. No elixir, either. Even if he could pull some uber cannon out of his ass, it'd need a lengthy construction process. 2 weeks. There was simply no time. 2 weeks was not enough time to touch on a Tao and infuse his core with it. Even for Dorian, that project would take a month, and he'd need the right environs, the right materials, the right insights. Nope, not happening. There was, in the end, only one path Dorian saw, and that path led him here. He paused, arms crossed, before a gate composed of 2 sheets of the corrugated steel so big they could have made up one side of a fortress by themselves. The gates led into a high, spiked wall which towered over the buildings of the nearby streets. The place this wall encircled was Dorian's target. A squadron of guards in Halong garb flanked the gates to either side. 2 of them rushed up to him as he drew near.
"Halt!" cried one. "This is a restricted zone. Anyone who wishes to access the sinkhole needs special clearance by way of the governor or General Halong himself. Produce your identification, interloper."
Then Dorian pulled back the hood of his cloak, letting the noon sunlight illuminate him. Dorian waved a hand in front of his face.
"Is this good enough?"
One guard gasped. The other stood frozen, gaping.
"Of course, hero," cried the non-frozen guard. "Our deepest apologies. Forgive this one's poor eyes for failing to recognize your honored self."
Yes, yes, said Dorian, waving an impatient hand. "Let me through, will you?" The guard made a fist.
"Open the gates!"
A huge lever lay by the door's side. It took the strength of 4 men to pull it. Then the dam broke down the middle, slowly swiveling open, groaning with a grating of stone and a hollow clattering of massive, hidden gears. "Thanks." Dorian started on through. To either side of him, the rows of guards bowed down as he passed. He smirked. After months upon months of being treated like a diseased dog, it was nice to flex his status for once. A pity he had such a short time to enjoy it.
"Sire,"
called the guard's tepid voice from behind. Dorian stopped. "What?"
May I, if it is not too presumptuous of my humble self, inquire what you plan on doing here?"
"What else? Entering the sinkhole." Dorian left out the part about probing its depths, the part about seeking out the source of his bloodline so that he could power a deep well of bloodline burning and rocket himself high, high, high up. To irresponsible, unstable heights, honestly. Heights that no Earthrealm practitioner should ever reach without proper grounding in a Tao. In a perfect world, Dorian would bring up his cultivation and Tao insights in tandem. He'd blend the two like interwoven strings into a wondrous tapestry of being, and be all the more powerful for it. In this world, on the other hand, he was about to go all in on sheer cultivation. It was the difference between gaining muscle slowly and responsibly, keeping up a lean physique, and eating every last scrap of meat in sight and bloating up to a fat, blobby mess. In other words, it was time to become a whale. Or so he hoped. Who knew if this heaving blubber of power would be enough to contend with even a fraction of the Ugok forces? And who knew if there was that much bloodline in this sinkhole, or if it was even accessible by him? Either way, the idea, the stupid, ridiculous, long-shot idea, had him at once eager and desperate.
How deep do you wish to go?"
Ah, yes, there was still this guard frowning bushily at him. Better shoo him off. "Not very," said Dorian casually, for if he admitted the truth, that he was going deep and possibly disturbing a maybe demigod at the center of Azkan's water supply, which was the foundation of the whole of the oasis, in a desert, the Oasis Lord might not take it well.
"Ah, good, good,"
said the guard, breathing a relieved sigh. "Why do you ask?"
"Sire, it is forbidden by decree of the Oasis Lord to go past 50 arm spans."
The guard shuffled about, looking nervous.
"That is where all the fishing, the harvesting water crop, the growing of kelp, the pumping of aqueducts, all that occurs above this depth. As you descend past to 100 spans," he gulped, "that is where the trouble begins."
"Oh?" Dorian perked up. "Do tell."
"The deeper you go, the more chi-rich the waters become, and, as a consequence, the more powerful the spirit beasts within. At the surface the greatest dangers are spearfish, but past 100 spans you may encounter the lesser gunk eels, profound realm beasts, one and all, and horribly toxic besides. They seldom rise to the surface, but their nests plague the region."
Noted. Profound realm eels were but bugs to bat away for him at this point, no matter how toxic they were. Anything else I should know about in there?
"Well,"
the guard swallowed.
"past 150 spans you enter the Eel King's territory. Therein lie earth realm beasts, drakes, water worms, perhaps, if you're particularly unlucky, even a dragon turtle. Their cores are precious, but the risks far outweigh them. No one has been to those depths in over a century, and if you're very unlucky, you may meet the Eel King himself, and no one has survived to speak of him."
Gotcha. Things were getting slightly concerning. "What else?"
"We don't know."
Dorian raised a brow. "Explain."
You see, sire," said the guard, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, "no one who has gone that far has come back alive. The last who attempted it was a team of peak Earthrealm experts centuries ago, top rankers all, among them the Oasis Lord's genius nephew, Yi-Lei Zhang, who, it was rumored, was a half-step into the Sky Realm. Their bodies floated to the surface hours later, pulverized to mush."
"Huh.
"That incident is what prompted the Oasis Lord to institute the depth ban." The guard hesitated. "You, forgive my impudence. You are planning to respect it, yes?"
Dorian looked scandalized.
"What sort of ruffian do you think I am? Of course. I am the hero of the Oasis. I would never break rules."
He put his hand over his chest. "I shall stay above your limit. I swear it on my honor." The guard still looked a little hesitant, but he could hardly push it now, not when Dorian had sworn on his honor. That would be flagrantly disrespectful.
"Of course, sire."
Bowing, he withdrew. With that little obstruction cleared, Dorian happily marched into the sinkhole proper. Behind him, the heavy gates swung shut. Time to make a god bleed. Or, more realistically, if Dorian was honest, scrounge around for little blood droplets that God left behind at the sinkhole's unknown depths. The sinkhole itself was spread before him now, a vast circle of crystalline blue, shimmering lustily in the sunlight. great metal tubes. The pumps of the aqueducts fed into it, sucking in gouts of water that thundered as they streamed up the metal. All along the perimeter were little farming projects, floats of multicolored crops soaking up the rich chi of the sinkhole. Thick forests of kelp floated about, its dark green tips bobbing up to the surface. Dorian set foot at the edge and stared into the abyss. Clear as the water was, past a certain depth it grew darker, murkier, thicker. If Dorian squinted, he thought he could make out the vague outlines of huge, scaly bodies shifting among the deepest lines of kelp. But those weren't what he was looking for. He cast his senses for something deeper, a subtle resonance that he'd felt each time he neared this sinkhole, a resonance that had grown into a deep, mighty thrumming which rattled the very particles that made up his being. He felt like a plucked string. He licked his lips. This was no normal resonance. That much was certain. He breathed deep, rubbing his hands. Here goes nothing. Kerplunk! Father Zacharias watched, helpless, as the idiot, a month into training, tore apart his most gifted young acolytes one by one with such absurd ease. Groaned poor Pitou, paling as he hunched over, hopelessly cradling the soggy remains of his ballsack. He'd been Zacharias's latest, greatest hope. Alas, he now joined the roomful of groaning boys, rolling about on the ground, mourning the deaths of their fertilities with whimpers and drawn-out moans. The girl really liked inflicting pain, liked it far too much for any proper disciple of Jez. And once she'd found this little anatomical loophole, she was downright vicious in her exploitation. Even Zacharias himself shivered, unconsciously drawing his legs a little closer together. Awesome! Kaya bared her teeth at him. Her whole body was wreathed in shining gold. I think I've got the hang of it. What next? Zacharias sucked in a sharp breath. What have I done? Let's pivot to another aspect of Jez's training, he said quickly. Jez's cultivation is distinct from all the methods you know. To access it, you must tap into your inner self, that which is connected to the soul of mighty Jez. Rather than channel its power directly, you must draw it into your core and circulate it. Huh, she cocked her head. He was about to suggest she try a few training exercises to familiarize herself with the chi pathways. He was about to suggest she first spend the afternoon practicing drawing the powers of Jez into her meridians. He was about to say, it will likely take you months, or even years. But he swallowed it all. What the hells did he know? This girl wasn't human. Why don't you try it out? He said weakly. She beamed. Okay. She closed her eyes, frowning, puffing out her cheeks in concentration. In an instant, it was like a furnace had been set ablaze within her, a furnace of sheer gold chi. Careful! Cried Zacharias, reaching out. Suddenly she was burning up with it, gold aura shedding off her in thick waves, too much for her form to hold. She coughed, eyes widening, and rather than air, gold chi spewed from her mouth. She fainted. Tentatively, as though touching some fatally wounded predator, Zacharias poked her. Her skin was scalding hot, and she'd risen, in the space of a second, from the very base of the profound realm nearly to mid-profound. Zacharias felt his head spinning. What the hells? Apologies, great Jez. What in Jez's holy name is this nonsense? Then Kaya's eyes fluttered open. Coughing, she propped herself back up and grinned. Hey, did I get it right? Yes, he stammered. But, I must caution you. Do not go that fast in the future. Come to think of it, do not cultivate for at least the next day. Your body at present, that stunt nearly melted you down from the inside. Even now your skin is only held together by Jez's light. An issue I've never seen a single follower of Jez have to deal with. Until now. Zacharias's head was spinning. The girl simply didn't make any sense. She blinked. Oh, okay.
Another thing. Zacharias swallowed. He had to get this in early, before she got too deep, too strong, too stuck in her ways to heed his words. It is of vital importance that you pair Jez's powers with kindness, he said sternly. You mustn't misuse the light of Jez. It is against his most basic teaching.
But I thought you said to stay true to myself. She frowned.
Precisely so. That is the key to all of Jez's theory.
But what if my true self is that I really